Mr. Clerk, call the Senate to order. Please call the roll.
Senator Barnett, Senator Barrett, Senator Berry, Senator Blackman, Senator Blackwell, Senator Blunt, Senator Boyd, Senator Branning, Senator Brumfield, Senator Bryan, Senator Butler, Senator Carter, Senator Chazanall, Senator Chisholm, Senator Delano, Senator DeBar, Senator England, Senator Fillingane, Senator Frazier, Senator Harkins, Senator Hickman, Senator Hill, Senator Hobson, Senator Horn, Senator Jackson, Senator Johnson, Senator Jordan, Senator Kirby, Senator Ladner, Senator McCon, Senator McClendon, Senator McMahon, Senator Michelle, Senator Norwood, Senator Parker, Senator Parks, Senator Polk, Senator Rhodes, Senator Robinson, Senator Seymour, Senator Simmons of the 12th, Senator Simmons of the 13th, Senator Sparks, Senator Suber, Senator Tate, Senator Thomas, Senator Thompson, Senator Turner Ford, Senator Whaley, Senator Wiggins, Senator Williams, Senator Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will the senators and guests in the gallery please rise for the invocation to be given by Dr. Lamar Walker, who is the Associate Pastor of the Hopewell Missionary Baptist Church in Rienzi, Mississippi. He's a guest here of Senator Parks. Following Senator Parks' release in the Pledge of Allegiance. Dr. Walker.
If you will, let us bow, please. Gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you this morning thanking you for the many blessings you have bestowed upon us. We thank you for being so good and so kind to us, Lord, for being better to us than we've been to ourselves. Lord, we thank you for your mercy and we thank you for your grace. Gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you, Lord, for allowing these great senators, Lord, to be a part of our state. We thank you, Lord, for the great work that they're doing. We thank you for our governor and his team. We just thank you, gracious Heavenly Father, for being with us, Lord, and just keeping your loving arms around us, Lord, and keeping us in your care. Lord, we ask you, Lord, to bless our country, Lord. Continue to bless us, Lord, and to bless our armed forces, gracious Heavenly Father, as they protect us. And Lord, we ask you, Lord, to continue to bless our president, Lord, to allow him, Lord, to do the things that you would have him to do and the way that you would have him to do it. And we just thank you. We thank you for just being God all by yourself. Gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for all the wonderful things that you've done. We thank you for what you're doing right now and for all the things you will do. And we ask all these blessings in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
Join me with the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, got it.
Here we go. Got it? All right. Thank you. Very careful. Thank you. We look forward to having you here. Thank you, Dr. Walker. We appreciate you driving down this morning and being with us, Senator Parks. Now to the reading of the journal, Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the journal.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Message and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Committee reports. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next, the reading of the titles and bills and resolutions. Recognize Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the titles of bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. We move quickly to introductions. Introduction, Senate. Senator Williams, you're recognized for introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the high honor this morning, if you'll look over the smokers table, of introducing our doctor of the day. Dr. Sandy Liu is from the Choctaw Regional Medical Center in Ackerman, Mississippi. My constituent would like to welcome you, and also Lauren Summerall, a student at UMMC. Let's give them a great Senate welcome. Welcome to your Senate, ladies.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us today. Senator Parks for an introduction, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the smokers' table this morning, along with Reverend Walker, is his wife, Ruby Walker, and his granddaughter, Amia Guyton. If we could, let's make them welcome.
Thank you, Amia, for having spring break with us. Glad you joined us today. Other introductions? Other introductions? Seeing none, we'll move quickly to the calendar. I didn't even recognize you, you passed. Senator Hobson passes on number 1. Okay, Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 2, have it retain its place on the calendar, and go, and 3, skip its place and retain its place on the calendar, and go to item 4, Senate Bill 2907, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2907, PERS, Optional Retirement Program for IHL Employees, revised remittance of employees with contributions based on start date.
I'll make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Senator Harkins, you recognize.
Move we adopt the committee substitute, be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute, Senator.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is our friends at PERS requested this bill. This deals with the optional retirement plan. This is usually used by our institutions of higher learning and University Medical Center. And what it states is that everybody that is in the system before July 1 of 2025 will remain at the current rate, 14.75. It caps the defined contribution that the employer will be making. And going forward, any new hires after July 1 of 2025 will be capped at 9%. The remaining balance of the contribution, which is tied to the PERS contribution, will go to deal with the unfunded liability. There is a reverse repealer in the bill. We're still working through a few things with some of the parties involved. And so this basically just caps the program at 14.75, and any new hires would be capped at 9%. That is an explanation of the committee sub. I'll be happy to yield for any questions. If not, I'll move adoption of the committee sub.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, motion is to adopt the committee substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the bill, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Seeing no further questions, I move adoption on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Thank you, Senator. We're on motions to reconsider. Motions to reconsider, Senate. Those range from 5 to item 14. 5 to item 14. Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 13, Senate Bill 2628, have title read.
Items 5 through 12 will retain their place on the calendar. Item 13, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2628, Mississippi Capital Region Utility Act, create.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion will be to table the motion to reconsider.
Motion is to table the motion to reconsider. Senator Butler, for what purpose?
Introduction out of order, Mr. President.
Will be just a moment. Motion is to table the motion to reconsider. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Parker. Anyone else on motions? Senator Branning, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recognized to reconsider the vote on number 42 on yesterday's calendar, Senate Bill 2645.
Motion is to reconsider the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. We're on 42 from yesterday's calendar. Mr. Clerk, would you put it up on the screen, please? One moment. Senate Bill 2645, Senate.
Yeah, that's what I said, 2645. Mr. President, I believe it's number 42 on yesterday's calendar, Senate Bill 2645.
Senate Bill 2645 is correct. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2645, Mississippi Department of Transportation Design Bill Requirement Revisions.
You're recognized, Senator Branning.
The motion is that we reconsider the vote by which the committee sub was adopted.
Motion is to reconsider the vote on which the committee substitute was adopted yesterday. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator Branning.
Thank you, Mr. President. The reason that I'm bringing this up for reconsideration, there was language in the committee sub that I inadvertently omitted some current law. It was just a mistake. And so now what I'd ask you to do when we bring this up to reconsider the vote on the committee sub, I'm asking you to vote no. That is my motion.
Motion is to vote no on reconsidering the committee sub. All in favor of reconsidering committee sub, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it, it fails. We're back on the original bill, Senator.
My motion on the original bill, which was what was explained to you yesterday, is final passage on the morning roll call.
Now, final passage on the morning roll call. Does anyone object to the procedure? The court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes 2645 as originally done. We move back to motions to reconsider. Motions to reconsider, anyone? Seeing none, we go to the general calendar. Senator Parker, item 15.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to that item, Senate Bill 2311, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2311, Sheriff's remove cap on annual salary supplement.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be recognized to explain the committee sub.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have a committee sub that I'm going to have a strike all to in just a moment here, but just a little background on this bill. This has to do with our sheriff's salaries, and basically in looking at the statute on the sheriff's salaries, much like when we did the supervisors a few years ago, where the base salary for our sheriffs is set by population, and then the statute as we have existing right now went into some qualifiers in subsections 2 through 9 of our current law. And what I learned about that is over a period of many years, we had provisions where an election was put in the statute to allow one county after another to add a supplemental salary to the sheriffs. So sections 2 through 9 of the committee stub still reflect that. And then we also added another provision in the law a few years ago that allowed a sheriff in a county that had a youth court to have an additional supplement. So the bill that was brought to me removed the cap on the salaries for the sheriffs. And in committee, we had robust discussion about this, and we didn't want to remove the cap on the sheriff's salaries, but we wanted to be able to allow them to reflect the changing times and have the Board of Supervisors have at their discretion the ability to raise the sheriff's salary by an amount that they feel appropriate for the county. So the strike all that I would like to be recognized to explain, I'm going to get you a copy of in just a moment, but why don't we do this? Let's maybe move to adopt the committee sub, And then I'd like to be recognized to explain the strike all.
Motion is to adopt the committee substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Parker.
And thanks, Mr. President. I think we have the strike all in front of you, and I have copies. So let me explain it this way. Our current statute regarding the sheriff's salary is 11 pages long. Our new statute concerning the sheriff's salary is going to be down to 3.5 pages long. And in committee, Senator Suber had a good recommendation that he thought that, maybe making this a little bit more pared down would be easier than the kind of the complex language that we had been considering adding to the statute. And so on the committee sub, I'll kind of walk you through it here. The existing statute right now on the amendment that should be on the board on page 1, that's all existing law. The only change we have there is on line 9 where it says subsection 2 through now 3 is removing 2 through 9 because we're knocking out basically 7 sections of the bill. Everything else on page 1 is existing law. And on page 2, if the clerk can pull that up, line 17 through 32 is existing law. 17 through 35. And then the new addition that we're going to have here starts on 36 when we're striking the language from 2 through 9 of the current statute. And we're just going to have this one provision now. It says that in addition to the salary provided in subsection 1 of this section, the Board of Supervisors of any county in its discretion may, and that's the operative word, pay an annual supplement to the sheriff of the county in an amount not to exceed $35,000. The amount of the supplement shall be spread on the minutes of the board. So, and then beyond that, you'll see some more asterisks. That's removing subsection 11 of the existing code. And then the rest of the bill, as you see it here, are section and renumbering that takes place on the rest of page 3 and page 4. So just to explain this more, in subsections 2 through 9, what we did years ago is we picked one county and we said that that county can, if they desire, provide a supplement of an extra $10,000. Some said an extra $15,000. And then we came back at some point in subsection 10 of the sheriff's salary and said that all counties can do a supplement of up to $10,000. And then we came and we said if you have a youth court, you can do a supplement of up to $5,000. So we've had this very hard to understand hodgepodge of different language, and this will just make it clear. And in this language here, every single sheriff in the state, if the Board of Supervisors see that it's appropriate, will have an opportunity to have their salary increased as proposed by their own Board of Supervisors. And so that's a brief explanation, and I know we tried to make it a lot more transparent. Again, Senator Suber wanted to make it more transparent, and I think Senator Sparks was there. I'm not sure, but you're everywhere, if you know what I mean. You're usually with Super, but that's the explanation of the bill. I reckon I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, sir.
Turner Ford.
I'm sorry. Senator Turner Ford, I see your lights come on.
I have a question, Mr.
Were
President.
you here for a question, Senator Parker?
Sure.
Senator Turner Ford, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So does this bill state the base salary for a sheriff?
Yes, it still has the base salary, so it's based on the population of the counties, and that's on page 1 and 2 of the bill. For example, a county with a population more than 100,000 has a base salary of $104,000, and then it goes down to the lowest being a county of not more than 12,000 has a base salary of $80,000. So in this provision, you would basically take their base, and the county could add an additional $35,000 to that base at their discretion. So this is not a mandate at all upon the counties. It's just, it's up to their discretion.
Are there any concerns with, the supervisors are elected officials, the sheriff is elected, and I would say in the past, hasn't it been the case that supervisors have been directed as to what they should pay for salaries, with the exception of this, what was it, a $10,000 supplement?
Right, so the 10,000 supplement, and that's what we started to do in the statute, was in subsection 10 of the existing law. It says that the supervisors may, at their discretion, offer an additional $10,000 should they choose to. And so the first draft of the bill just basically, that was offered by Senator Wiggins, removed the cap, and it said the supervisors may offer whatever amount they wanted to. And we didn't want to go to, removal of the cap. I had a good talk with Senator Wiggins about that, and we felt like, putting a dollar amount on it. So, but then in committee, we were concerned when we started looking at this hodgepodge of, okay, in this county you may do 10, or if you have this situation you may do 5, or then you can do 10. It just was very hard to understand, and so we've tried to make it a lot easier to understand going forward, and and hopefully move the salaries up to reflect the changes in needs appropriate.
And I didn't have a chance to really read through the strike all. Is the language still present that allows for a sheriff to be paid more if there's a regional jail in the area?
Yes, so
That's
we did
still
leave that because that's a different code section. So you'll see that is in subsection 3 of the strike all, and it reflects that the sheriff may receive a premium provided in 45-241 of the code, which is a whole different situation where if you have a very large prison, there's a whole different statute that addresses that. So we are not affecting that in any way, shape, or form.
And how was the number or the cap of $35,000 decided?
So the original number that I came up with was because there was no cap in the original bill, and so to get out of committee, we came up with $25,000, and then I reached out to my sheriff, and I had him reach out to other sheriffs around the state, and I've got a list of those that he reached out to. He came back with a number of 31,000, and I thought 35 might be a better number, and 31's kind of an odd number to put in there. So it was based on feedback from the sheriffs and
do we know if the numbers that they submitted were they in any way based on caseload, population, or was this just an arbitrary figure that they decided?
Well, again, our statute is based on population already, so the sheriffs in the larger counties have the ability to have this number be a little higher than the ones in the smaller counties. And to your point, the ones who have more responsibilities with the regional, corrections facility have a different provision in the statute. So it's based on feedback and need. And, one thing I didn't mention in my discussion is that we have in many jurisdictions now, we have the municipalities are often paying a little bit higher than maybe what the sheriff is able to pay. And somewhere in the law too, we have a provision that anyone serving under the sheriff cannot make more than the sheriff. And so this is not the sheriffs coming to, I think, the legislature and saying, hey, we as the sheriffs, we've got to have more.
I'm having problems hearing.
I'm sorry. Yeah, but I think this is born from the fact that the sheriffs are having a little bit more trouble getting the support, other law enforcement's, the other officers they need because of the restriction that's put on their ability to pay deputies and other people serving with them, because we limit that to be less than what the sheriff is making.
And so the supplement is not to be spread among the department. This is strictly for the sheriff, this additional authority of set $35,000.
Right, so it goes to the sheriff, but then if the county, and my understanding of this, I believe it's true, if the county is paying the sheriff a little bit more, it gives the flexibility of the county to pay the deputies underneath that sheriff a little bit more, should they choose to. I think the provision is that you can't be paying, much like what we have with the governor and other people in our statute, where we have the chief executive of whatever branch it is going to have the higher salary.
So that potentially there is an increase that would exceed $35,000. If the sheriff can receive $35,000, which is going to be a supplement, and I think what I'm understanding you to say that would allow for an increase of the deputies,
Right?
then it seems like it's a matter that would be difficult to, I know the board can decide how much they want to pay and what's in their budget,
Right.
but I'm just concerned about an exorbitant amount.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Turner. Senator Sparks, for what purpose, sir?
A question, Mr.
Are
President.
you for a question, Senator?
Certainly.
Senator Sparks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The aforementioned $10,000 regional jail supplement, that is a shall, I think. In other words,
Yes,
if you
and
have
it's-
one, you shall be paid that.
Right, and that's still in here, and it references the section 45-241, and we're not changing any of that.
But all of the new number is discretionary, even though there may have been some things in the past that there was a statutory supplement ad for this, supplement ad for that. But is there any concern that a supplement is given, I guess it's at the discretion of the Board of Supervisors, that they
Right.
give a supplement not for any category that's been covered in the past, but they just have authority to give a supplement?
So I guess I don't understand your question. So the Board of Supervisors right now have had that provision to allow them to give the 10,000
Yes.
should they choose to.
Yes.
And so we're just basically extending that, the cap of that from 10,000 to 35. But we're also removing all of this language over here in 2 through 9 that said that, you know, if a sheriff serves in a county and if in that county there are these many people and if the conditions are this way, and I'm sure you've looked at the language, it just got very, very confusing. And I think it would be just more transparent and, you know, and just understandable, you know, to a Board of Supervisors if we phrase it this way.
And as I understand the bill, it has to be spread across the minutes, very detailed of
Right.
why they gave the raise. Or the
Exactly.
supplement, excuse me.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sparks.
All right, seeing no other questions, Senator, I think we're ready.
So my motion would be to move adoption of the strike-all.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
If there are no questions, I move passage by the use of the morning roll call of the strike-all.
Passage by use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Turner Forward, no. Barnett, no. Anyone else? Blackman, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Present? Anyone present? Seeing none, the bill passes with noes noted. 16. Senator Parker. Pass 16. Senator Carter. Pass 17. Senator Michelle. Pass and retain. Senator Wiggins. We're on 19, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to item 19, call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2261, Child Support, makes certain amendments to provision concerning recovery from delinquent non-custodial parents.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you. This comes to us from DHS. It's a simple bill. What they are requesting is to update language that allows them to use other types of communication as allowed by the financial institution when dealing with child support. To put it succinctly, when they have to collect child support and they have to go out and find that from the parents, they send things to the banking institution, say if it's a withholding order, things like that. And what this allows them to do is to do it electronically, but to work with the banking institutions that using what the banking institutions use. Most of the banking institutions use electronic communication, and so this simply allows them to do that because that was not in the law. Lines 50 to 52 address that. With that, Mr. President, be happy to answer questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready on your motion.
Move passage on the morning roll call,
Use
Mr.
of morning roll
President.
call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be regarded as voting no? Present. Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Number 20, Senator Wiggins.
Yes, call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2262, Child Support, revised provision related to an order to mirror current DHS practice and federal requirements.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Be allowed to explain the committee
You're
substitute.
recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. In short, the same Division of Department of Human Services in collecting child support was informed that the law was not in compliance with federal regulations, as we've talked in the past. They are able to draw down money to help collect child support, and what this does simply states that any modification goes from the date that the notice of the petition to modify has been given, and that's lines 67 and 68. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
The bill.
Move to adopt the committee substitute.
Questions on the committee substitute?
Move adoption.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Move passage on the morning roll call, Mr.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator England. Senator England. Pass and retain. Senator Parker. Pass and retain 22-23. Senator Polk. Senate, we're on 24.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 24 and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2762, retain, is further define and outline the process related to.
Make the usual motion.
Use your motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I'd like to consider the committee sub in lieu of the original bill and recognize Senator Williams to explain.
Senator Williams, you're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the retainage bill that we've been working on for a little bit of time. As you know, a lot of commercial contracts require retainage, and just to give a little bit of clarity of what that is, retainage is the withholding of a portion of the funds that are due to a contractor or subcontractor until the construction project is finished. It is meant to serve as a financial incentive and an assurance that the contractor will complete the project in a satisfactory manner. Currently, public contracts require, there is statutes on retainage, it's 5%. This bill simply will bring us along the line that on private contracts that will be allow maximum retainage at 5%. A little bit of the detail of the bill is this. Number one, what this bill does is it caps the retainage, as I just mentioned, at 5% of the contract price for the first 50% of the contract. The second 50% of the contract, there will not be any retainage under this statute. If the contractor holds more than the 5%, then there will be, they will have to pay 1% per month, 1% per month on that additional retainage. As again, this mirrors the public that's there. There are currently 13 states that have this enacted that have 5% or less. What this bill does not do, it does not include anything in the residential realm. It does not include contracts under $10,000. It does not include apartment buildings at 16 units or less. It does not affect a pay when paid. A lot of times subcontractors cannot be paid until the contractors are paid by the owners. It does not affect that, nor does it affect performance measures. If people have not performed a certain point of work at the time they submit for a draw, it is not approved. It in no way affects that. This will help the small to medium-sized contractors are out there in the commercial world. At this time, I'll yield for any questions, and at the proper time, Mr. President, I will have an amendment, a repealer, because we're still working some of the mechanics of this.
Okay, let's go first with questions on the committee substitute. Seeing none, do you have an amendment, sir?
Yes, sir, I do have an amendment, and if y'all put it on the plea, it's simply a reverse repealer.
Have we adopted committee substitute first, sir?
We have not. I move that we adopt the committee sub, Mr. President.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're on your amendment, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
It's up on the screen. One moment. Okay, you're good.
This is just a reverse appealer. We're dealing with the banking folks and trying to get the percentage right at the 5%. So if we could adopt this, Mr. President. I move adoption of the amendment.
Seeing no questions, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I move passage by use of the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Passed by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present?
Thank
Seeing
you.
none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Item 25, Senator Polk. Pass and retain. Senator Thompson. Senator Thompson. On 26, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we call up item number 26, Senate Bill 2647, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2647, Mississippi Comprehensive Coastal Conservation and Restoration Act of 2024 enact.
I make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, Senate Bill 2647 would create the Mississippi Comprehensive Coastal Conservation and Restoration Plan. What this would be is a plan that identified issues and proposed solutions for the Mississippi Sound and areas south of there. The current administration of coastal conservation and restoration monies rests with the Department of Marine Resources, the Department of Environmental Quality, and in part the Mississippi Development Authority. This bill would require those agencies to formally collaborate and provide science-based evidence to guide those coastal restoration and conservation efforts going forward. To briefly go through the bill, Section 1 is the title, obviously. Section 2 sets forth the purpose of the act and of the plan. Section 3 creates a technical advisory board to help formulate the plan. The board members are appointed by the governor, the Department of Environmental Quality, the Department of Marine Resources, representatives from the University of Southern Mississippi, representative from Mississippi State, and representatives from nonprofit environmental groups. The Technical Advisory Board will be housed at the Department of Marine Resources, and that's where they will meet to do their work. Section 4 obligates the Technical Advisory Board to put together a plan that shall incorporate short-term and long-term project goals and planning framework to help establish priorities for the spending of those coastal restoration funds. Section 5, the Technical Advisory Board shall provide an annual report to the legislature on their efforts. Section 6 simply revises the Department of Resources Executive Director's responsibilities to include the Mississippi Comprehensive Coastal Restoration Plan. Same thing for Section 7 for the Department of Environmental Quality, and the same thing for in Section 9 for the Secretary of State. That's a brief explanation of the bill. If there are any questions, I move for passage on the morning roll call.
All right, we'll go to questions. Senator Hobson?
Introduction out of order.
One moment, sir. Senator Hill?
Question.
You have a question?
Of course.
On lines 94, 92, 93, 94, says the plan shall establish priorities and goals to guide project applicants and state agencies in project ranking, selection, and award.
Yes, sir.
The plan may also provide guidance on specific projects that fit within the plan. Okay, what projects and grants are you referring to here on ranking, selection, and award? Can you give me examples?
Yes, ma'am. The examples would be the Go Mesa monies that the department spends on conservation restoration efforts. Another example would be some of the buckets under Restore Act monies, that's the BP settlement monies that the Department of Environmental Quality spends on coastal restoration and conservation efforts. Those would be the buckets of money that we're trying to have provide some science-based guidance on how those monies are spent.
So Go Mesa and the BP bucket that's controlled by DEQ, is there any other grant that it would sweep this into, that would be swept into this?
Well, keep in mind, this is not dictating how those monies are spent. This is just
A
providing
plan,
some guidance.
yes, but it's guidance. It's creating another board to guide that, to help determine, what the guidelines should be and make recommendations. So I'm just trying to figure out what else would be caught up in this plan rather than Go Mesa and the environmental quality bucket. Is that all that you can think of? 'Cause, Go Mesa immediately came to my mind. I figured that's what it was for, was Go Mesa. But I'm just wondering what other grants would it come, like Mississippi Coastal Heritage or any of those other entities that do grants?
Well, keep in mind, Senator Hill, the board is not there to select projects.
Right, they're trying to develop criteria
Yes,
to try to give to these entities that award the grants.
Yes, sir.
So that's what I'm trying to find out, is who will they submit this criteria to?
It would go to the Department of Marine Resources, Department of Environmental Quality, the two that are administering the big ones, and then to us. And we would
Okay.
be able to look back and see, okay, how are these spends looking compared to what the board has advised? It's not to
Thank you.
dictate those appropriations.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Other questions? Other questions? Okay, Senator, we're ready on your motion.
Motion would be for final passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Cause voting no. Present? Seeing none, thank you, Senator. Senator Thompson, 27.
Pass and retain.
Pass and retain. Senator Chasnow. Senator Chasnow. Pass and retain. Senator Hobson, you're recognized for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the South Gallery is the Superintendent of Schools for the Yazoo County Public Schools, Ken Barron. On behalf of Senator Thomas and myself, we'd like to welcome him to the Capitol and ask the Senate to make him welcome this morning.
You have spring break too there, Superintendent. Are you on spring break? Good. Congratulations. Thank you for what you do for the children. Okay, Senator Simmons, Derek, pass and retain number 29. Senator Branning, pass and retain 30 and 31. Senator Suber, Senate, we're on 32.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip items 32 and 33 and have them replaced on the calendar. And I want to go to item 34, Senate Bill 2494.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2494, State Agency Property, authorized DFA as central leasing agent for all state agencies.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the committee substitute, Senator.
Yes, I'd like to call it committee substitute in lieu of the original bill and ask for Senator Blunt to be recognized.
Senator Blunt, you're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill deals with state offices and leasing for office space in the metro area. Those of you who have been around for a little bit will remember that this was a priority for the committee in then Lieutenant Governor Reeves' first term. This bill is the same bill that was passed by this Senate at least 2 times, maybe 3 times that term, and grew out of some hearings that were held in Senator Johnson's committee of government structure and a way to be more efficient in the way the state agencies manage office space. It's a great big thick bill, but the only thing that is really new in the bill is section 1, which is the first 5 pages of the bill. Essentially the way agencies, well, let me back up a little bit. Right now in the metro area, the state of Mississippi spends more than $14 million a year in leasing privately owned space to hold state offices. The purpose of this bill is twofold. It is to get all of those leasing decisions in one place at the Department of Finance and Administration, which obviously the director of which is appointed by the governor, in an attempt to consolidate that space and to plan this in a more comprehensive manner. Right now, every agency out there, if they or in privately leased space has some general procedures that they have to go through, but essentially they decide where they want to be. And every agency has a boardroom where they have a board meeting once a month. Every agency has a copier room. Every agency has a break room. Every agency has internet service and all the rest of it. And we believe that we can be more efficient in the way that we spend right now more than $14 million and lease more than 1 million square feet in the 3-county area. The bill does two things. It puts DFA in charge of all that leasing and directs them to combine and consolidate where possible and more efficient, and to do so within the Capitol complex where it is cheaper and only where it is cheaper. The agencies now would then submit their plan for their office needs prior to the expiration of any current lease that they have. If there's available state space, they will move into that state-owned space. If there's not available state space, DFA is going to be able to coordinate all these agencies in leasing to try to combine and consolidate, to save space, to reduce footprint, and consolidate services in a defined geographic area, all under the auspices of DFA. That's an explanation of the committee substitute, Mr. President. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions?
If there are no questions, Mr. President, my motion would be passage to adopt the committee substitute.
Senator Polk, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
You
President.
for a question, Senator Blunt?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. In your presentation, you mentioned CCID several times and
Yes.
some other things. I just want to make sure, does this bill tie down DFA in any way of where they can lease space? In other words, do they have to consider CCID first, or I missed all of that, so if you would explain that.
Sure, I'll be happy to. The provisions are in line 73 through 82 of the committee substitute, and this is what it says. First of all, if a state agency is leasing privately owned space, and this bill only deals with privately owned space that is leased by the state, if they are providing direct public access on a regional basis, they're going to stay in that region where they are. For example, if in Senator Blackman's district, if there's a service in Canton, or in Senator Kirby's district, if there's a service in Brandon that serves the people of Rankin County, they're going to stay in Rankin County, or they're going to stay in Madison County. If it's a WIC office, if it's a welfare office, if it's a health department office, they're going to stay there. However, if it's a centralized office space, they shall be housed in a facility within the Capitol complex, but the Bureau may waive the requirements where relocation within the Capitol complex will significantly impair or restrict public access or increase the agency's rental cost. So if it costs more to move them to that area, then DFA can put them wherever they want to.
So CCID has to be considered first.
It has to be considered first, and it has to be cheaper. And if it's not cheaper, then everything's wide open. But the DFA will still coordinate that site, but they can choose any site they want if it doesn't meet the language I just read to you.
And that decision is solely DFA?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, Senator.
Move adoption of the committee substitute.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
If there are no further questions, Mr. President, my motion would be passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Blunt. Senator Barrett, pass and retain. Senator Bryan. One moment, we're on 36, Senate. Senator Bryan.
I ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill Number 2165, Dietitian Licensure Compact Enact.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. You're recognized.
I move to recommit.
Motion is to recommit. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Bill passes. Senator Bryan.
I go to the next item and ask that the title be read.
Number 37. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill Number 2240, Board of Medical Licensure, Revised Licensure Status, Definitions, Procedure, Fines, and Temporary Practice Authority.
I make the usual motion.
Yes, Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Bryan.
I move the committee substitute be considered in lieu of the original bill.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
I would ask the chair to recognize Senator Wiggins.
Senator Wiggins, you're recognized to explain the committee substitute. Number 37, Senate 2240.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill actually comes to us from the peer committee. They have requested this bill. The Board of Medical Licensure, let me back up. What it's actually doing is updating the Medical Practice Act. I do think there may be an amendment on this bill, but what it does is it updates the Medical Practice Act. And peer looked through it, said we need to do certain things, and they include updating outdated and redundant language throughout the statute to meet modern standards, including changing the definition of practice of medicine, updating the board's composition by creating 3 official board members, expanding the board's discipline authority to include placing a licensee on probation and fines as intermediate forms of discipline in lieu of license suspension, requires the State Board of Medical Licensure to implement a penalty matrix to guide decisions for appropriate violation, expands the scope of the Disabled Physicians Law to include all licensees of the State Board of Medical Licensure, and codifies a requirement that the Board of Medical Licensure shall be provided with annual performance statistics from the Physician Health Program, and implements a repealer that stands effective in June of 2028. Bottom line is the Medical Practice Act has been outdated and nothing's been done to it probably for 30 years. And so what you're seeing is the peer coming to us asking us for this bill to update that, and that's what it does, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator, you're recognized.
I remember this bill in committee. Can you point me to the primary changes in the Medical Practice Act as to what lines those are? I believe it's the first part of the bill.
No, well, it's throughout the whole code section, Senator Hill, but Section 1 lines, and I'm looking at the committee substitute, and Mr. President, I am explaining the committee substitute, lines 52 to 57, where it defines practice of medicine. If you go over to Section 4, talks about electronically transmitting things. If you go to lines 146 to 163, talks about petitioning for a license, and there was a change done in committee to incentivize those who are going through the Rural Physicians Program that they can have a temporary license for up to a year. Section 5, lines 172 to 182, talking about temporary licenses. If you go on over to, there's also language about the authority of the board to issue subpoenas and licenses, and as the peer committee said, to expand the board's discipline authority to place a licensee on a probation. And the problem was that peer found was there was no intermediate steps. The issues were that it was either all or nothing. And so what peer said is we need to update it so there's an intermediate suspension, an intermediate, I guess, penalties. If you look lines 384, that talks about investigatory subpoenas, about patients' records. If you go over to, let's see, I think it's section 11, lines 542, it talks about when a licensee knowingly permits a person to make an agreement with a patient or person to avoid the board, then you can suffer consequences on that. Section 13 talks about the appeal procedure. Section 14 again talks about the appeal procedure. Section 15 talks about what the practice of medicine shall mean, and what the board looks at. And then starting in line 773, talks about the remedies. Then section 18 talks about the board membership, and then there's cleanup and technical language with that.
My main thing is I just wanted to make sure that we're not catching up like nutrition and fitness coaches and people like this to try to, say that they're practicing medicine, because it seemed like in committee it seemed more broad than what I'm looking at here on the screen. But maybe that was just a discussion in committee that I'm remembering. But I don't. So this wouldn't catch up somebody that's a fitness coach or nutrition coach or somebody that sells like herbs or whatever to people, like GNC, these weight loss things that are that people are using. It wouldn't catch any of that stuff up, would it?
It would not.
Okay, that was my main concern.
And I'm looking, I think Senator Parker has an amendment that is going to even tighten the language down some more.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Jordan, for what purpose?
I have a question, Mr. President.
Are you here for a question, Senator Wiggins?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator, you're recognized
Wiggins.
for a question.
Yes.
Chairman Wiggins, out of curiosity, how many members on this committee, Board of Medicine, Licensures? You have an idea?
How many members on the board?
Yes.
Look. Give me 1 second.
Just out of curiosity, I just want to know.
I know it's in here, but they're appointed by the governor, and nominees are put forward by the state medical. It's in the bill. I can get that to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Senator Blackman, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
Are you here
President.
for a question, Senator Wiggins?
Before I yield, I did find to Senator Jordan, line 1092, line 1079, State Board of Medical Licensure shall consist of 9 physicians. And then in 1092, 3 physicians shall be nominated to the governor for each appointed position by the state medical. All that is current language and is not changing. What is changing, or what's being proposed, is that the governor shall appoint from the nominations members of the board with the advice and consent of the Senate, but may also select nominees who are not nominated by the State Medical Association. So with that, I will yield to Senator Blackman.
Thank you, Senator Wiggins. I'm looking at line 150, and it says that the physicians can petition the board, and it says for extraordinary or other legitimate reasons. Is there somewhere that lays out what those reasons could be, or is it just up to the board on a case-by-case basis?
Which line are we looking at?
150.
160
No, 150.
of the committee substitute?
Yes.
Yeah. Other may petition, okay. So what it says is may petition the board for reinstatement if the physician was unable to meet the June 30th deadline due to extraordinary or other legitimate reasons. If your question is, are those delineated in there? The answer is no.
Okay, so it's up to the board on a
Yes.
case-by-case basis? All right,
As
thank you.
written.
Thank you, Senator Parker. Senator Parker, one moment, please. Take your time. Okay, Senator Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Senator Parker.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your work on this. And, we had a lively debate on it in committee, and we're not going to have that debate again today, which is good news. But I appreciate through some of your communications, I've had, particularly Dr. Edney, I had a good long talk with him. I ran into Dr. Cleveland, but have not been able to sit down with him. But what my intent would be, if agreeable to the chair, is to bring an amendment that hopefully will solve some of the problems we had in the committee. And so we're working to get that crafted now. I've also got, I believe, an amendment to my amendment from Senator DeBar that he wants to add in there too. And so I just appreciate your willingness to work on this as we move this along, because I'd like to get this through, but I'd also like to make sure that some of the questions and concerns that we came up with in committee were addressed. And so wouldn't you agree that an amendment would be better than a floor debate on this issue?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Senator Wiggins.
Senator Polk, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator Wiggins?
Yes.
Senator Polk's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are you aware that we have several boards, many boards actually, that oversee medical professionals? And many times these boards are at odds with each other, and some of their rulemaking decisions hamper
Like
one
the
of the other boards.
cosmetology and the barbershop board?
That's kind of like that, yes.
Yeah.
In fact, I said one time we need to put medical under cosmetology, might solve some problems. But was any discussion given to maybe soon coordinating and having only one board that dealt with all the medical professionals? And by that I would say, if you have the ability to write a prescription, you would come under this board. Was any discussion regarding that idea brought forward?
No, and let me remind you, not that I know of, this is coming to us from PEER, this recommendation. And actually, and I know I've been mentioning the Medical Licensure Board, they are in support of it, but this is not their bill. Okay, PEER is looking at it and is making these recommendations to us. In PEER's review and all, it was not stated that that's what we needed to do.
Right, and I understand that, but it seems that we're always dealing with some type of medical issue in the Senate each year, and possibly if we looked at having one board instead of a plethora of boards, we might be able to solve some of these problems.
I know that the Lieutenant Governor has looked into that. I certainly think it would be worthwhile to have PEER look into that issue.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Williams, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
Are
President.
you for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator Williams is recognized.
Thank you. Just a question, Mr. Chairman. On lines 739, it says the practice of medicine shall mean, and you go down to line 750, it says suggesting, recommending, prescribing, or administering any form of treatment, operation, or healing. And help me understand, I'm sure it's a point of clarity that I need, but I mean, if my wife puts a cold compress on my head, then she's practicing medicine by that definition, or am I not understanding correctly?
If your question is are the Board of Medical Licensure going to prosecute your wife, the answer is no.
No, it's just a simple analogy to say, I mean, it seems like the net is very, very broad here, that you could take those words and go to anyone, and there are people out there from, I went to training this morning, and the guy that's, doing that young lady, should be a competent because she's, advising something physically to, help me.
Yeah, so the words are there, and it says that.
Yes,
Senator Parker's amendment, I think, and this was the discussion that we had in committee, Senator Parker's amendment is going to tighten that down even further.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I will also state that understanding that people have a fear of the agencies coming in and government overreach, they are not going to do that. If you're a housewife putting a cold compress on somebody's forehead, that's not the practice of medicine. This is to regulate licensed physicians, and just as an attorney, it is illegal in the state of Mississippi to practice to practice law without a license, and that falls under there. But that means going into court and taking money from people and saying you're an attorney and holding yourself out. So no, I don't think it applies in that. But I do think it's important to note that the board is not going to come out and with Gestapo, let's just say, and do that. We had the discussion about midwifery and the understanding that midwives are afraid of that. There's language in there that takes care of that, but they're not going to do that. So no, my answer, that's a long answer to say no.
Well, I firmly believe the intent, Senator, what you intend to do is definitely not to encompass that at all. It's just that the next regime, will they take the words if it's codified and interpret them, is my only concern. And I'm confident that the amendments before us will hopefully provide clarity.
That's why Peer recommended that there be a repealer in there so they come back before the legislature, and should there even be those issues, that we can address them.
Thank you. Thank you for your work on this.
Thank you.
Senator Hill, do you have a question?
Just a follow-up.
Yes, I yield.
I finally found that section since Senator Williams referred to it. I hadn't made it that far down.
Oh, dang it. Just kidding.
Where it talks about holding oneself out to the public within this state as being able to diagnose, treat, prescribe, palliate, or prevent any human disease, ailment, injury, deformity, or physical or mental condition, whether by the use of drugs, surgery, manipulation, technology, or any physical, mechanical, or other means. What immediately comes to my mind are athletic trainers and people that work with athletic teams, where they wrap these people, do things to try to prevent injury when they go out on the field. They're using technology, they're using wraps, they're using braces, they're using different types of things. And so some of that is what's concerning to me, that some of the things that athletic trainers and other people do to prevent injury by technology or any other physical or mechanical or other means, that's what this is describing as practice in medicine between 744 and 749. So I'm just concerned at how broad this is, this language of practice in medicine, because I think you're catching up other professions that do certain things for people and defining that as a practice of medicine. And that's why I have a real hard time with this bill, because it's so broad.
Well, to answer your question, the scenario, my answer is the same as I said to Senator Williams. So that is not a concern in that sense. On your specific scenario, I know for a fact that trainers work, let's just say, under the guise or with orthopedists, and do that. They're governed by their own rules and regulations, and they have to abide by that. And I would say if that was to even be the case, they would be disciplined by their own governing, regulating board, not this Board of Medical Licensure. And I think that is important to recognize, and I understand the questions, and they're valid questions, but these medical professions, be it a trainer or a nurse or cosmetologist, they all have their own boards that they have to abide by, which may be the point of Senator Polk's point. So the Board of Medical Licensure, this applies to what I call your doctors as we know them. Your doctors, your MDs, your DOs, and all of that. And if somebody's out there saying, I'm a medical doctor and I'm going to diagnose you with cancer and you don't really have it, then that's a problem. But an athletic trainer who is licensed in Mississippi, who has the board, they're not going to do that. And they neither have the resources, nor they don't have the intent to do that. And again, this comes from Peer after a review of to update the law as it pertains to what is the practice of medicine. And I know that, I guess the concerns are valid, but that wasn't raised in the Peer report.
And from what I understand, this didn't go before the full Peer committee. This was just an ask of Peer to look into this, because from what I gather, it didn't go before the legislative peer committee, correct?
I don't know. You can talk to the Chairman Blackwell.
Well, he may can chime in, but I don't think it went before the full committee. I think this was just something that was asked of peer.
Okay, Senator Parks, you have a question? You yield Senator Parks for a question?
I do.
Senator
No.
Parks.
Oh,
No question?
Introduction at the appropriate time, sir.
Okay, hold on a minute, please. All right, next, Senator Blackwell for a question. Do you have a question?
yes.
Do you yield?
I do.
Mr. President.
Thank you.
I yield.
You,
Thank
Senator
you,
Blackwell.
Senator. Are you aware that peer did a study on the Medical Licensure Board?
Yes.
Trying to think of how to phrase this in the form of a question, but would it surprise you to know that that information was presented to peer, and peer decided not to release the report?
No.
That did occur.
Yes.
And from that is why we have this bill in front of us today. It's a working relationship between the licensure board and peer, just trying to update the board's language to current language that other states have.
And yes, and having been informed of the background, is to try to get a piece of legislation that governs the doctors in this state appropriately, and understanding the concerns that have been raised both in committee and here, is to tighten down the language and get an act that can really withstand the next 15 to 20 years, although there's the repealer in there for us to come back and look at. By the way, that was part of the issue, was there was no repealer in it, and so we, the legislature, were never forced to come back and look at it, but that's being rectified.
Okay, Senator Wiggins, I see no further questions. You move for adoption.
I think there's an amendment, Mr. Chairman.
We have
Mr.
to
President.
adopt the committee sub.
I move to adopt the committee substitute, Mr. President.
Thank you. The motion is to adopt the committee sub. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now for the amendment, I think Senator Parker, maybe, is that correct?
We got it, yes, sir.
You're recognized for an amendment, Senator. Senator Butler and also Senator Parks while we're waiting. Senator Butler. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear Senator Butler. Okay, Senator, it's on now.
Introduction on all, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, and then Senator.
I would like for the Senate to welcome Bill Stone, who's at the smokers table. Former Senator Bill Stone is here. Let us welcome him to here today.
Welcome, Senator. Glad to have you. Now, Senator Parks for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the West Gallery, if we would, if I could, ask Trey Jones to stand, and let's make him welcome all the way from Corinth, Mississippi this morning.
Welcome to your Senate. And Senator Michelle, for what purpose?
Introduction, please.
You're recognized.
It's former Senator's Day here at the Capitol, Mr. President. I'd also like to welcome my former desk mate, Senator Billy Hughes. We call him now Mayor Hughes, as he's the mayor of Gulfport. Senator Hughes, would you stand up at the smokers table over there where we welcome you to the state Senate?
Welcome, Senator, Mayor. Welcome back. Okay, also, that will be it. All right, Senator Parker for the amendment whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hopefully the amendment will be on the board here in just a second. So this amendment is on behalf of myself and Senator DeBar. The concern in this, I've heard through the questions here, is that we be pretty clear about one part of the language. And I don't have the bill in front of me, but I think I've memorized most of it. In section 15 of it, there's a provision where there are 5 qualifiers that are defined as if you are doing any one of the 5 you are practicing medicine. One qualification of that was concerning was that if you're using the term MD, DO, or any other term that could be construed, as a practice of medicine, that would be problematic. To Senator Wiggins' point a moment ago, he made the statement that doctors as we know them, is what this is dealing with, and then he qualified that as being the MDs. What my amendment to the bill does is it recognizes that we have other professions who are known as doctors. When I go to my dentist, when I go to my veterinarian, I refer to them as doctor, and I would hopefully not with this bill want to in any way, shape, or form decrease their ability to call themselves a doctor or to use that term that all of their either patients or the people who visit them do. So what it would do is it would insert this language at the start of section 15, and it says, nothing herein shall be construed to prohibit, sanction, or require license with respect to any of the following, the practice of the following doctors as defined by the laws of this state. Furthermore, this chapter is not intended to limit, restrict, enlarge, or alter the medical and or surgical privileges and practice of the following professions as provided by the laws of this state: dentistry, DDS or DMD, optometry, OD, chiropractic, DC, veterinarian, DVM, or VMD. And then the addition that Senator DeBar wanted added to this also adds that nothing herein shall be construed to prohibit, sanction, or punish licensed nurses, nurse practitioners, or advanced practice nurses who are practicing within their scope of practice. So again, it just gives a qualifier here of that concern I mentioned for you on subsection 4 of 15. The qualifier number 4 under the 5 provisions, and then in subsection 4 where it goes into the sanctioning. I certainly wouldn't want someone to be inadvertently construed as practicing medicine and be up to a $25,000 penalty per event, if they were truly practicing their profession. So again, this was a hurried amendment. I wasn't aware that the bill was going to come up today, but hopefully this bill will answer some of the questions that the hundreds of emails I got about this bill have created in my mind. So with that, I yield for questions on the amendment.
All right, Senator Jordan, for what purpose?
I have a question, Mr. President, too.
Do you yield Senator Jordan for questions?
Certainly.
Senator Jordan, you're recognized.
So according to your amendment, those initials will distinguish what kind of doctor we're talking about. Is that the purpose of your committee?
So the bill that we're on is the law regarding the scope of medical licensure board. So basically, I would call it kind of like the scope law for the medical licensure board, and it would qualify that these professions as listed here are not subject to the provisions of the medical licensure board law.
Oh, so that does distinguish them by the initials that you got in parentheses there.
Yes, sir. Those are the degrees conferred to these doctors as listed on here. And I tried to just hurriedly try to name the ones who are routinely and who are conferred the degree of doctor when they graduate and who are routinely referred to as doctor every day in their practices.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Jordan.
Senator Williams, what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield Senator Williams for a question.
Certainly.
Senator Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Forgive me, but, and I may be reading things in that's not right, but is this basically language saying you can't use the word doctor? I mean, you can be charged $25,000 for using the word doctor in some circumstances?
So, again, there's always difference of opinions in how you read things. My concern comes from a bill last year that made it through the Florida legislature that was introduced, and it basically went through and said that unless you're an MD or DO in any way, shape, or fashion, you cannot use the term doctor. It made it all the way to the governor's desk, was vetoed by the governor. it came to my attention that that bill, as introduced in Florida, was considered for introduction this year into this session, and that consideration was not taken. So we did not have a bill that came that way, but it certainly gives, I think, dentists and veterinarians and, other professions just a little concern, in that. And, we, and I can't speak for everyone, but we just want to just be sure with this. And that's my desire on this, is to continue to work with Senator Wiggins on this to get this right. And as I understand, the bill does have a reverse repealer in it. But if we are able to add this amendment at this stage, I think it will, move the bill closer towards the, the language necessary to get this passed.
Thank you. Thank you for your amendment.
Thank you, Senator Williams.
Senator Polk, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator, for a
Certainly.
question. Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman. I noticed on this list that Dr. Podiatry is not on there.
Right.
And in Hattiesburg, there's advertisements all the time for a doctor of podiatry.
Right.
Was any particular reason you left that
So-
degree out?
So I believe the podiatrists in the state of Mississippi are actually under the Medical Licensure Board, and so the Medical Licensure Board, through their, utilization of this bill, I think will have their ability to kind of follow and watch the podiatrists. So they are a unique exception to that. But I think as this moves along, we may find some other specialties that need to be added, and this was not an all-inclusive list. This actually, after this came up in committee, I looked at what other states have done, because this bill or something similar to it has come up in other states, and I found, I believe this language was one I found in Arkansas through some of my research on it, of what they did when they passed a similar bill.
All right. But you specifically said last year, and I think I remember that a bill almost got through that only let DOs and MDs use the term.
Right.
Wouldn't you be as afraid for a podiatrist to be in the same situation?
I certainly would be, and I think that's something that, I would consider that a friendly amendment to my amendment, or, again, because it's got a reverse repealer in it, my desire is to continue to work with Senator Wiggins as subcommittee chair to hopefully, if this moves along, past this chamber, to add any provisions that we need to just make that transparent and clear.
And you said Senator DeBar had asked or mentioned that some of the nurse practitioners have degrees that are doctor degrees.
Yes.
And they're not added in this either, is that correct?
No, we added that. So at the very bottom here, that's why Senator DeBar and I are co-authors. So we added that, and and I explained at sidebar with Senator DeBar, the reason I did not, in the quick amendment I put together, include the nurses in that was because of the provision at the start here that says the practice of the following doctors as defined. And though the nurse practitioners, through their degree process, can achieve a doctorate of nursing, I don't know exactly what that's called, they are not routinely referred to as doctors in their practice. So I think his amendment underneath this that qualifies that is a good way to delineate it.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Fillingame, for what purpose?
Question.
You yield, Senator Fillingame, for a question.
Certainly.
Senator Fillingame recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Parker. Curious about PhDs. Are they included in this or not? Because we have a lot of professors around our various institutions throughout the state.
So if you read the fourth part of, again, I'm sorry, I don't have the bill in front of me, but in section 15 of the bill, where it says that the practice of medicine shall be any one of the following, there are 5 qualifiers after that come up, and I think it's qualifier number 4 where it says using the term, or any other term that implies something is the concern. And so it could be, and we talked about this in committee too, it could be that in the process of this bill moving along, that might be something that we need to look at also, because I agree that, if you if you've achieved a PhD or some level of, yeah, that'd be helpful. So it says, or any other word or abbreviation to indicate or induce others to believe that one is engaged in the diagnosis, treatment of persons afflicted with disease, injury, defect of body and mind. So in that definition there, it wouldn't get the PhDs, because the PhDs are not ever practicing in a way where they might be considered to be treating disease or injury. So I'll re-answer your question by saying that I don't think that would apply to them based on the language I now see in front of me.
So the doctors of psychology with PhDs there, they do, I think, tend to visit with people and try to help.
That's another good group. To your point and to Senator Polk's point, it raises just a lot of questions here, and that's why I think continued work on this. And I would say my amendment is a start towards that continued work, but I'd certainly like to work with you and anyone else, to try to refine it as best possible.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Senator Fillinger.
Senator Hill, for what purpose? Do you have a question?
She always has a question for me. I certainly yield.
I think this makes the bill better, but I think as it moves to conference, if you look at lines C on 756, I know you don't have the bill with you, but it says maintaining an office or other place to meet persons or patients for the purpose of examining or treating persons afflicted with disease, injury, defect of the body or mind, or other conditions for which treatment is sought. That's one of the conditions that you have to meet. You can meet any one of the conditions listed, like you said, there's 5, I think. It seems to me that somebody who is acting as a personal trainer meets up with a group of women at the gym, and I have a friend who does that. She has her own studio. These women are coming to get help with obesity, which is a disease. She's not licensed to do anything in the state of Mississippi, but she basically is an exercise coach, and these women go down there and lose a bunch of weight. And so I'm really concerned that fitness trainers, personal trainers who are not licensed in the state, but coach people in the gym, show them how to use this equipment and stuff to lose weight. I'm extremely concerned that they would be under letter C, practicing medicine without a license. I'm also concerned that people who administer over-the-counter medications, and maybe you would agree or not, but if this moves through conference, we need to make clear that someone who is administering over-the-counter medications to someone is not practicing medicine without a license, because there's no distinguishment in here between prescriptions and OTC medicines. So I have found a lot of problems with this bill as I've read through it. And so I'm just asking, since you're putting this amendment in there, which I think helps, that we would stay in touch and work on some of these other things that I think may be unintended consequences. So I'm just asking for some of these things that we're looking at as it goes through the process, for you to work with me and Senator Wiggins to work with me on some of these things that are very broad.
Right, and I would say that I share the concern that in subsection 15, we're defining the practice of medicine by any one of the 5. I think, in most of the bills in the short 3 terms I've been here, it's not usually our standard to define something by a list of 5 and then say that, if you're doing any one of the 5, you're doing that.
Yeah, maybe
Usually
you need to do all 5.
Right. And so that's, that's the thing. As you read the bill, you have to understand that if your understanding of the bill is anything, if you think, well, if you're doing 1 and 2, then that's it. No, it's if you're doing any one of the 5, and so you have to look at each one closely, and that's why I think, there's been concern that's been raised on the bill. But thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I see no further questions. Senator Wiggins, did you wish to speak on the amendment?
Thank you. There is a reverse repealer, and as Senator Parker said, we had a long debate. I don't think this discussion is over, but the amendment helps us get there, and I think it's a good amendment for where we are in the process right now.
Senator Parker, would you like to close on your amendment, please?
Thank you, Senator Wiggins. I move adoption of the amendment.
Seeing no questions, the senator moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is passed. Senator Wiggins.
Move move passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President. Oh.
We have a question. Senator Barr, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Do you yield Senator Barr for a question?
Yes.
Senator Barr.
Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Thank you, Mr. President. You've repeatedly said that there's a reverse repealer in the committee sub. Is that your intention? Make sure there's a reverse repealer?
Section 30.
Section 30. My reading is Section 30 basically says it takes effect July 1st of 24 and repeals on June 30th of 28. So if I offer amendment making a reverse repealer, would you oppose that? Or you?
I mean, I have said it, so I thought that's what it said. But
proper time.
But this goes to what I said about the 2028 that we will be here. But no, I don't have a problem with that.
I have amendment proper time, Mr. President.
Now would be proper. While we're waiting, I may make an announcement. We're going to handle one more bill before we go to lunch. And today is also Senator Branning's birthday, I understand.
Yay.
Happy birthday, Senator. Now for the amendment. Senator DeVar.
Thank you, Mr. President. As was said many times during the debate, there's a reverse repealer in the bill. This just makes clear that there is a reverse repealer. That's all. I'll answer any questions if there are.
Any questions? Motion?
Motion for adoption.
Adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Now, Senator Wiggins.
Move passage on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests passage by the use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Williams. Senator Blackman. Hill. Senator Hill, did you wish to be voted as no? As present. Okay. That would be all. Okay. All right, please record all others present by use of morning roll calls voting aye. The bill has passed. Senator Bryan.
I go to item 38 and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2329, Early Intervention Task Force, reconstituting said membership and responsibilities.
Senator Bryan.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
I move to recommit.
Senator moves to recommit. Are there any questions? Motion is recommit. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. The bill's been recommitted. Thank you, Senator.
I go to item 39 and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2857, Medical Cannabis Act, set additional provisions related to background checks, department investigation, fees, and appeals.
Senator Bryan.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan.
I ask the chair to recognize Senator Blackwell.
Senator Blackwell. Senator Blackwell. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. This bill comes to us at the request of the Department of Health and Department of Public Safety. As you guys will recall, we passed the Medical Cannabis Act a couple of years ago, and within it, we required the department to do background checks on everybody who was affiliated within the medical cannabis establishments. And that's what this bill does. Or actually, let me step back. They needed to work with the FBI to get the fingerprints and the background checks. The FBI wanted statutory language in order to do that, and so that's what's in front of us today. The language in the Senate bill was drafted based on the denial letter that the FBI provided us regarding the language they would need to assist and work with the Department of Health and Department of Public Safety. So in this, Section 1 basically says that restates that the Department of Health will do background checks on anybody affiliated within the medical cannabis establishment industry. It defines the various applicants, such as employee, agent, board member, and it allows the Department of Health, DPS, to work with the FBI.
Section 2 of this bill gives authority to the Department of Health to recoup investigative fees. If you may recall that we had a bad actor in a lab a couple of months ago. The department investigated and is now trying to recoup about $1 million in fees that were spent during that investigation. So this gives the department that authority. I'll yield for any questions.
Are there any questions? Senator Hill for a question. You yield, Senator Hill, for a question.
I yield.
Senator Hill. So have they not been doing background checks previously?
They have been, but they're apparently not going through the FBI database.
Okay, because on the original bill, I can remember that you can get a license if you're a felon and it's been 5 years. The only people that were kicked out of that were the violent felons on 9732. So I'm assuming that's what they're looking for, is the violent crimes on 9732.
Yes, ma'am. They're just trying to make sure that the applicant's a good applicant.
Yeah, and the fact that other jurisdictions don't necessarily put their information into the main system is also going to create a problem, because even though that says one thing, that there may be other things out there too, but I think that's a good improvement.
Okay, no other questions, Senator?
Move for passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of morning roll call, final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. We'll go to item 40. Senator Bryan.
Mr. President, I would like to pass that item, and I do not ask that it retain its place on the calendar. That will have the effect of sending the item to the heel of the calendar. I want to make it clear, I'm not trying to kill the bill and do not intend to kill the bill. It just needs to go to the bottom of the calendar for scheduling purposes.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. We will pass and not retain its place on the calendar. It will be placed at the heel of the calendar. Item 40, Senate Bill number 2888. Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the Senate stand in recess until 1:30.
Move that we stand in recess to 1:30. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. Stand in recess. The ayes have it.
Senator Branning?
Where are we?
We're on 42, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask that the title be read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2644, Harvest Permit License Tag Increase Weight Category 4.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is just an effort to conform language to the weight change that we did back in 2021 regarding the harvest permit. This is not an additional weight change. It just adjusts the weight categories to reflect the law that we passed a couple of years ago. You will see the changes in lines 61 and 66. And then I will have an amendment to address some additional language at the appropriate time.
Which one?
Okay, Senator, we have your amendment on the screen.
This amendment actually takes away some language that I had in the original bill in committee that dealt with a 3% exemption for tag holders. But since the bill passed in committee, I began to have conversations with the Department of Revenue, and I realized I had more questions than answers. So I don't want to bring something before this body that I do not feel 100% confident that I have all the answers. So what I would like to do is remove this section of the bill and maybe study it a little further, and maybe it can be brought up in the future. So I'm happy to answer any questions on the amendment.
Questions on the amendment?
If no questions, I move adoption of the amendment.
Senator moves adoption of the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
If there are no questions on the bill, I move final passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no.
Except Horn.
Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Blunt.
51.
Senate, we're on 43.
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to get out and have title read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2132, Child Support Without Gaming Prizes or Withhold Gaming Prizes, a person who has outstanding child support arrearages.
Make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, I would move that we adopt the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute, Senator.
What I'd like to do, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, is ask you to adopt the committee sub. There is an amendment, and if we can adopt the committee sub, get it before us, I'll be happy to explain the bill and the amendment at one time. So if there are no questions right now, I would move that we do adopt the committee sub.
Okay. All right, we're ready, Senator. I see no questions.
Mr. President, have we adopted the committee sub?
We'll adopt the committee sub now, sir.
I'd like to offer amendment number one to the committee sub on Senate Bill 2132.
We need to adopt the committee substitute first, sir.
Move adoption of the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're on your amendment, sir.
Okay. Offer amendment number one to Senate Bill 2132. Ask to be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized to explain the amendment. It's up on the screen, Senator.
So let me explain briefly the purpose of the bill as it would exist if you adopt the amendment. The amendment in the bill are to help with the collection of child support. The bill is talked about Senator Michelle, and this is what it would do. It would say that if a person wins gaming income for a game that already, under current law, requires the casino to produce IRS form W2G upon winning. Before that person gets his or her winnings, the casino will check a database to be developed by the Department of Human Services to see if that person owes child support. If that person doesn't owe any child support, he or she will get their winnings. If that person does owe child support, that money will be sent to the Department of Human Services so that it will be sent to the person who is owed that child support. If anyone feels like that is an error, the amendment provides that he or she can go directly to the Department of Human Services, tell them why they think that's a mistake, and have an administrative hearing. If they're not happy with that hearing, they can always go to court. But the point I want to make is this is to help families who are owed child support. These are the only winnings for which this document is already being produced and reported to the appropriate taxing authorities. The amount for a slot machine winning is $1,200. If you win more than $1,200 playing slots, you're getting that form right now. It's being produced right now. The only other category of winnings that would be covered under this and that this tax document is already being produced for is sports betting. It's roughly $600. If you win more than $600 betting in a casino on sports, this form is being produced and your name would be checked against the database. Those winnings, I should say, constitute about 85 to 90% of the winnings that are paid out at casinos in the state. This is modeled off a similar proposal that's been in law for some time involving casinos in Louisiana. We've gotten input from the Department of Human Services who asked for this. We've also gotten input from the industry that would be affected by it to make sure that they're protected from any liability if they act in good faith to try to comply with the act. So that's an explanation of the amendment to the committee sub. Mr. President, I'll be happy to yield for any questions.
All right, on questions, Senator Hickman, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Senator Hickman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Blunt. I think I have just two clarifying questions because I just want to understand this. If I understand it correctly, this doesn't kick in until they win over a certain amount, and there's already a requirement of certain paperworks and amounts are held and all of this kind of stuff already.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
So this is not putting any more onus on the industry, and it's also not delaying if a person, does not owe child support. This system would not delay them getting their winnings or anything like that.
That's correct. It is no new obligation on the industry. They're already doing this, and if we're going to give the Department of Human Services a year and a half, I should say, because they think they can pay for the real-time database where you can get checked. They think they can do that. It would go into effect, the database would go into effect January 1, 2026.
And my one final question, if someone, if someone owed a certain amount in arrearage, let's just use a flat number, like they owed $100 in arrearage and they had won, $2,000, I'm guessing if only the $100 in the dispute, they would get that $1,900 in normal time they would, and then the $100 would go to whatever, and if they have a dispute, they would be able to go directly to Human Services to solve that.
Yes, that's exactly right. The bill says if the remainder is equal to or less than zero, I'm sorry. Yeah, the short answer is yes.
Thank you. That's all I want.
I just wanted to be clear. $1,900.
Thank you.
Sir?
Question, Mr.
You yield
President.
for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Senator Williams.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of questions. You mentioned the development of a database. Do you know approximately what the expense will be to develop that?
I do not, but I do know that the Department of Human Services, as I just indicated, believes that they can use federal funds to help develop it, and that's why they asked for a little bit longer time frame, so that the database would be in place not later than January 1, 2026, if this bill was to become law. But I do not know the cost.
Net zero cost for the development, assuming that?
Yeah, assuming that, yes.
Yes, in researching this bill, do we know how many people are late on child support in our state, or approximately?
Gosh, it's a lot, and I did get that. I did not bring that with me to the podium, Senator Williams, but yes, there are a lot of folks, and we've got a few other bills on the calendar on this subject, and we're just trying to help those custodial parents get the money they're owed.
Well, they need to pay, so thank you for doing this.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Horn, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
You for a question, Senator Blunt?
Yes.
Senator Horn's recognized for a question on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Blunt, did I hear you say that there does not exist a database to do this right now?
You're correct. There does not exist a database, a real-time. The casinos have asked for a real-time database where they can, so that they can give that person his or her winnings immediately, and that database does not exist right now.
Okay, so are we not, through DHS, paying a law firm some $16 to $18 million a year to go after deadbeat dads? And if so, what kind of database are they using, and why couldn't you apply this database to this effort?
Well, I'm sure that internally within the agency and their contractors, and I think I share your opinion with regard to contractors, but within the agency, I'm sure they have a database, but what the industry would need at all the different casinos across the state is a secure real-time database, outside of what exists within state agency computers. I mean, I'm sure they have some kind of database over there.
So they're not checking currently for any back child support.
Casinos, you mean?
Casinos.
No, sir, they're not. They're not required to do that.
And so Department of Human Services is going to have to go and pay somebody else several $1 million a year to maintain this database. Would you agree?
Well, I hope not. I don't know why they just can't email them a PDF every morning and have them look it up. But having talked to the department and having talked to the industry who wants to be protected and know that that information is correct at the instant that person walks up to the window, they feel like they need a database.
Do you know who asked for this bill?
Department of Human Services.
The department itself did.
Yeah, they're trying to raise more money in child support.
So is there an expectation that there are a lot of lucky back child support bettors out there that they're unlucky in love and lucky at the slots?
I don't know what data you would have to be able to estimate, how many people winning money at casinos owe child support, but they felt like it was necessary, and as I said, I think they can get mostly federal money to pay for this, and if it maybe recoup some money for folks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Horn.
Okay, thank you. And we go to Senator Michelle. For what purpose, sir?
Question, please.
Senator Blunt, were you here for a question?
Yes, I do.
Senator Michelle's recognized.
Senator Blunt, to expound on that with DHS asking for this legislation, didn't this also come as a result of a peer study recommendation through peer?
I believe it did. I think it's certainly your bill, Senator Michelle, and you would know the origins better than me, but I think that's right.
Well, the two of them were in favor of it as well, and I might add that a couple of years ago, we allowed the Treasurer's Office to have the same prerogative on unclaimed property, and it's resulted in quite a bit of money going to child support. And I want to thank you for all the work you did on this. I know you had to get all these different agencies and private sector businesses together to get this legislation moving, and I want to thank you for everything you did, because hopefully this will result in more money going towards child support services. Thank you, Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Senator Michelle, and thank you for filing this good bill.
Thank you, Senator Michelle. Senator Delano, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you here for a question, Senator?
Yes, I do.
Senator Delano, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Other than the unclaimed properties that we just talked about, is there any other industry that's required to collect child support payments on behalf of the state of Mississippi, like banks or pawn shops or payday loans or any place like that?
Not that I'm aware of, but here's what I see as a difference. And I'll admit I was skeptical about this at first. This is not an expenditure by the person who owes child support to go buy something, or maybe that you may feel like they shouldn't be buying when they owe child support. This industry, unlike the other industries that you've named, is already producing a tax document that the person has to report on his or her tax return as income. It's not an expense, it's income. And they're already producing this tax document for the money that they get. That already that private industry has that obligation, which is different from other private industries. And so for that reason, I felt like it was not imposing a new burden on business, and we could make it work.
So we're going to burden a casino industry, a private industry, for collecting these payments on behalf of the state. Is there any cost that the casinos are able to recoup for
the time and the effort and the infrastructure that's required to be able to comply with this?
Well, first of all, the database itself is going to be, that cost is going to be borne by the government, not by the industry. There is a small administrative fee that they can recover, an administrative fee for collections not to exceed $35. I mean, it's not significant, but there is a fee just simply for the time of that person there at the window. But the cost of producing the database is going to be borne by the state.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then, is there a requirement for the state to produce a program, this computer program that you're talking about? Is there a requirement for that program to be tested for fitness and to make sure that it's going to be robust enough to be able to handle these transactions in real time so that it does not cause delay for these private companies or for these businesses? Or is there some hard, fast date that's in place right now that says that the casinos shall comply by this date? I don't know how it's actually read in the bill.
The Department of Human Services is going to be required to implement all of this, and that they're going to collaborate with the Gaming Commission on all the rules necessary to carry out the law, and all that needs to be in place by January 1, 2026.
So, you know, I represent quite a few casinos in my district, and I've had some conversations with them, and I think everybody wants to understands the intent of this legislation and agrees that we need to do everything we can to prevent or to help with the deadbeat parents situation.
That's what I've been told.
And I think that for the most part, you've addressed a lot of their concerns, especially with respect to the liability component where the casinos are not held liable or they're provided indemnity. Is that correct? For someone who wants to protest or claim that that money was withheld or those holdings were withheld or winnings were withheld incorrectly or anything like that. Do you have that protection in there for the casinos?
Yes, sir, we do. As you know, I mean, I care about that industry very much, and so we shared the initial draft, and this was in the committee sub that you adopted just a while ago, and it says the gaming licensee shall not be civilly or criminally liable for any mistake involving any of this. You know, they're going to be relying on the department, and so if a person feels like the information is wrong, they take it up with the department, not with the casino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you go through the rest of the process, just please make sure that there's latitude for either the Gaming Commission and or the casinos to make sure that this program that we're talking about developing is where you should expect there to be some delays or some type of problems in implementation, that it doesn't put the casinos in a place that they would in any way, shape, form, or fashion jeopardize their gaming license. And I thank you for your work on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator, and absolutely I want to do that. And if you have suggestions, and we've shared this with the association, but if they have suggestions on how to do that, I'm wide open to that. I will say that this is done in other states. I mean, they've been doing this for a while in Louisiana. This is not a new idea. But if we need to make sure that we're not imposing any more risk or cost on business, I'm all about doing that.
Senator Jordan, for what purpose?
I have a question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator Blunt?
Yes, sir.
Senator Horns, Senator
Senator
Blunt.
How much of the money that is won is a percentage of the amount should go to for child support or all of it?
Well, it depends on how much is won, but
let's say $1,000 is won. What percentage of that would go for child support?
Let's say you win. Well, let's say $1,200 because that's the amount that.
$100.
No, let's just say, Senator Jordan, that I win $2,000 at the slot machine.
Yes.
Okay, and if I owe $1,500 in child support, they're going to take $1,500 and send it to DHS and not give it to me, and they're going to give me $500. If I win $2,000 at the slot machine and I owe $5,000 in child support, they're going to take that $2,000 and they're going to send it to DHS to give to that parent, and now I owe $3,000 in child support.
or it's just going to take a percentage of it? There's no definite, that's about 40% of it then. So there is no definite percentage amount that they would take. It's just depend. Yeah, it is, but it's not pointed out in the bill, the percentage. That's about $1,000, $2,000 would be about 40% of that. Is it worked on the percentage?
No, sir, it does not work on a percentage. They just look at the amount owed.
So they just, what if you win $200?
If you win $200, the casino is not producing that tax document, and you're going to get your $200. So if you win $200 at the slot machine and you owe $1,000 or $10,000 in child support, they're not going to look up you in that database because they're not producing that tax document. You're going to get your $200.
So it have to be in an excess amount of over how much?
In the case of a slot machine, $1,200.
It's got to be up to that or more than that amount.
More than that, yes, sir.
Let's see, $1,200, $1,200. What percent of that you say would go to child support?
If you owe more than $1,200, 100% is going to child support.
All, so they would take it all in that case.
If you owe that amount or greater, yes, sir.
Let's say you win slot machine $2,500 and you owe $1,250 or half of that. They would take half of it and give you half?
Yes, sir. That's exactly right.
Okay. And this came from DHS?
DHS upon recommendation of the peer committee. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Senator Horn, for what purpose?
Just a follow-up question, Mr. President.
You, Senator Blunt?
Yes.
Please proceed, Senator
Thank you,
Horn.
Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Blunt. Senator Blunt, based on a couple of things that, Senator Delano asked you about and Senator Jordan, it prompted another question. If the threshold before they check is $1,200 if it's on slots, what's it on table games?
They do not produce a tax document right now for table game winnings, and so you're not covered under this bill.
It's only slots?
And sports betting in the casino, because those are the only betting winnings for which this tax document is produced.
All right. So why would, if I owed the more than the $1,200 that triggers in the look-see on the slot winnings, why wouldn't I be entitled? Excuse me. Why wouldn't I be entitled to get that threshold amount and take it with me, and then everything else that's above that threshold amount would be confiscated and given to DHS?
Well, let me see if I understand your question. Let's say I win $1,500 and I owe $2,000 worth of child support. Are you suggesting that I should get to keep the $1,200 and I take the $300 to pay down my $2,000 obligation?
If the $1,200 is the threshold, yes.
Well, I think the idea is once they've got to produce that tax document, they're going to look and see if you owe any money. And if you won $1,500 under that example and you owe more than $1,500, why should they give you $1,200? They're going to take your $1,500.
Well, they'll let you walk with the $1,200 if you're under that threshold.
That's right.
You're able to walk with it. You
right.
Keep that money. So why couldn't you keep that threshold and everything above that threshold go towards your liability?
What we tried to do is not create any new burden on the business. And so we didn't, we could make everybody get a tax document for winning $1 on a slot machine, but I don't want to do that. And so, but once you know that someone has an outstanding obligation, and you agree with the concept, and reasonable minds may disagree, but once you agree with the concept that we're going to make people pay their child support, why should we let somebody keep $1,200 when they owe $2,000 worth of child support when you already know it and you're looking at it right there on the screen?
But we're essentially letting them keep it anyway, because it only kicks in once you go beyond $1,200.
Yeah, but I think you would really slow down. You create a whole new level of delay and paperwork for people who are winning, not very much money, they win $100 on a slot machine, we're not going to look at the database for that. They're just going to get their $100, and that's just, we had to have a threshold amount, and that was a pre-existing threshold.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Barrett?
Yes.
For what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You, Senator? Senator Barrett, you recognize.
Thank you for your work on this bill, Mr. Chairman. Someone who's been doing divorces and child custody for the better part of the last 17 years. My only concern, and I really like the idea to recoup child support, but I guess the question I would have is, does your bill take into account if the Chancery Court has ordered a withholding? So, for example, if there's a withholding order in place
A garnishment of wages, is that
correct, correct. And what I guess with Senator Delano, I just want to make sure that, so if I can help on this in any way, I'd love to, but if you have an arrearage of $2,000, let's just say, and you pay off the arrearage through your winnings at a casino, is that going to in any way affect the withholding order that is currently in place with the Chancery Court? And I'm just curious if there's going to be a lot of refundings of money, and if so, maybe that's the best way to do it. But I do applaud you for your efforts in this to try to get child support paid, and just want to offer my assistance.
Well, I welcome it. That's an issue I hadn't thought about, so I'm happy to work with you on that.
Yeah, thank you.
Senator McClendon, one moment, sir. Is it an introduction, sir?
Yes, sir.
One moment, please, sir. Okay, we're on the bill, and let's finish that, Senator. I see no further questions. Senator Blunt.
I think I need to have adopted my amendment. I need to move adoption of the amendment first, Mr. President.
Have we adopted a committee substitute, sir?
Yes.
Okay, so we're on the amendment.
Move adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're ready, Senator.
If there are no further questions, Mr. President, my motion would be passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Does anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Delano, no. Horn, no. Anyone else? Barnett, no. Hill, no. Hill, present. Present. Carter. Anyone else? Chisholm, no. Blackman? Brumfield? Brumfield, no. Seeing no, the bill passes. Noes as noted. Senator McClendon, you're recognized for introduction, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, I would like the Senate to give a warm welcome in our South Gallery, and please hold your applause till I get through with each introduction. We have the Horn Lake Mayor's Youth Council, if you guys would stand up. We also have with those are sophomores, juniors, and seniors from the Horn Lake City area. We also have Miss A.J. Linville, who is HR Director and overall makes the city of Horn Lake run. We have Alderman Robbie Dupree and his wife Heather. We have Alderman Dave Young. We also have with us Horn Lake resident Mr. Caleb Carter. And last but not least, someone near and dear to my heart, we have Miss Tamela Jones, who is a Horn Lake resident, who is a teacher at my old elementary school in Memphis, Tennessee at West Haven Elementary. Thank you all for being here, and God bless.
Welcome to all of you. We appreciate you. Glad to have you here this afternoon. It's good to visit with you earlier. Senator McCoy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Introduction in order.
Please proceed.
Mr. President and members of the Senate, today sitting right next to our own Senator Hickman there is an individual who's a junior page with us. His name's Stone Rigney, and today happens to be a huge birthday day for him, as it is his 16th birthday, and he is Miss Terry Hammett's son. So give him a big round of applause.
Happy birthday. 2 years you can vote. All right, let's move down to the calendar again. 44, Senator. Pass and retain. Senator DeBar, 45, sir. We're on 45, Bill 2695, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Called up that item. Have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2695, Driver's Education, revise certain provisions related thereto.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Mr. President, I ask you to recognize Senator McMahon to explain the bill.
Senator McMahon, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. This is just a education bill being brought forward to try to bring some uniformity to driver's education. The purpose of this is to give, to outline what type of instruction is going to be given across the state. 24 hours of classroom instruction, not to exceed 2 hours a day. 6 hours of behind the wheel instruction. Students shall, there can be 4 students in the car, but only 1 in the front seat. A driver education on lines 122 and 123. A student shall not be required to possess a learner's permit or a driver's license as long as they're with their instructor. And that's what the bill does. Just helps bring some uniformity to the education for driver's permits and driver education. I yield for any questions. I do have an amendment.
Question, Senator Hill. For what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You here for a question, Senator McMahon?
Yes.
Senator Hill, you recognize.
On the section that talks about where they don't have to have a learner's permit while under the immediate instruction of a driver's ed instructor,
Yes,
is
ma'am.
insurance going to cover them
The school,
without
yes,
a
ma'am.
learner's permit?
The school has insurance on these driver
Okay.
education vehicles.
So what about as far as if liability? I mean, the school's got liability. What about collision?
Yes,
Are they going to
ma'am.
cover all that?
Yes, ma'am. The school has liability on these vehicles while they're in driver education.
But, I mean, the insurance, I've never seen insurance cover anybody that's not got a learner's permit.
Okay. I have an amendment. You have an amendment? Yes.
Okay, Senator. No further questions. We're ready on the amendment.
What we would like to do is, we don't have the Commissioner of Public Safety is helping us with this bill, along with the Department of Education. We do not have a fiscal note yet of what it will cost, so I'm going to ask the Chamber to put a reverse repealer in this so that we'll understand what the costs are going to be as we proceed. I ask you to vote for the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, ready on your motion, Senator.
I move for adoption of the amendment on the
All in
morning
favor?
roll.
No, we'll go to the amendment first. All in favor of the amendment, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're on your bill, Senator.
If there aren't any additional questions, I'll move for passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Fillingane, we're on 46, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 46, called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2180, Department of Public Safety, remove prior written approval for certain events.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the committee substitute.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. So there is a reverse repealer on lines 186 through 188. On line 129, this does away with the previous language that required permission to protest on streets or sidewalks that lie adjacent to government-owned property. We felt like there were some First Amendment issues with that, so this committee substitute would delete that language. And then on lines 89 through 99, this committee substitute would allow for the Capitol Police to enforce city ordinances which deal with vehicle and offense ordinances, and specifically to enforce those ordinances for which the department has arresting authority within the district. Those are the 3 things this committee substitute does. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Questions?
If not, I move adoption of the committee substitute.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay, Senator.
I move adoption by use of the morning roll call of the
Use of
measure.
the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Board is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. England, Senator England. 47, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we get to number 47, I'd like to ask that we suspend the rules to take up item number 21 on today's calendar.
One moment. Motion is to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I make the usual motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. No ayes have it, Senator. We're on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe I was supposed to ask that the title be read on that
You
bill,
are.
so I will do that now.
Yeah, please read the title, Mr.
On
Clerk.
number 21.
Bill number 2579, absentee ballots, change receipt deadline.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now I make the usual motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, this is a bill that will remove the provision that we added to our law in 2020 that allows for absentee ballots to be received up to 5 days after the election day, as long as they were mailed on election day or postmarked on election day. This is something that's been a topic of discussion, especially here lately. Now, in the bill, we do say that now, under this bill, the ballots must be received, mail-in absentee ballots must be received by 7 p.m. on election day. So we do allow for common carriers like UPS and FedEx to deliver the bill, but it gets rid of any ballots, mail-in ballots received after that day will no longer count. They have to be received by 7 p.m. on election day. That's the bill. That's an explanation of the bill. Like I said, there are still discussions going on with this bill. There's litigation going on with this bill, and because of that, I have an amendment to make here momentarily, which will be the reverse repealer. Mr. President, I'd like to make that amendment at the proper time.
Okay, let's get our questions out of the way first. Senator Carter, for what purpose?
Question, Mr.
Are
President.
you here for a question, Senator England?
I sure will.
Senator Carter?
If this bill does in fact become law, would this have prevented me from driving home yesterday to vote?
If this bill, no. I think you would perfectly be fine to drive home to vote. As a matter of fact, if you were here instead of doing that, you would have been here for a bill that we passed that allows for in-person early voting, and you probably could have taken care of that a long time ago. Also, as elections chairman, I was sure to announce before we left each week when you needed to go home and vote in person absentee. But I am glad you made it home to vote yesterday, Senator Carter.
Thank you, Senator Carter. Senator Jordan? For what purpose, sir?
I have a question, Mr. President.
Question, Senator England?
I certainly will yield.
Senator Jordan, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. What about those ballots coming from overseas in different places, absentee ballots?
Senator Jordan, I'll check on that for you. I believe that they also have to be received. Well, I'm sorry. Let me check on that for you, and I'll get you an answer. I know that those ballots for our men and women that serve overseas do have different rules that apply. They have federal rules that apply. They're also able to rank their ballots in case of a runoff. I don't believe that is addressed here. These are just for folks who meet the enumerated provisions that allow for a person to vote absentee by mail. But if
while this is necessary, has there been any indication of any kind of voter fraud reference to absentee ballots?
Senator Jordan, as I stand here now, I'm not aware of any, but I will say that when it comes to our elections, perception is very important to the integrity of our elections, and these votes, it has been alleged, are votes that arrive and are counted after Election Day, and anytime votes are being counted after Election Day and being received by an office after Election Day, that leads to a perception of votes being improperly counted.
Well, in counting and when it was filed, there's a date when you vote absentee. There's a date there on that particular date. That's not sufficient enough
Senator
to
Jordan,
count it tomorrow if it's dated for today?
Senator Jordan, and I did explain this earlier, so let me offer that this was, what we're doing here is making the rule essentially the same as it was before 2020, which of course was COVID year, when things were getting scrambled a little bit. So this just takes us back to the rule as it existed, I believe, since 1986. So it's nothing new that we're doing here.
I can understand, but the vote is so sacred. I don't want us tampering with the right to vote. Some of us had difficult time even getting that right. So I don't want us to do anything here that would cause us to go into court again on a situation like this. I'm just expressing the importance of the vote, that we don't need to be tampered with it if it's not necessary.
Senator Jordan, I respect you very much and really enjoy your conversations on this.
Right.
And I'll
Likewise.
say, yes,
okay.
and I will say that we do have deadlines with voting, so as
Sure.
long as someone gets their vote in, and let me add too that when we looked at this, instead of going back to the old rule that said they had to be received by 5 o'clock, we have extended that till 7 o'clock, and we've also added that these can be received not just by U.S. mail, but they can also be received by FedEx or UPS. So if someone has a situation where they're looking at that deadline at a cost of their own, they can overnight this to their clerk's office. So we do still have the capability for them to get it there by this time. It just must arrive on Election Day now.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Jordan.
Senator Jordan.
All right, other questions? Seeing none, Senator?
Mr. President, my amendment.
One moment, sir. All right, sir, it's up on the screen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Amendment is to put a reverse repealer in this just so we can make sure that we're staying abreast of everything going on with this particular matter as it goes to the other end of the hall. Should we pass this momentarily, and just make sure that we get it back and keep a good look at it. So my motion is to adopt this amendment, which is a reverse repealer.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none. Motion is, all in favor, aye, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator. We're on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now make a motion for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Thank you, Senator. We'll go back to Senator Whaley. Pass.
Mr. President, if I may,
48, I thought.
47.
Okay, I'm sorry, Senator England, we skipped over yours, 47.
Yeah, perfectly fine, and that was my fault for skipping 21 in the first place. But yes, if we can go to item number 47 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2577, Digitations, create a criminal penalty for the wrongful dissemination of.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Please proceed, Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask to be recognized to explain the committee substitute.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a bill that deals with digitization. You may know the word or be more familiar with the word deepfake, but as we have seen in other pieces of legislation, particularly some bills brought by Senator Chris Johnson and others, I wanted to make sure we kept the same definition. The definition we went with was digitization. His was a criminal bill. This is an elections bill. What digitization is, you'll see in the first part of the bill, is an altered image or audio that is used in a realistic manner, using the image or an audio of another person to depict another person. Again, we commonly refer to this as deepfake, and that uses software and AI technology. And if you've seen them, these are very realistic type images. This includes any speech or conduct that a reasonable person would believe that the person being depicted actually made or actually depicts the individual, and the production is going to be very dependent on technical means. It's really incredible what people are able to do nowadays, and even in elections, this is becoming very important because you can make a candidate appear to do something they didn't do or say something they didn't do. The actual charge, or what we're making the charge here, is any person that disseminates a digitization or contracts with someone to disseminate is guilty of the crime if they know, if that person knows or reasonably knows that the item is a digitization and it was disseminated to other people within 90 days of an election, it was disseminated without the consent of the depicted individual, or it was disseminated with the intent to injure a candidate, influence the results of an election, or deter anyone from voting. The penalty of this, if that act is done in a way that is intended to incite violence or cause bodily harm or to deter anyone from voting, which we just spoke of as a very important thing, that is a sentence of up to 5 years and a penalty of up to $10,000. Or if you've been convicted of this within the previous 5 years, you're also facing that sort of penalty. Otherwise, it's a 1 year, up to 1 year in prison and a $1,000 fine. The cause of action for this is an injunctive relief cause that is brought. It can be brought either by the Attorney General, District Attorney, the depicted individual, or a party or candidate that is injured by that measure. I will say that I'm going to have an amendment on this bill as well. After some discussion we had in the committee, we had some very good questions on this. Senator Fillingane asked, what happens with the images after that? So I've got some language here in an amendment that will provide not only injunctive relief, but require that the images can be removed so the harm does not continue. The fifth provision of this bill says that if there is clear and prominent language throughout the digitization that says it's a digitization, it is not the person, if it's an audio, if it says it's not the person that's speaking or it's not the person that's being depicted, that is a defense to this crime. We also exclude platforms such as television and Facebook, like we do a lot of times in these instances where those are just the platforms and not the individuals. And again, I have an amendment to that provision of this bill that will also exclude any individual that receives these images for the purposes of determining whether it's artificial intelligence made, because we've got people that are trying to keep this type of fraud from happening, and so we want those individuals still be able to receive this material without facing the crime. We also exclude parodies and satires, right? We all love those, and so that's not part of this. It's obviously not the intent to hurt those, but the example that was used in the committee was, if President Biden is heard saying something that he didn't say, President Biden could either come out and have a cause of action for this claim, or the person that President Biden was trying to influence in the election could have a claim. That is why digitizations are becoming dangerous. I'm happy to answer any questions at this time before I make the official amendment that I've already explained while going over the bill.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your amendment, sir.
We need to adopt the committee sub.
Oh, yes, thank you. Mr. President, before we get to my amendment, I would like to adopt the committee substitute.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed on your amendment, sir.
Thank you. Okay, so we have the amendment in there. As I mentioned earlier, so your first part of your amendment, after line 68, we're adding that as a part of the injunctive relief, the court may order that any disseminated digitization be removed from any social media or platform. That way the injury or the incident does not continue, so the court can order that removed. My second part of the amendment, as I've already described, after line 100, it will say, any person that disseminates or receives a digitization to determine if it's a digitization for the purpose of detecting or preventing or responding to this type of thing. Again, this is kind of a new phenomenon, so we've got groups out there that are looking at these and trying to figure out how we can better address this, and we don't want those individuals criminalized for this. So that is my amendment. I'm happy to answer any questions on the amendment.
All right. Senator McMahon, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
You yield for a question, Senator?
I do, yes, sir.
Senator McMahon is recognized.
Senator England, what will be the court of jurisdiction? Does the bill address that?
Yes, Senator McMahon. And I'll find that for you here. Where it says the cause of action, if you look at 59, if it's a district attorney, it says if the depicted individual is a resident within their district. So that would handle the jurisdiction. If it's the Attorney General bringing it, the Attorney General would obviously pick the jurisdiction there, and it would likely be Hinds County.
What if the district attorney or county attorney won't take it up or prosecute it?
Well, the depicted individual also has a cause of action, or the person, not just the depicted individual, but the person that may be harmed. So you don't have to have a district attorney or an attorney general to pursue this. You can, to pursue the injunctive relief, you can request, an individual will have cause of action under this to request injunctive relief on that.
This would include if I had a conversation with you, a phone conversation, and you took that conversation and manipulated it to say what you wanted it to say. Would that be digitization?
I'm sorry, Senator McMahon, will you tell me one more time?
If you and I had a phone call, and I recorded that phone call and then took it and had it digitized and had it say what I wanted it to say and eliminated parts of the conversation, would that be included? If it was used for political purposes?
I would say no, and the reason I say no is because under this bill of digitization, it uses software to make it sound like it's your voice. If it's your actual voice and that has been edited, that would fall under different qualifications. That wouldn't be an actual digitization of your voice saying something that you never said. That would be, from what you're describing, it sounds like that would be more of an edited call. And really, I would think in that instance, if there's a full recording of a phone call, then you could remedy that by releasing a full phone call. But this is where someone takes, say if it was my voice, and I was saying, hey, don't vote for Senator Chad McMahon. And if I didn't say that, but you hear on a phone call my voice saying that, and somebody had used a software program to mimic my voice saying that particular thing, that would be a digitization.
So what if we had a conversation and I took parts of that conversation and used it on audio? Would that be legal?
I'm not sure, Senator McMahon. That's not addressed in this bill.
Well, you said audio digitalization, so you would run that through a computer system to make that happen if you wanted it just to say what you wanted it to say.
So the definition of digitization is going to be on lines 10 through 17, and it says to alter an image or an audio in a realistic manner using an image or audio of a person other than the person being depicted. So essentially you would have someone else saying what was said and then transformed into your voice using artificial intelligence means. So it's not you actually saying the comment. It's a digitization of your voice saying something that you never said. That would be a digitization.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. Mr. President, there are no other questions. I would move for adoption of the amendment.
Thank you, but there is one other one, Senator Turner Ford. For what purpose, ma'am?
I have a question.
Are you here for a question, sir?
I do.
Turner Ford is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Chairman. My concern with this type of bill is, let's just say someone in the opposing party's camp generates whatever this material is, strictly for the purpose of framing a cause of action. How would we be able to determine who actually initiated or created this digitized material?
Well, that would be, I would say that'd be a question for the court of law, and it would be a question of having your attorneys identify who needs to be served with this. It's obviously a difficult part of this process, because I will say some of the things that would happen, like that would fall under Senator Johnson's bill, or even maybe under some of Senator Williams's bills, if dealing with when it has to do with sextortion and other things like that. Sometimes those individuals live overseas. So that's obviously a difficult part of this process, but we definitely want to allow for the cause of action for the instances where you know who it was. Say if you knew it was your opponent or your opponent's camp that was doing this, then you could, your injunctive relief would be requested for that. And again, your injunctive relief also, now that once we adopt this amendment, or should we adopt this amendment, will allow for the judge to order that the images be removed.
But isn't it rare that if someone is disseminating this type of material, they don't typically put a name stamp on it? It's just something that's just out on the internet and it's going viral. We may not have any idea how it originated.
That's right.
And so if that's the case, even though it is my opponent who is being improperly portrayed in the image, it may appear as though it's coming from me when I have no knowledge or have any connection with it. And so I guess my question is, do you think that if this bill is passed, it could potentially implicate candidates who have not done anything improper?
I would say no, because of the elements that you have in this bill. On line 33, it says, particularly if the person knows or reasonably should know that the item being disseminated is a digitization. So there is at least some requirement there that has to be met by the attorneys that would be bringing this case or arguing this case, that there was at least that element that the person knew or should have known that that was a digitization that they were disseminating. So in other words, if someone was going to accuse you of doing something, they would have to meet that element of this right there on line 33.
I mean, I could know it and have no connection to it. So just the fact that I know that it's being disseminated, that would make me susceptible to this charge?
I would say no, and look, that's my fault. I didn't read the entire part of that. If you start at line 30, it says a person who disseminates a digitization or enters into a contract or other agreement to disseminate a digitization is guilty of the crime and may be sentenced, provided by this bill, if the person knows or reasonably should know. So you still have to have that under line 30 as well. That person has to have disseminated the digitization. So just because you know about it, if you didn't disseminate it or contract to disseminate it, you're not liable for it. At least not under the terms of this bill, should it become statute.
I'm just concerned that some innocent people are going to be implicated with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Turner Ford.
Okay. Senator Hobson, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You here for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator Hobson's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
What's the purpose of the 90-day provision in there, as not within 90 days of an election? Why is that in there?
In other states where similar laws have been passed, in order to meet constitutional muster, that this is narrowly tailored to deal with what it's dealing with, I guess because of First Amendment issues, there has to be some limitation to it, and 90 days is a time frame that has survived court challenges. Because I had that very same question on this bill when I got it, and that's the reason for the 90-day limitation before an election.
If you're 91 days out and you do this, what do you call it, deep fake or whatever it is, if you do that 91 days out, no crime, no problem, no civil action?
Not under this.
Okay. Second question I had relates to the criminal aspect. Let me find it. There are two provisions that I see that deal with crimes. One is the persons that have committed some other crimes previously where their sentence could be stiffer, but then the second, probably the most common one, is going to be the imprisonment for less than 1 year and the $5,000 fine, or both. And then you put in there further about the AG or the district attorney. If it's less than a year, I'm not a criminal expert, but wouldn't that be a misdemeanor, or would that be a felony?
I believe if it's a year and $1,000 fine, I believe that's the bare minimum of a felony.
That's what I thought. So if it's less than a year, it's going to be a misdemeanor, and I don't know that the DA would be the appropriate authority to pursue that. It's probably going to be the county prosecuting attorney or somebody else, correct?
Yes, and so the cause of action can, on the criminal side of things, you have the AG or the DA or somebody may do it, but you can have, so the depicted individual, if I was depicted doing something, I could go seek injunctive relief under this bill.
Well, I saw the injunctive relief, but then you've got the imprisonment part too, and it seems like that section is kind of clouding a little bit of a civil type claim or a misdemeanor that wouldn't be a DA, with some other things that are stiffer. It just seems like that section is a little bit confusing as to who's got the authority to pursue this. And of course, I can't pursue it. I guess I can go fill out an affidavit, but it's not going to be that's going to be a justice court matter or a municipal court. It's not going to have any likelihood to be any kind of criminal effect on the person. I don't know. It seems kind of confused between a little bit of civil action and some criminal action.
I understand. Yes, and I know this legislation is modeled after other legislation, but I can look at that and
Okay.
Senator Hobson, if it's enough of a concern, I believe we could. I would consider a friendly amendment if we wanted to amend this amendment to add a reverse repealer, just to make sure we get it back, because I know this is an important.
I haven't had enough time to really digest what is happening. But anyway, I'd ask you to take a look at that. And I don't know if you do any criminal work, but I know we have folks in here that do, and maybe making sure we got a good distinction between what the civil. To me, a lot of this should be a civil cause of action, and there could be a criminal element too. But we probably ought to clearly define how that criminal element is going to be, a criminal action is going to take place.
Yes, I will certainly speak. We do have some very good criminal attorneys in here. Thank you, Senator Hobson.
Okay, Senator. Other questions? Seeing none, Senator, I believe we're on your amendment.
Yes, move to adopt the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
My motion at this time is for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Final passage by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Simmons? No. Norwood? No. Who else? Turner Ford back there? No. Blackman? No. Barnett? No. Younger? No. Butler, no. Jackson, no. Hickman, no. Jordan, no. Simmons, no. Thomas, no. Brumfield, no. Horn, no. Anyone else? Mr. Clerk, would you read the noes, please?
Voting no or nay. Simmons of the 12, Norwood, Turner Ford, Blackman, Barnett, Younger, Jackson, Hickman, Butler, Jordan, Simmons of the 13th, Thomas, Brumfield, and Horn.
Bill passes by use of morning roll call. Negatives as noted. Senator Whaley. Senator Whaley. Hold and retain Senator Villenking. Pass and retain Senator Carter. Senator Carter, we're on 50, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we call up item 50 on today's calendar, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2603, Excavation, Revised Procedures and Required White Lining in Certain Stances.
Make the usual motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I move that we adopt the committee sub in lieu of the original bill and be recognized as explained.
Motion is to adopt the committee substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, as you all know, we are working on deployment of broadband, and so this is the 811 call before you dig bill. We're continuing to work on the statute here. Basically, what this pertains to is white lining, and it's not required if the proposed excavation location can be described in the locate ticket by street address, lot, and block number, distance from a driveway or street intersection, or other geographical descriptions more specifically described in the rules and regulations adopted by the board. That's the explanation of the bill. I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Seeing no questions, Senator.
I move adoption of the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I move adoption on the morning roll call.
Senator moves to use the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. 51, Senator.
I ask that 51 be called up and title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2604, Public Utilities Contracts allow certain bids to be submitted electronically.
Make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amends Code Section 77-3-16 to directly allow utility companies to accept electronic bids for applicable projects. Utility companies will still be able to accept paper bids as well. The current code section does not address the procedure for such bids. The current code section 31-3-21 requires that a bidder's certificate of responsibility number be on the outside of the envelope containing the bid for cities, counties, etc. Code section 31-7-13 has been amended to say that electronic submissions of the certificate number are acceptable to comply with the requirement to put number on the outside of the bid envelope. That's an explanation of the bill. I'll be happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you, Senator. No questions.
I move passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? The court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of morning roll call. Senator Whaley? Pass and retain. Senator Wiggins? We're on 53, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to item 53, call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2535, divorce, authorize a court to grant when it is determined that a marriage is irretrievably broken.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you. Quite simply, this is the bill we've passed a couple of times. And the House bill got single referred, which is a good sign over there. So be happy to answer any questions. If no questions, then move passage on the morning roll call.
Senator Carter.
Question, Mr. President.
Are you for a question, Senator Wiggins?
Yes.
Senator Carter, you're recognized.
Is this basically the marriage, the divorce bill that prevents you from being held hostage, from getting divorced?
It is exactly that. It's the irretrievably broken bill. It is that we passed.
All right,
that we passed, yes. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Any other questions? Seeing none, we're ready on your motion, Senator.
Passage on the morning roll call is my motion.
The morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Chisholm, no. Sparks, no. Williams, no. Whaley, no. Parker, no. Norwood, no. Ladner, no. Tate, no. Seymour, no. Branning, present. Carter, present. Seeing no, bill. Brumfield, no. Present. Brumfield, present. Okay. Bill passes by use of morning roll call. Senator, we're on 54.
Go to item 54, call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2037, Child Support Award, cost of health insurance coverage obtained by a non-custodial parent considered in determining.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Please allow Senator McCon to explain the committee substitute.
On the committee substitute, Senator McCon.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is pretty easy. If you go to the back here, you'll see in lines 113, 114, and 115 what we're talking about. This allows for a judge to take into account a non-custodial parent getting child support, getting health insurance. It authorizes the judge to consider it when determining the adjusted gross income. This is not a credit against. This is whenever the judge is determining the adjusted gross income of the parent that they can consider, don't have to consider, or give credit in there, but they can consider having health insurance. And this is because some health insurance policies get rather expensive. This is a consideration the judge can take into account. Mr. President, I entertain questions. If there's no questions, I would move to adopt the committee sub.
We have a question, sir. Senator Simmons, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Were you here for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator Simmons is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. The actual percentages that's due from the non-custodial parent that's currently in the statute, we're not changing those.
We're not touching anything up there. We're only hitting lines 114, 115.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Question.
You here for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Is it going to be the amount that the non-custodial parent has to contribute
It
to
is.
cover that? So that's where the number will come from, is
So
what
if-
they actually pay per month or whatever?
If I were required to get the health insurance and then as a non-custodial parent of a child and paying, then the judge would take into account, say, the $500 a month that I pay in health insurance premiums. That would be taken into account when determining the income, the adjusted gross income, not the amount of the child support. It's the first calculation you make, which is to determine the amount of income per month.
So even if they already have insurance at the time of the divorce and whatever parent's been providing the insurance through the marriage, when the marriage is dissolved and the child support is determined, even if it was already being covered during the marriage, they would still count this as offset to what their obligations
There's not
were?
an offset. That's where I think you missed me on that. This is when you're talking about the determination of the actual income per month. Non-custodial parent makes $2,000 a month. They pay $500 in insurance. The court could consider that $500. The court may give them $500.
So would they reduce the income by $500, or would they just lock that off of the child support?
Not off the child support. This is only on the income.
They would just reduce the income by that?
Right.
Okay, I did not understand it to begin with.
Yes.
Thank you.
This is not an offset. Just want to make that clear.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Any other questions?
Move to adopt the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I'd move for final passage based upon the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Which requires voting no. Present. Seeing none, passes by use of the morning roll call. Item 55, Senator Wiggins.
Mr. President, I ask that we pass and retain that. We go to item 56, call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title, 56.
Senate Bill number 2764, manufactured homes, create affidavit of ownership.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Ask that you allow the Vice Chairman to explain.
Senator McConnell, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is one brought in here by one of our other senators here who does some work in the closing areas. Some of the manufactured homes that we have out there, prior to 1999, you have trouble getting titles to. This provides another route to transfer ownership, and it's called an affidavit. If you go into the bill, you'll see that there's a form affidavit in there. This does apply only to the 1999 or previous mobile homes. It would allow then, based upon the affidavit, for the Department of Revenue then to issue, based upon the affidavit of ownership, to issue the transfer documents, being the title and what have you, from there. But I want to make this clear. This is the pre-1999 manufactured homes we're talking about. A lot of times a mobile home will end up getting attached to a piece of property. It'll then go to be moved, and no one has a title to it, or the ownership has not been tracked. In this situation, an affidavit could be executed. Like I said, the form affidavit you'll see at the latter part of this, which goes into everything about, there's no lien on the property, it's not brought forth, we're not doing anything under fraud. And based upon that, then the Department of Revenue will be able to issue the transferring documents. So I would entertain questions. If there's no questions, I'd move for final passage based upon the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure, which requires voting no? Present. Senator Wiggins, your bill passes by use of the morning roll call.
Pass and retain 57.
57, pass and retain. Senator Pope. Pass and retain. Senator Boyd. We're on 59, Senate.
Mr. President, I'd like to call up item 59, Senate Bill 2417, and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2417, Mississippi Intercollegiate Athletics Compensation Act and the Mississippi Uniform Agents Act bring forward sections.
Mr. President, I make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, please proceed.
I'd like to explain the bill.
It's a committee substitute, I believe, Senator.
Yes, sir.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Yes, sir. Before you is the legislation. Several years ago, we presented legislation on the name, image, and likeness legislation that was kind of sweeping the country as it had to do with our college athletes. Later years, Chairman Parks presented additional amendments to that, and we told y'all that we would probably be back to continue updating this legislation as it is an evolving body of law. Just in the House of Representatives on the federal level, they had hearings about this yesterday. But there's been a significant change in this body of law over the past year. Missouri last year in June passed legislation that significantly changed how that our institutions would work with our student athletes. There had almost been a Chinese wall that between the athletic staff, the department, and those that were running collectives or those that were helping student athletes in some shape, form, or fashion. That body of law that Missouri passed actually allowed their universities and colleges, the staff, the coaches to actually help facilitate those compensation that they were receiving from their name, image, and likeness. Since then, too, the body of law, we no longer are using name, image, and likeness. We're calling it just general publicity rights. So that has offered Missouri a tremendous benefit with its athletes. Just 3 weeks ago in the South Carolina legislature, coaches and athletic directors from all across South Carolina were there testifying that they would like to do the same thing too. And what it does is the universities help these athletes with academics, with mental health counseling, with nutrition, with working on different aspects of their athletic performance. This gives the universities that ability to help these students effectively negotiate those contracts, helps them effectively find out who that they can do this, and it puts those university, all the assets that a university has into helping those student athletes. It's a tremendous competitive advantage to have a university that can help students with this instead of sending these 18, 19, and 20-year-olds to try to do this themselves. So our universities contacted us and they said, we want to be able to help our athletes do the same type of thing because we feel like we're in the best way to do this. So this legislation, in fact, the Lieutenant Governor and I, we had conversations Monday with 4 of our larger institutions within the state, within those athletic departments, them looking over the final aspects of this legislation. So let me walk you through the little bit of changes, the changes that we have made. First of all, we've changed several definitions in the bill to kind of comport with what is the changing law across the country in regards to this. We've changed the definitions of compensation, publicity rights, to make sure that it means any right associated with the name, image, likeness, publicity, reputation, our person fame or personal following, a student recognized under federal or state law, and as permitting the individual to control or profit from the use of the same. We've also updated the language of what a student athlete is. It's a student that's enrolled, has signed a national letter of intent with that university, or has some other written agreement. And then the third is they have announced their intention to attend. So we've changed that aspect of that. Section 3 of the bill allows the post-secondary institution or any officer, trustee, employee to assist the student athlete in securing this compensation for their publicity rights. The individuals that we also put some guardrails in this. The individuals from the university helping can't receive any compensation from the student athlete or any other third party for helping the athlete. Additionally, they can attempt to influence the athlete's decision on what vendors they work with. And then they also cannot reduce the athlete's opportunities to work with particular and competing third parties. Line 126 specifies how the third party can compensate the student athlete's publicity rights. Section 3.2 clarifies that post-secondary educational institutions may require a student athlete to disclose the agreement of any contracts with third parties. Section 4.1, the section is in effect when the athlete announces their intention to attend a post-secondary institution, and it ends when the student's participation in that sport ends. Number 2 of Section 4 gives the educational institution the ability to impose reasonable limitations on dates and times and publicity rights activities, so therefore a student can't miss practice to go attend a publicity event. Section 3 gives post-secondary institutions the right to control their marks and logos. Number 4 prohibits the student athletes from contracts that interfere with the university's pre-existing contracts and their marks and logos unless they give express written permission. Number 5, the university can prohibit the student from wearing any athletic wear that while they're doing that sport that interferes with those contracts that the university has. The university can prohibit contracts that interfere with other present university contacts in regards to those sports. There's also on line 197, there is a prohibition of contracts that has to do with marijuana, tobacco, alcohol, gaming, and those things. And then Section 8 of 4, students are not employees of the university, and that's spelled out. Section 5 limits the damages against employees, and it limits national conferences from prohibiting with these rights that we're delineating in this legislation. Section 7 of the bill is the Uniform Athlete Agents Acts, and we have added conforming language in there to not say name, image, and likeness anymore, but to put publicity rights in there. And additionally, we have put a limitation in there. We have put a ceiling on the compensation that can be received under these agency contracts to 20%. That is a general explanation of the bill. I'm happy to take questions, and I have 3 amendments at the appropriate time.
Questions on the committee substitute? Senator Wiggins, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
Are you for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Senator Wiggins, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you. I'm trying to understand the relationships in this. Did you say that the universities are seeking to assist, set up something so that students can benefit from this, from the NIL and all that?
Yeah, so
And I'm sorry, maybe I can get to this. So it sounds to me like there's what I call an arm's length transaction where the student, I guess provided by an entity, has a representative, and then, or I don't even know if that, but the student has a representative, and then they can go negotiate with third parties out there. Is that what's going on?
yes, so like in many of our universities, we have collectives that are helping negotiate those contracts on the behalf of students. And so there has to be arm's length of what the university can do in regards to those collectives.
So the collectives are negotiating for the benefit of the student?
For the benefit of the student. And they help try to line up sponsorship.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But the collectives, aren't they the ones that end up paying money to the students at a certain point?
Many of those collectives do. They try to help them do that, and then many of the collectives do this. This changes in that the coaches, the university staff can help students now directly, not having this third party over here that can't have communication or anything like that. They can have communication directly with third parties that may be interested in helping these students. And so the universities themselves can do this. So this enables them to be able to put those resources out there and help those students really find those things that will help them give them compensation.
I guess I see all kinds of conflicts going on,
Well,
which is part of the problem currently. But and it seems like we're trying to correct those conflicts.
Well, we're correcting those conflicts, but we've also put guardrails in this legislation to make sure that the students are not taken advantage of, to make sure that there's no compensation received by any employee directing them to a third party, all of that. If you'll look at, I think I pointed out if you'll look and see in one of the sections through here, we've put those 3 guardrails in place to make sure that we've tried to limit that conflict as much as possible.
Okay, to simplify it down.
Yes.
So if you're a high school star football player, who's representing you when you're getting off? Who is protecting and representing you in all this stuff that's flying around?
So we still have, if you're a high school athlete, there's still student agent contracts. So you will have, most likely, most of these students now have an agent. But it also allows the university employees to help direct instead of saying, okay, you've got to be over here arms reached collective. Now, as an employee, I can directly help that student. Their agent will still be looking over their contracts. They will still be doing that job. But now you can directly say, hey, we've got a sports drink company that really wants to promote our athletes. And they'll be able to tell the student that directly. The agent will still operate, negotiate on behalf of that student. But now the university can help direct those things to that student athlete.
This may be a side question, but do we have like a list of these people, these agents representing students or college students and high school students?
All of that is filed with the Secretary of State's office.
Already?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Senator Blackman, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you here for a question, Senator Boyd?
Yes.
Senator Blackman, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm looking at lines 269 through 271. And kind of one of my concerns is that if it's not required by the agencies to inform the student athletes that percentage is negotiable, you get agents telling them that 20% is the standard, and that's why I'm saying 20%.
Yeah, so we have put a limitation and a ceiling on it. We didn't have any ceiling in our legislation before. South Carolina had a ceiling of 30%. We have lowered ours to 20%, and we've put a ceiling on here. Also, Senator, I'm glad you brought that up, Senator Blackman, because most all of our colleges and universities really do a good job of educating our student athlete as to their ability to negotiate. And so by passing this legislation today, that'll even further help really direct these students to make sure that they know that they can negotiate these things. So that's where that provision came from. We saw that in South Carolina. We liked it because we thought it put some guardrails on what those agency contracts could do. We did reach out to a number of people, and we found out that 20% was kind of the going rate. And so we did put that limitation of that 20%.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blackman. Other questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready to adopt the committee substitute in your amendments.
I move to adopt the committee sub and remove the original bill.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator, with your amendments.
All right. Do I have the amendments?
Amendment number 1.
Okay. These are all in one amendment, and so we have, these are some technical changes. On line 142, we're inserting the word other after the word any. And in line 115, 150, we have also made all these agreements exempt from the Mississippi Public Records Act. In line 212, we have inserted a new subsection. We have made sure that no post-secondary educational funds may use funds appropriated from our state general fund for the purpose of entering into publicity rights agreements with student athletes or third parties, making sure that no taxpayer dollars are used in this regard. We have also, we missed when we were going through the original bill on line 882, we still had the name, image, and likeness in there as opposed to publicity rights, so we've inserted that in there. And on line 883, we have inserted the following language in accordance with the Mississippi Intercollegiate Athletics Compensation and Publicity Rights. And then we have on line 905, we have made this passage effective immediately because our colleges and universities are asking us to get this done and get this done quickly. So I'll be happy to take questions on the amendments.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready to go.
Okay. If there's no more questions, I move for final passage by use of the morning.
We need to adopt the amendment. Yes, ma'am.
I move to adopt the committee amendments.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're ready, Senator.
Move for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Does anyone object to the procedure? Parties voting no. Present? No. Jackson? No. Anyone else? Anyone else? Present? Senator Pope? No. No. Anyone else? Anyone else? Present? Anyone present? Turner Ford? Present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of morning roll call. With the noes and presents noted, item 60, Senator Boyd. Senator Boyd passed and retained. Senator Michelle. Senator on 61.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item 61, I ask that we go to item 61, Senate Bill 2740, and the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2740, insurance, authorize counties, municipalities, school districts, and other political subdivisions to pool risk.
I'd like to make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I ask that we recognize Senator Rhodes to explain the bill.
Senator Rhodes, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you'll turn your attention to Senate Bill 2740, this bill would basically just allow municipalities, other political subdivisions, school districts to be able to pool their risks together to negotiate to obtain a possible better rate for insurance coverage. Currently, we allow entities to pool their risks together with other like entities. This would just allow them to be able to pool with municipalities, could pool with school districts, could pool with counties. It doesn't have to be just a county to county or just school to school district. That is the explanation of the bill. Where our hope is the bill passes, that they pool the risk, that they could possibly find more affordable property insurance coverage. I yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Question.
You for question, Senator?
Did you say they were all going to swim in the same swimming pool?
No, ma'am. The use of pool in this bill is the same as like combined.
Did you say they were going to have clothes on or not when they swim in that pool?
Doesn't matter to me.
Thank you.
Senator Williams, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Yes.
Back to the pool. I mean, is this like a fishing pool or a cement pool, or, I mean, need a little clarity on the pool.
I guess it's up to your interpretation.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Delano, for what purpose?
Oh, Mr. President, I have a question.
Question, Senator, will you yield? Senator Rhodes, will you yield?
Yes, sir.
Senator Delano is recognized.
Oh, thank you. So, on a serious note, this is something that's very much needed for the Gulf Coast. We've had a lot of problems finding commercial policies for many of our public buildings, and this is an effort just to provide another opportunity for school districts, municipalities, multiple school districts, municipalities, and the like, libraries, to be able to try to find coverage for it. So that's a really good bill. The part that I don't understand, though, is I know this is supposed to be a statewide thing, but is this going to be a saltwater pool, or is it chlorine, or how do you differentiate those two, and how do you do it in a way that it doesn't offend the other part of the state?
Well, allow you to use whatever you want to, I guess, across the state, but since I'm assuming you prefer saltwater.
Absolutely. That's what I would like to know. As you work through this bill, would you just make sure that we take care of the saltwater?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Fish eaters appreciate that.
Thank you very much, Senator Delano. Any other questions on the bill? Senator McClendon. For what purpose, sir?
Question, please.
You for a question, sir?
Senator Rhodes, are you any kin to the fellow that was the hit maker and the undesirable and undeniable Dusty Rhodes?
No, sir.
Are you sure? You look a lot like him.
Pretty sure.
Thank you for work on this bill. It is something that's much needed. Is the MML and the county supervisors, are they good with this? The school board, all those folks?
I believe, where did he go? I believe the supervisors are good with this. I have not spoken with MML.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Senator McCon, for what purpose?
Question.
You for a question, Senator?
I would be remiss if I allowed my vice chairman to get away without a question, Mr. President. The easy one off the top is as our new senators in the chamber, we have two that are involved in the poultry industry.
Oh, boy.
Did you read up on the questions that Senator Robinson received earlier?
Yeah, I was following them pretty close.
So you're on the other side of the industry, is that right? So you're a grower?
That's correct.
So which one did come first, the chicken or the egg?
I'm going to agree with Senator Robinson, the egg.
In yours, it's an egg too. But what happens if that egg ends up in a steam boiler as on your bill?
You could have a problem.
We got a problem. We no longer have a chicken or an egg. We have a problem. You also see up here we have cyclones. Have you ever seen a cyclone?
Not personally.
I think Ray Stevens had a song about it called The Blue Cyclone. Is that what it was? Do you even know who Ray Stevens is?
I do know who he is.
You do know who that is? He also had another song out there. Do you know what that was?
The Squirrel Went Berserk.
First Self-Righteous Church, Sweet Little Town of Pascagoula. What was the name of that song?
I can't remember the name of the song.
Mississippi Squirrel Revival, maybe. So do you feel very comfortable with this bill?
I do.
I don't feel like you got to get an adequate bill, and I don't think you're going to be off the hook on your next bill that you have a lot more input on. But I do think that this is good for the state of Mississippi, and I do appreciate your work on it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McCon. Senator Horn, for what purpose?
Question.
You're here for a question, Senator? Senator Horn, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, if these groups get together and they wind up pooling their risks, what if it's determined that there's too much risk and there's an unfunded liability? Is that going to fall back on the state?
I would think, no, sir. I would think that if it's too much risk, they probably would not be able to get the coverage.
Well, if they don't have the coverage, what's the whole point of putting the pool together in the first place?
It's just giving them the opportunity to seek better rates. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's 100% going to work, but it at least gives them all the option.
They all get in the pool, and they're either going to sink or swim, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Horn. Other questions of the senator? Other questions? Seeing none, we're ready on your motion, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. If there are no more questions on this bill, I move for the passage by the usage of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none. Congratulations, Senator. Welcome to the club. All right, Senator Michelle. Senator Michelle, pass and retain 62. Senator Carter, we're on 63, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we call up item 63 on today's calendar, have a title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2602, PSC and public utility staff clarify ability to receive campaign contributions or participate in political activity.
I move that we adopt the committee sub in lieu of the original bill. Be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute, sir.
All right, so this bill has a reverse repealer in it. Basically, what trying to do is make sure the public utility staff and the Public Service Commission are all on the same on the same board as far as accepting political contributions. We don't want. Well, I said we don't want. I don't want investor-owned utilities and power companies being the only ones that cannot contribute to these political campaigns. And then you have solar and wind, which we all know green energy is a new initiative out there, and they're very, very active in the market. So there's a reverse repealer in this bill. I want to continue to work on this language and make sure that we get it right. And I'll be happy to entertain any questions.
Okay. Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready on your motion, sir.
I move passage on the morning roll call. Well, I move that we adopt the committee
There you
sub.
go. That's correct. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're ready, Senator.
I move passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Of course, voting no. No. Norwood. No. Anyone else? Present? Seeing none, the bill passes with the one noted no vote. Senator McCon.
Mr. President, I would call up Senate Bill 2325. I believe that's number 64.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2325, Forestry Facility Grant Program, bring forward.
And make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Mr. President, there is a committee sub on this. Basically, we'll go ahead and explain what we've got going on right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is our forestry facility grant program from last year. Nothing's changed in it except the very end we put a reverse repealer in it. We'd like to keep this alive because we're continuing to work on the effects of the imps beetle and the southern pine beetle and the damage that's happening across the state. This is the only vehicle that we have left for any potential grant programs that we do to try to help with the cleanup in these dangerous situations. I'm not guaranteeing that we're going to be able to do anything yet, but I am saying that this is our only vehicle left. So I would ask for us to consider this, to adopt the committee sub, and I would entertain questions.
Questions on the bill? On the committee substitute, I'm sorry.
If not, I would move to adopt the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I would move for final passage based upon the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Was voting no. Present. Thank you, Senator. Very difficult time for people with pine trees. Senator Sparks. Senator Sparks, pass and retain. Senator Bryan, we're on 66 in it.
I would like to pass item 66. I do not ask that it retain its place on the calendar. I would like for it to go to the bottom of the calendar just for organizational purposes.
Thank you, Senator. 67.
I would go to item 67 and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2886, Nicotine Vapor Device Directory, require manufacturers to provide certification, set penalties, and other provisions.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I move the committee substitute be considered in lieu of the original bill.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute, Senator.
I ask that the chair recognize Senator Turner Ford.
Senator Turner Ford, you're recognized to explain committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2886 seeks to create a directory for what is referred to as ENS products. ENS stands for Electronic Nicotine Delivery System. The first section of the bill provides definitions, and the use of the word department throughout the bill will refer to the Department of Revenue. According to line 47, by August the 1st of 2024, all manufacturers of end products must submit certification to the Department of Revenue that they are either selling products where they have been granted a marketing order by the FDA, or that they have submitted a timely filed application for pre-marketing, or if there has been a denial from the FDA that the order has been stayed by the FDA or by a court order. There are also penalty provisions that are included for those manufacturers who fail to comply with the Act. In the event of the first violation, it will be $500 per product that is sold that's unauthorized. Second violation, civil penalties of $750 to $1,000 for unauthorized products. And then for a third violation, it would be $1,000 to $1,500 per unauthorized product that is sold. In the event a manufacturer's product does not make it to the directory that is published by DOR, then there's a process for the inventory to be moved and no longer made available for sale. The directory would go live or be published no later than October the 1st of 2024. And then for those manufacturers who are successfully listed on the directory, there's an annual certification requirement, and they would also have to pay $1,000 per end product to be certified. I yield for questions.
Okay, questions on the bill. Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Question.
You're recognized for a question, Senator.
So this registry through the DOR is going to make basically DOR the enforcement agency on this, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, the FDA is already providing a list of what they consider legal and approved products on their website, is what I understand.
I think to some extent that's true, but I do have correspondence that indicates that the FDA is lagging behind on the way that it manages the list. And so by creating a directory here in the state, it would make it more accessible to retailers who are in state to know which products are certified. And so this would give more of an enforcement tool here on the local level.
So this is a 2/3, this is a revenue bill, is this a 3/5 vote?
It's 3/5.
So do we know how much it's going to cost the Department of Revenue to do this?
Yes, there is a fiscal note.
Pardon?
There is a fiscal note. And so for the initial startup, and some of this is just based on, I would say, estimate. Looking at the state of Alabama, they have about 1,586 products. It's projected that DOR may need about, I think, $260,000 as an initial investment to build out the system and provide equipment.
How much again?
$260,000.
$260,000.
And then about $175,000 for employees. But then by the time of the annual certification, it is believed that there would be a $1,151,000 net increase once these, I would say, the fees are paid in order to request the annual certification.
And so they have to pay every year per product to the DOR $1,000 per product? Is that what I heard you say?
Yes.
Thank you.
Senator Hickman, for what purpose? Senator Hickman, for what purpose?
Question, Mr.
Are
President.
you for a question, Senator?
Yes, I do.
Senator Hickman, you're recognized.
Senator, if I'm correct, this would require that any vaporized things that are sold in like our stores have to be, first of all, come from like the FDA registry? Is this the same bill?
It is.
Okay, and so they would have to be approved by the FDA, and then the manufacturer would have to register them with DOR. Is that the proper steps?
I would say yes, to some extent. They either have to be approved by the FDA or they have to have correspondence from the FDA saying that they are being considered.
And do you know how many products currently the FDA have approved, like vape products?
That I do not know, but the only language that we do have, well, the information that we received from DOR looking at the state of Alabama is that they have 1,586 products. And so just assuming that we would have the same amount here in the state of Mississippi, that was the number that was used.
And this follows Alabama law?
To some extent, yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. Senator Barnett, for what purpose, sir?
Introduction on the order, Mr. President.
Okay, one moment. We're just about done with the bill. Seeing no other questions, Senator Turner, for we're ready.
I move adoption of the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're ready.
Move final adoption.
Final adoption, use of the morning roll call. Been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Cards voting no. Hill, Chisholm, Tate, Suber, Seymour, Ladner, Barrett, Jackson, Branning. Anyone else? McClendon, Hickman, present. Williams, no. Parker, no. Anyone else? Simmons, present. D, Simmons, present. Anyone else? One moment. Senator Norwood, for what purpose? To the vote, no. Norwood, no. Seeing no further, bill passes. Noes noted. Thank you, Senator Simmons, D. I'm sorry, Senator McMahon? Present on the prior bill. I didn't see you, Senator. Present on the prior, McMahon. Senator Barnett, you had an introduction, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the city, if you would direct your attention to the South Gallery, I'm sorry. I would actually like the representative from Maximus from McLean, Virginia, to please stand and let us make you welcome to our state capitol.
Thank you. Good to see you, Senator Ladner.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to be added as co-author to Bill number 2654.
2654. What number is that on?
27.
27 on the sheet. Seeing no objection is granted. Senator Horn.
Introduction out of order.
Please proceed.
I'd like to direct the Senate's attention to the South Gallery, where there's a lady in red in the South Gallery. I'd like to have her stand, Miss Lisa Davis. She was clerk of the House for 31 years. Let's give her a round of applause.
Good to see you again, Ms. Davis. Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass on items 68 and 69 on today's calendar and ask that they retain their place on the calendar and call up item 70.
Item 70, 68, and 69 are playing their place on the calendar. Item 70, sir. Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2502, County, shorten notice requirement for special meetings from 5 days to 24 hours.
May I explain the committee sub, Mr. President?
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, the committee substitute for Senate Bill 2502 amend section 19.319 to shorten the requirement for notices for special meetings of the county boards of supervisors from 5 days to 3 days. That change is on lines 14 and 15 of the committee sub. I'll yield to any questions.
I think you need to make the usual motion first, so we don't have to read it.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, I make the usual motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the committee substitute requesting questions of the Senate.
If there are no questions, Mr. President, I ask that we adopt a committee substitute in lieu of the original bill.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Mr. President, I yield to any questions. If not, I move for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no question, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Thank you, Senator Sue. Senator Blackwell, you're recognized. We're on 71, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask that we hold 71 on
retain its place on the
retain
calendar.
its place on the calendar. Yes, sir. Sorry.
72, sir.
And go to item number 72. Ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title. 71 retains its place on the calendar.
Senate Bill number 2823, Medicaid, revise various technical provisions related thereto, including reimbursement levels and facility eligibility.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I'd like to request to be recognized to explain the committee substitute.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the Senate version of the tech bill. If you recall, we passed the House version earlier this session, which the House version, all it did was extend the repealer dates. So our work was a little bit more substance. The majority of the changes that we made were at the request of the department to maintain compliance with federal statute. But let me tell you what we've added on our side to impact providers. We are requiring the division to cover a continuing glucose monitoring device service as a pharmacy benefit when medically necessary. Currently, it's a durable medical equipment benefit. Ambulatory surgical care centers may be reimbursed by the division based on 100% of the Medicare ASC payment system rate effective July 1st. Currently, they're getting paid at 80%. The division may provide reimbursement for neuromuscular tongue muscle stimulators for the reduction of snoring and obstructive sleep apnea. We're revising their upper payment limit programs to include hospitals, nursing facilities, physicians, and other eligible licensed providers as determined by the division. The division shall develop and implement a method for reimbursement of autism spectrum disorder services based on a continuum of care for the best practices in medically necessary early intervention treatment. We extended the repealer dates like the House did to 2028. And we're amending existing law to require adult daycare centers to be licensed by the Department of Health and would require the division to create a tiered reimbursement model so that it would pay a higher rate for higher levels of service than what would be reimbursed for at lower levels of service. That's an explanation of the committee sub. I'll yield for questions.
Questions on the committee substitute. Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You here for a question, Senator?
Yes, it will.
Senator Hill, you're recognized.
I think I heard you say something about daycare licensing by the Department of Health.
Not Medicare. This is Medicaid.
Medicaid. What did you say about daycare licensing? I heard you say something about daycare licensing. Because daycare licenses have been under the Department of Health, as far as I know, for years.
Yeah, it's so we're amending existing law to require the adult daycare.
Adult daycare center.
Yeah, so they get paid depending on the complexity of the illness. They're going to get more reimbursement for those that are higher complexities.
And you said they were adding some providers to upper payment limits. Do you know who those are?
Yes, hospitals, nursing facilities, physicians, and other eligible licensed providers is determined by the division.
Now, how did we get this sleep apnea section in here?
That was a request. It was a request by a third party, and we talked with the department about it, and they found it acceptable.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Senator Sparks, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
You
President.
yield for a question, Senator Blackman?
Yes, so you.
Senator Sparks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On line 253, there's some changed language there, and I apologize. I don't know that I know what family planning services are covered under this section, but there's a change of definition. Can you please tell me what that
Yes. This amends the family planning waiver eligibility group to where the division gets to the option to cover this group as a waiver or a state plan amendment. They're adding men and changing it to reproductive age because this coverage group covers contraceptives and family planning services for men and women.
that's all it covers is
That's
reproductive services?
Yes, yeah, I had concerns when I saw that too, but it's more of a conforming language.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sparks. Senator Barrett, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
For
President.
you for a question, Senator Blackwell?
Yes, I will.
Senator Barrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see in line 296 through 298, children that are in county and state custody, we're extending their eligibility from 21 to 26 years old. Does that keep up with the federal law? Is that what?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
It's required by federal law to cover foster children up to age 26.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Parker? For what purpose, sir?
Question.
Question, Senator Blackwell?
Yes, sir.
Senator Parker, you're recognized for a question.
So I had the same question about the foster care that Senator Barrett mentioned, but also the question about the ambulance services. I'm kind of reading through there it's a secondary kind of transport after the fact. Is that basically an increase in our ability to pay our ambulance services in that situation?
It is. A lot of times the ambulances roll to somebody's house and basically they refuse to go to a higher level of care. In a lot of those cases, the ambulance staff can go ahead and treat the patient. And so we're wanting them to get compensated for that work that they do.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. For what purpose, ma'am?
I have one more question on
Senator?
line 253.
Please proceed. Please proceed, Senator.
Okay, you were talking about family planning services, and it says women, and it adds and men of reproductive age whose family income does not exceed 185% of the federal poverty level. Individuals covered under this paragraph should be determined, and those individuals shall be eligible to receive family planning services covered under this section and not any other services covered under Medicaid. My question is, what kind of family planning are we providing for men? What kind of family planning services are we providing for men? Because I didn't think they needed birth control. Are we giving vasectomies, or what are we doing?
Actually, yeah, we are not giving the birth control, but we're allowing them to have contraceptives for up to a year.
Oh, so you're just giving them the traditional contraceptives for up to a year along with the birth control for women?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Any other questions? Any other questions? Okay, Senator.
I move adoption of the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
And I have an amendment, Mr. President.
Would you put your amendment on the board, please, sir? One moment. One moment. Okay, it's up, Senator. We're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. The first part of this amendment authorizes the division to conduct less frequent medical redeterminations for children eligible under this subsection who no longer who have certain long-term or chronic conditions that do not need to be identified every year. In checking with the department, we have depending on your diagnosis, it could be every year up to every 6 years. So we're just trying to put this in the statute that they don't have to be re-identified or recertified every year and leave basically based upon their condition. And the next section, gynecologists are compensated at 100% of Medicare, and we're just moving pediatricians into that group as well. The next section, the division in consultation with the Mississippi Hospital Association shall develop alternative models for distribution of medical claims and supplemental payments for inpatient and outpatient settings. And it was basically the goal of this is to maximize inpatient and outpatient reimbursement to the hospitals for services they provide. Then the last thing is supplemental payments to hospitals shall not decrease by more than 5% when compared to a hospital's prior year payment unless the hospital has closed or changed services or patient volume which impact the hospital's payment. And for Mississippi providers described under this section, the division shall, subject to approval of the Centers of Medicare, implement and operate a supplemental payment program at the maximum levels permissible under federal statute. That's an explanation of the amendment.
Questions on the amendments? Seeing none, Senator, ready for your motion.
I move for adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I move, no other questions, move for final passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Those voting no. Tate, no. Hill, no. McClendon, no. Chisholm, no. Branning, no. Barrett, no. Rhodes, no. Parks, no. Present, anyone? Present, anyone? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Barr. Senator Barr, we're on 73.
73.
Yes, sir. We start here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call that item up. Have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2682, Mississippi Critical Teacher Shortage Act of 1998, extend repeal thereon.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes usual motion. Anyone object to this procedure? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator DeVar.
I ask that you recognize Senator Blunt to explain the bill.
Senator Blunt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe there's an amendment on the desk, and I'd like to move adoption of the amendment and be recognized to explain it.
You need to adopt the amendment. You want to explain the amendment?
I would.
Oh, you move that we adopt the committee substitute.
No, sir. I believe we have a strike-all amendment, and I'm moving to adopt the strike-all and would like to explain it.
Okay, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill deals with two subjects. The first subject is we extend the repealer on the Mississippi Critical Needs Shortage Act. We make no changes to the current law. And then on line 283 of the strike-all amendment, we extend that existing program as is until 2027. That's the first part of the bill. The second part of the bill deals with the Winter Reed Teacher Loan Repayment Program, named from Governor William Winter and Tupelo businessman Jack Reed. We make a few changes here that have come to us at the recommendation of the Office of Financial Aid. We extend eligibility to teachers who may not be in their first year. And this is the key part of the strike-all amendment as it relates to Winter Reed. The present law allows for, puts a hard cap on the number of teachers who can have their loan, a portion of their loan repaid. And the problem with having a cap on the number of individuals who are eligible to participate in this program is, first, it's a 3-year program, and so in year 1 and 2, we actually didn't spend the money that was available because teachers were only getting into the first year. That number is going to grow as they enter into their second and third year of the program. And secondly, the awards, which are not changed by the amendment, are $1,500 in year one, $2,500 in year two, $3,500 in year three. If you are in a critical needs district, $4,000, $5,000, and $6,000. And so we have no way of knowing in a given year how many teachers are going to be in a critical needs shortage district and how many teachers are going to be in a non-critical needs shortage district. We have no way of knowing from year to year how many of those people will return to the profession in year two or in year three. So the amendment maintains that the funding is subject to appropriation by the legislature, and we can control how much that is. But in the event that we exceed the number of teachers that are allowed under the law and have money available, we can include more teachers in the program, and that's what we're trying to do. That's an explanation of the strike-all amendment, Mr. President. I'll be happy to yield for any questions.
Are there any questions on the amendment? No questions, Senator.
If there are no questions on the strike-all amendment, Mr. President, I would move adoption of the strike-all.
Senator moves adoption of the amendment. Anyone object to this procedure? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe we have a second amendment on the desk. The strike-all amendment that we just adopted deleted the repealer on the program. There's some concern that we continue to monitor this, and the second amendment simply extends the repealer, does not delete it. That's an explanation of amendment number 2.
Any questions on the amendment?
Move adoption of the amendment.
Go ahead, Senator Blunt.
Move adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
Amendment number 2. Senator moves adoption of amendment number 2. Any objection? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Blunt.
If there are no further questions, Mr. President, my motion is passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggested use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object to this procedure? Senator Hill, present. Oh, you have a question? We'll back up. Well, Senator Blunt has yielded the podium. You have a question of Senator DeBar? He's yielded the podium.
All I wanted to know is, do y'all have any statistics as to how successful we're being with this? And you can provide it to me later. I just, I want to know how much it's helping us.
Senator Blunt, do you?
I think Senator Blunt has that information.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, now we'll go back. Senator suggests use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no or present? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call up the next item. Have the title read.
Please read the title.
Mississippi School for Mathematics and Science relocate to the campus of Mississippi State University.
Senator DeBar.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. We do have a committee sub, and then I'm going to ask the chamber to defeat the committee sub because we have a new strike-all amendment. The committee sub is the language that merges the W and Mississippi State together and moves MSMS. It doesn't move MSMS, but it allows Mississippi State to control and run the campus. However, with the new amendment that I'm asking you to support, once we defeat the committee sub, is it creates a feasibility study, allows peer to look into the feasibility of the W as well as MSMS, and the peer can then discuss the feasibility, the viability of the W by bringing in IHL, LBO, any other education expert that might bring information to bear on the viability of the W. They have to provide a report to the Senate, to the House, Lieutenant Governor, Speaker, by October 1, which is going to, I know it's a short period, but I'm sure they can be extended if necessary. And I can tell you why we're looking at this issue is, as Senator Boyd has pointed out in her hearings and so forth, and the passage of her bills yesterday, the feasibility study, we have declining enrollment. Currently, the W has lost 500 students over the last 10 years. We're at about 1,800 undergrad students, 2,200 overall. There's a declining enrollment at MSMS. They're down to about 240 students. MSMS themselves have asked for an appropriation of $51 million to rehab their dorms. They've asked for another close to $40 million to upgrade some administrative buildings. So we're looking at $90 million. The other thing that brought to bear with this whole issue and why the genesis of this bill came up initially was if you look at MSMS, the problems they had, the W's had problems with name changes, but that wasn't the issue. But between the declining in enrollment, the increased appropriations, the lack of future enrollment, because as you know, our K through 12 enrollment is down about 3% every year. More and more kids are getting certificates. They aren't going to college. Declining enrollment in our colleges and universities, like I said, as Senator Boyd said. So we're looking at overall declining enrollment throughout our state, throughout all of our 9 universities. And you may ask, okay, why are we doing this one for the W when we did the one yesterday for Senator Boyd? And the answer is simple. We don't know if Senator Boyd will make it through all the way. We don't know. And plus, this is unique in that we have 11th and 12th grade students on that campus. And so it's unique in that way. It does not include any other universities. The scope is limited to the W and MSMS. And, I'm asking you then to, if there are no questions, which I'm sure there will be, to defeat the committee sub, and then we proceed by moving on the amendment, which creates the feasibility study. So I'm not sure how you want to proceed, Mr. President.
Mr. Chairman, actually, there are no questions, and Senator Barr moves to defeat the committee sub. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Committee sub removed.
So I have the amendment, which I described to you. I'll be yield for any questions on that amendment, the strike-all amendment creating the feasibility study.
Or any questions? We do have one. Senator Hickman, do you have a question?
Yeah, question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator
Yes, I do.
Hickman. Senator Hickman.
Just one question, Chairman DeBar. What would this feasibility study do that wouldn't be done? I understand that this will go through peer, but that wouldn't be done in the bill that we passed yesterday to study all colleges and universities.
This, like I said, this is different from Senator Boyd's bill. This is just solely limited to the scope of the W and MSMS. We're going to probably gather some of the same data, but with the uniqueness of MSMS located on this campus, that's why we're moving forward with this one as well as you just never know what's going to make it through the House or through the whole chamber by the end of the session.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hickman.
All right. Let's see. Senator Turner Ford, do you have a question?
I do.
Do you yield, Senator Turner Ford?
Yes, I do.
Senator Turner Ford.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So when would we expect to receive the results of the feasibility study?
But October 1st, they have to make a report available to us.
And would it be made or distributed to all members of the legislature? I think I missed part of this.
Well, it's supposed to be provided, it will be provided to the chairman of the universities and colleges, House and Senate Appropriations Chairman, Lieutenant Governor, Speaker, as well as peer reports are made available online as well. So I don't have myself listed in here as receiving the report, but I know it's available online. I know members of the peer committee, we can all get copies of that report. That's why we use the peer, so everybody can have access to it one way or the other.
And I'm just curious, not that it's required, but has the administration of MUW and MSMS been informed of today's proposal?
Of this proposal?
Yes.
Not this proposal, no.
Thank you.
Senator Hill, do you have a question?
Just I want to be clear as to what this amendment does.
Okay, do you yield, Senator Hill?
I do, yes.
Senator Hill.
So basically, this amendment strikes everything that's in this committee sub and says that peer is going to do a study,
That's correct. That is correct.
And then come back and report what the findings are and what the recommendations are.
That is correct.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Senator Hill.
Senator Younger, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr.
Do
President.
you yield, Senator Younger?
Yes, I will.
Senator Younger.
Senator
recognized.
DeBar, this amendment is just for MUW, for peer.
Correct.
Why not the other universities?
Well, I don't know if the code sections are in the bill as it is. I don't know if it'd be, you could raise a point of order. However, as the issue began with dealing with MSMS, the university, being located on that university, I wanted to stay in my lane as much as possible. I didn't want to expand and go into Senator Boyd's lane and in her functions and duties. So my goal was to limit it to the W, to make sure that we have a strong campus there, strong university, which I know you would appreciate. And my goal ultimately is to help those 11th, 12th grade kids who are located there so they can reach their potential academically, personally, and socially.
And I understand, and look, you've done beyond greatness with education. I mean, everybody knows that you have. And you've worked really hard with education. And sometimes the House has gotten credit for things that you've done in the past years. But MSMS has got a lot, even though the facilities aren't worth a flip. And we have not given them money like we should have in the past to upbring some of their facilities and their dorms. They've done some outstanding work with some of their kids where they are now. And a lot of them stayed in Mississippi. And of course, the president of University of Southern Mississippi just offered to give the seniors there all free,
Free tuition.
scholarship.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the teachers there are unbelievable. I mean, Chuck Yarborough, for instance, is one of them, and there's many more. But Chuck has really done. He's gotten all kinds of awards academically, and all gone to Washington D.C. with some. And I appreciate your hard work, but bigger isn't always better sometimes. And I love Mississippi State, but I love the W. So it's a hard situation for me to be in, but anyway, my hat's off to you, and I appreciate all the work you're doing.
Thank you, Senator Younger. I know you're in a tough position, but ultimately the goal is, the way I look at it is, I want to help those 11th to 12th grade kids who are the best, some of the best and brightest in our state, giving them the best opportunities, whatever they may be, wherever it's at. Ultimately, that's my goal. I have no complaints about the work that the people and the students at MUW are doing. But I just think the data needs the control, and that's what this study will do. Will show us the data, provide a recommendation to this chamber, to the legislature. There's a way going forward. If the report comes back and says we need to upgrade the W, upgrade MSMS where they're located, so be it. I'll be the champion, obviously. So my goal is to make sure those kids are taken care of and they're given what they need. And so thank you, Senator Younger.
Senator Parks, what purpose?
Question.
Do you yield Senator Parks for a question?
I do.
Senator Parks.
Thank you, Senator. I'm reading this, and I really thought we were focusing on MSMS, but if I read this, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you're actually doing a study of the university itself, its financial feasibilities and its ability to exist as well. Is that a fair statement?
Well, the MSMS as well as the W, yes.
Okay, so it affects
So they're all in
both.
ones, therefore take
Okay.
them all up in one, yes.
All right, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Senator Parks.
Okay, Senator, I see no further questions. Do you have a motion?
A motion is to adopt the amendment.
Motion is to adopt the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. No further questions. I move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests the use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Come on up. Senator Chisholm, Senator Parks, Senator Whaley, Senator Younger, Senator Albert Butler, Senator Parker, Senator Hickman, Senator Jackson, Senator Horn. Am I going too fast? Okay. Senator Barnett, Senator Norwood, Senator McClendon, Senator Barrett, Senator Frazier, Senator Thomas, Senator Simmons, Senator Blackman, Senator Turner Ford, Senator Jordan, Senator Sarita Simmons, Senator Seymour, Senator Ladner, Senator Tate, Senator Suber, and Senator Hill.
Senator Brumfield.
Who did I miss?
Brumfield.
I'm sorry, Senator Brumfield. And Senator Branning. I got you, Senator Brumfield. All right, you got Senator Branning? All right, if you would, please read those back. Those voting no.
Voting no or nay: Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Branning, Brumfield, Butler, Chisholm, Frazier, Hickman, Hill, Horn, Jackson, Jordan, Ladner, McClendon, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Seymour, Simmons of the 12, Simmons of the 13, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Turner Ford, Whaley, and Younger.
The bill has failed by a vote of 27 noes. Next bill. Thank you. Item 75. Senator Younger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item number 75, have the title read, please.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2004, grain grading, requires state or federal certification and complies with federal grain inspection service standards.
Senator Younger.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. Ayes have it. Senator Younger.
I'd like to move that the committee sub be adopted in lieu of the original bill, and I yield the mic to Senator Berry to present the bill.
Senator Berry, you're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, sir. I hope this is a slightly less controversial bill than the last one. And this is something that our farmers have brought to us, asking for some standardization in our state warehouses and dealers on grain grading so that they can have some confidence in what's happening. So this will provide, the Department of Agriculture provides training and certification for grain graders across the state for those farmers that use those places. It shouldn't cost the Department of Agriculture anything due to an agreement with the Soybean Board that has volunteered to pay for that, as well as the Mid-South Grain Inspection Services agreement that the Department of Agriculture has to provide this type of training. That is a brief explanation of the bill, and I assume there may be a question on this complex subject. So,
I expect. Senator England, you have a question.
I have a question, Mr. President.
You yield to Senator England.
Certainly.
Senator England, you're recognized.
Senator Berry, I understand that you share a name with our Commissioner of Agriculture. Are y'all related?
We are not. That's a first name.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I didn't know. I just wanted to make sure before I go on with my questions. If you have a farmer that is, raising this high-graded grain, would you consider that farmer to be an expert in his field?
More than likely, if he is growing a crop, I would expect he's an expert.
I also, you did pretty good explaining the bill, but I barely understood you. Could you do that again?
I'm sorry, I have difficulty hearing sometimes. Could you repeat that question?
Yes, I said I barely understood your explanation of the bill. Could you maybe go over it again?
Certainly, sir. So this bill just simply provides certification of our grain dealers and warehouses when they are purchasing the grain, so that our farmers have confidence that the grain that they're selling is getting graded at a comparable standard across the state.
That's a very fair explanation. Are you nervous presenting a bill after the bill before you failed?
I'm sorry. I'm having a little trouble hearing you.
I said the bill before you failed. Does that make you a little nervous?
Not at all. No, sir.
Okay, so you don't think that your bill could maybe go awry?
It very well could.
Thank you. I think that's all the corny questions that I have. So the floor.
Thank you for the question, sir.
We have a few more here. Senator McCon, do you have a question? Do you have a question?
Certainly. Yes, sir. Be my pleasure.
You yield to Senator McCon for a question.
Be my pleasure.
Well, would this include Milo?
It does include Milo.
What are you going to do with Otis?
Oats are included.
Otis. Do you remember Milo and Otis?
I'm sorry. I just cannot hear well.
Milo and Otis. You remember those?
I'm familiar
That's
with Milo
about your
and
time
Oats.
period. You're as old as I am.
I also
So,
remember, I think
would
it was
this
Hall
be-
and Oates as well. I remember those guys too.
That's right. Would this be included, this grain generally be used for agricultural purposes, or is this maybe going to end up at a brewery somewhere?
I think it could be used for either. It doesn't
For either.
the bill doesn't specify what the final use of this grain would be.
So would you use this in your operation, because you're a cattle farmer, is that
Correct.
right?
Yes, sir.
Do you think you're maybe taking this bill by the horns?
Slightly,
And you're
yes,
actually,
sir.
take care of
The
this?
shorter horn side of that, yes, sir.
Usually whenever you have that problem going on, you need a pair of horns. So if you successfully succeed at the passage of this bill, maybe we're going to give you a set of horns so you can always know that you did that.
Well, I look forward to that possibility, sir, and thank you for that.
Very good.
Senator McClendon, do you have a question?
Yes, sir.
Do you yield to Senator McClendon?
Yes, sir, I do.
Senator McClendon.
Senator Berry, are you any kin to Chuck?
We may, sir. I have not researched that, but I would suspect with the last name of that's a high likelihood that we are related.
How about Blue?
Yes, sir. My father always said we were kin to Blue and Blackberry. Yes, sir.
John Henry?
Yes, sir, I am.
Dale?
I am. Yes, sir.
So am I. So am I.
Well, we may be related as well, sir. I don't know. I have to get the Berry book out and do a little research.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Senator, I believe that's all the questions at this time. You move to adopt the committee substitute?
Yes, sir. At this time, I move to adopt the committee substitute on the morning roll call.
Okay, we do have another question. Before I do that.
Certainly. Yes, sir. I'll yield.
Senator Sparks for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Sparks?
Yes, sir. Be
Okay,
glad
Senator
to.
Sparks.
Thank you, Senator. I understand you're grading grain, and I assume the purpose of grading the grain is for valuation.
Correct.
So the higher the grade, the more valuable it is.
That can be dependent upon the contract that a farmer may have with a dealer or elevator. But yes, sir, in general, that would be the idea.
All right, well, we're defining a grain dealer on lines 24 through 29, correct?
Let me see here. 24 through 29?
Yes.
24 just spells out, 24 and 25 spells out the grain that's covered.
No, wait a minute, I may be on the wrong version here. Line 24 through 29 looks like to me is the definition of grain dealer.
So the version I was given apparently might be different than what you're reading.
Well, the version on the screen is what I'm talking about.
Senator, do you have the committee substitute?
No, sir, I do not.
That's it.
That's all right. No, I'm somebody get him a sub.
Put sub in, please.
Here, there we go. Thank you. Yes, sir, you're correct. 24 does describe grain dealers.
All right, and this is someone who's going to buy products grown in this state?
Yes, sir, this state, and I assume they would be open to buy products that are hauled in from another state as well.
They got it on lease on that, on 24 and 24.
Well, go down to line 61. And there's line 66 says the department of the designee shall certify grain dealers and a certificate to a grain dealer. My question is there anything in this legislation that addresses the economic circumstances of someone who sells their grain to a grain dealer to assure payment?
No, sir, this is strictly on the grading of the grain that's presented for sale. It does not address any other factors other than providing a standardization for our farmers to have their grain graded as so if I go to your elevator and then I go to someone else's elevator, what this should do is provide the standardization that you're getting the same grading and therefore possibly the same price at our I would say the same price because what I pay may be different from you, but you should get the same classification of your grade based on wherever you take it within the state on a state licensed facility.
Okay, so they're certifying the actual dealer who's going to employ grain samplers and graders, because if they're sampling and grading, they're dictating the price, and it's the same people who are going to buy the product from the farmer. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes, sir. But they're following the USDA standardization of the grain. So that's why we want to provide this training so that there is hopefully no fudging of that, and they're all following the same standard that USDA has approved of grain standards. And there's a 356-page document manual that specifies how the grain shall be graded of the different varieties of grain.
Okay, thank you, because I'm looking out for the farmer.
Yes, sir.
And I think
that's what we're trying to
legislation
do
is
as well.
intended to do. All right, thank you. Appreciate it, Mr.
Okay, we have Senator Whaley. No questions? All right, I see no further questions, so I think the senator moved that we adopt the committee sub. So,
Yes.
Yeah, we need to adopt the committee sub. So all in favor of the committee sub, say aye. All opposed, no. Aye has it. Senator,
Suggest we use the morning roll call for final passage.
Senator suggests use morning roll call for final passage. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does any senator wish to be recorded as voting no or present? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Okay, item 76, Senator Boyd.
Before going to item 76, Mr. President, I would like to ask for immediate release of item 59, Senate Bill 2417.
Immediate release on 2417. Any objection? Seeing none, have immediate release.
Mr. President, I'd like to call up item 76, Senate Bill 2724, and ask for the title to be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2724, Mississippi Resident Tuition Assistance and Promise Grant Program create to provide financial assistance to students.
Senator Boyd.
Mr. President, I make the usual motion.
Senator makes usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed no. Ayes have it. Senator Boyd.
Mr. President, I'd like to bring up Senator Delano to explain the bill.
Senator Delano, you're recognized.
Mr. President, we have committee sub. I'd like to be recognized to explain the committee sub.
You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is another attempt to try to help some tuition assistance and financial aid bill. As we've gone through this process, we understand that it's going to cost a significant amount of money. This is a work in progress, and there's a reverse repealer in this bill. So as I go through this explanation, please have it with that little caveat over the top of it. This addresses MTAG, which is the Mississippi Resident Tuition Assistance Grant. It's been in place for about 30 years. Started in 1995. We haven't had any changes to the benefits under this MTAG program, although that it has helped about 750,000 Mississippians. This bill would remove the Pell exclusion for MTAG, and it would allow for many other low-income students to be eligible for this amount of money. It would also allow for part-time students with part-time enrollment to be eligible for this particular award. It would also eliminate the initial academic eligibility requirements because it's more or less redundant because the colleges or the community colleges already have their standards, which are pretty close to the same as the ones that are on the books now, and we just eliminated some bureaucracy with that. The award right now is currently $500 a year for freshmen and sophomores, and then $1,000 a year for juniors and seniors. What's been discussed thus far is to have some type of a tiered program that would be based off of income. The lower the income, the higher the award. But like I said, this is a work in progress, and it's something that we're continuing to do. That's an explanation of the first part of it, which is the MTAG section. The other part that's something that's been very important to our leadership is a component that's called the last dollar, or what we're trying to do is with the Mississippi Promise Plan. This would not expand eligibility, but it would allow for additional dollars that would go to community college for people that are trying to go to community college to help cover the gap for the last dollar amount of it. The incremental cost for that program alone would be between $7.5 million and about $10 million. With the tag stuff that we've talked about, the changes to tag will probably impact somewhere in the neighborhood of about 37,000 new students that would be eligible for this award. It would cost about $31 million. So if you add those two together, we're looking at about a $40 million reoccurring hit to the general fund. Something that we're going to still work out. That's an explanation of the committee sub. Mr. President, I will yield for any questions. If not, I will move for adoption of the committee sub.
Are there any questions on the committee sub? I see none, Senator.
Go move for adoption of the committee sub.
Senator moves for adoption of the committee sub.
And if there are no other questions, I'll move for final passage based on the morning roll call.
All in favor say aye, and now we'll go to the morning roll call. Okay, all in favor, I'm sorry. Senator suggests to use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object to this procedure? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Pope. Anyone else wish to be recorded as voting no? Please present for Senator Hobson. Anyone else? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call. All others present by use of morning roll call as voting no. Chisholm was, okay, I didn't see your hand. Senator Chisholm is a no. Anyone else? Now, please record all others present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Okay, we'll go to the next item, 77. I'm sorry, you're on 76. I'm sorry. My bad. Senator Boyd.
Mr. President, I'd like to call up item 77, Senate Bill 2728, and ask for the title to be read.
Item 77. Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2728, University of Mississippi authorized to enter long-term lease with approval of IHL.
Mr. President, I'd like to make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Boyd.
Mr. President, I'd like to move that the committee sub be adopted in lieu of the original bill and ask that Senator Jackson be allowed to explain the bill.
Senator Jackson, you're recognized to explain the committee sub, right?
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a simple bill that will authorize the University of Mississippi to enter into a ground lease that shall not exceed 30 years for the purpose of developing academic buildings, housing, dining halls, parking facilities, and or other uses for the benefit of the university. The university will negotiate terms, lease terms, and ancillary agreements. IHL must approve all final agreements.
Okay, well, I think we have a few questions, Senator. Senator Derek Simmons, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Simmons?
I yield.
Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, I'm sorry, I didn't hear anything you just said. Could you repeat yourself?
This is a simple bill that will authorize the University of Mississippi to enter into a ground lease that shall not exceed 30 years for the purpose of developing academic buildings, housing, dining halls, parking facilities, and/or other uses for the benefit of the university. The university will negotiate lease terms and ancillary agreements. IHL must approve all final agreements.
Thank you so much, Mr. Senator. That time you were speaking too fast. Could you slow down? Thank you, Senator.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Hickman, do you have a question?
Question, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Hickman?
E2, that's mate.
Senator Hickman, you're recognized.
Just a couple of questions. I'm trying to get some clarity here, as I often am. Now, what are we authorizing the university to lease?
Property that they own.
But I think you used a particular word. What kind of lease was it?
Ground lease?
Yeah, a ground lease. So are they simply only leasing the ground, or are they leasing the rest of the property, like the air and the below the ground? What are we doing here?
Below the ground, and the air is owned by the Lord. They are leasing the property that you could see.
So they're releasing the property that they can see. And how long are they going to be able to have these leases?
They do not exceed 30 years.
Okay. One final question about leases. How many ants does it take to rent a property?
Ants don't have money.
I think the answer you're looking for is tenants. Thank you.
Tenant. Senator Horn, do you have a question, please?
Question.
Do you yield, Senator Horn?
Yes, sir.
Senator Horn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Now, Senator Jackson, are you for this P3?
Am I for this legislation that I'm
You're doing a
presenting?
P3 right now. You realize that, right?
Hotty toddy.
Pardon me? I'm sorry, say again?
Hotty toddy. Yes, sir, I'm for.
Mr. President, Mr. Senator, Hotty Toddy is the wrong school. What school is this?
University of Mississippi.
Oh, Hotty Toddy. Okay. I thought you was talking about Mississippi State for a minute. You for this P3?
I'm for this legislation that I'm presenting.
But you know this is a P3.
I'm aware.
So what does P3 mean?
Public-private partnership.
Go on with your bad self, brother. You've been studying this bill, haven't you?
I just received it.
So what happens? What happens after 30 years?
They would enter into a new lease if they so chose.
Does the P enter into the other lease, or does the other P enter into the lease?
I think it's a deal. All three come together.
So it would still be a public-private partnership.
Sure.
Is this a design build project?
Sir?
A design build?
I'm not certain. Sir? It does not specify.
It's not specified. So they could sneak a little design build in there if they wanted to, couldn't they?
It doesn't specify.
Are you for that?
No sneakery over here.
No what?
No sneakery.
No sneakery? Okay. What is sneakery?
It's the act of sneaking.
I'm through with you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Oh, wow. Senator England, do you have a question?
I do have a question, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator England?
Yes.
Senator England, you're recognized.
Thank you. Senator Jackson, I heard Senator Boyd before she brought the bill up. She made the usual motion, and you're just standing there. Can you make the usual motion?
She made the usual motion. I stand.
Oh, I know. So you're just standing there, but you're not making any of the usual motions. Would you like to make any motions?
I'm just going to answer your questions. I wouldn't like to make any other motions.
If I were at the University of Mississippi, what's the best place to eat?
Chick-fil-A.
The Lord's Chicken. I thought that's what you were going to say. So if the University of Mississippi is wanting to lease out things and make some money off of their property, does that include the marijuana grounds they have there?
Let's hope not.
Have you ever been there?
I have not.
Okay. Does your daddy know you're here?
Yes, sir, he does.
Did he drop you off this morning?
He did not.
Oh, okay. All right. So he let you drive now. That's good. Glad you're here, Senator Jackson.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator, you're not going to believe this, but that was the last question. Would you like to move that we adopt the committee sub?
Yes, if there are no further questions, I move to adopt the committee sub.
Seeing no further questions, Senator moves that we adopt the committee sub. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Boyd, Senator Jackson, one of you.
May I ask for final passage by use of the morning roll call?
There you go. The senator suggests the use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object to this motion? Does any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. I enjoyed that, Senator. 78, Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 78 and ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2526, Special Care Facility for Parole Inmates, bring forward provisions for possible amendment.
Senator Blackwell.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Blackwell.
Ask that you recognize Senator Wiggins to explain the bill.
Senator Wiggins, you're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Simply starting at line 1832, it simply directs the Division of Medicaid to apply for a waiver for federal funding regarding the inmate payment exclusion. This couple years ago, we passed the special treatment facility where inmates get paroled. We thought MDOC was going to cooperate, but they haven't, so this is simply directing the Division of Medicaid to do that, which will lessen the healthcare costs to our system. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions on the committee substitute?
If no questions, move passage on the morning roll call. Oh, adopt the committee substitute, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator.
That's my motion.
The motion is to adopt the committee substitute. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
And passage on the morning roll call is my motion.
Senator suggests the use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object to this procedure? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Hill. Anyone else? Senator Chisholm. Senator Tate. Anyone else? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting present? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll calls voting aye. The bill is passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we pass and retain 79 and 80. We go to 81, call that up, ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2130, Homeowners Insurance, prohibit insurance for refusing to issue or to renew policy solely based on roof's age.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you. I ask that you allow Senator Johnson to explain the bill.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized to explain. I believe it's a committee substitute also.
Mr. President, this is a committee sub. I ask that it be brought up to be explained.
Yes, sir. You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill deals with homeowners insurance and roofing. Apparently, there's an issue with some insurance companies not writing new policies or renewing policies on homes with the roof that say over 12 years old. Of course, some roofs can last up to 30 years or more. And what's happening is that people who are getting loans on homes when they buy them, or that have loans on homes and that require insurance coverage, they're not able to either close or they have a lapse in coverage because they get dropped on renewal. It's caused a major issue apparently with buying homes. And so this bill would require insurance companies to not be able to refuse coverage for any home with a roof that's less than 15 years old. And if the roof is over 15 years old, the homeowner has a option at their own expense to get a licensed home inspector to look at the roof, and if the home inspector says that it has at least 5 years in age remaining, the insurance company must write it. Insurance companies were not overwhelmed with joy over this bill, and so in an attempt to make it more palatable for them, we did add some language that would allow them to offer an actual cash value for the roofs or a depreciated cash value for the roofs. This allows them to insure them at a lesser rate but still insure the home. And we also allowed for the Department of Insurance to exempt certain areas, for instance, on the coast where there's the wind pool area, and that would be allowed to be exempted from this. And that's an explanation of the committee sub.
All right, we have Senator Williams. You have a question?
Question, Mr. President.
Do you yield to Senator Williams?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned that they can't, if it's less than 15 years old, they cannot deny coverage. Is there a provision in there that deals with a roof that maybe had damage or is in disarray?
So there is, not specifically. So it goes back to the date that the roof was last 100% replaced. But there is the ability for them to do an actual cash value or an appreciated cash value. So if they look at the roof and say, this roof is damaged or in disarray, we can insure it for this amount, but at least not deny coverage for the home policy.
Okay, and my concern is if you've got a roof that's 11 years old and you had a storm come through, a stick goes through it, the homeowner didn't have it prepared properly, and you get an insurance, and rain, you got damage inside that would really, they can mitigate that concern.
I believe so. Of course, if the homeowner, Council tells me on line 19 that they cannot do it solely based on the age of the roof, and he believes that answers your question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Senator Michelle, for what purpose? Yeah, we can hear you, Senator.
It's on.
No, it's not on. Try now, Senator.
Thank you. For a question, please.
You yield, Senator Michelle, for a question?
Yes, sir.
Senator Michelle.
Thank you. Senator, for the depreciated cash value policy, would that require that audit on the roof to be performed first?
I think that's up to what the insurance decides to do. I think that they would have a right to not renew it if it's 15 years old, and I don't know that it negates it. And if you think that we need to tweak that some to make that more clear, happy to do that.
Well, if it were 25 years old, let's say, is it going to require an audit for the insurance company to know how much life is left in the roof so that the insurance company knows what to base the coverage on?
That's actually a great question. And, that language was added after we had the 5-year part in there. And it may be good if we remove the 5-year part and leave the actual cash value part. I'm open to any amendments or suggestions you have on that.
Okay. We have another roofing bill coming from the House that is somewhat involving of this information that might be a help, but I just wanted to find out if you wanted to get the cash value coverage. What I'm concerned about is if we require an insurance company to insure a roof, that they may say, well, you know what, if we're going to be required to insure old roofs, we just won't do business in Mississippi, and that would be one thing that would concern me.
Yes.
And we'd hate to lose a company over a roofing issue when so many forms of insurance they may leave the state for.
I agree with that 100%, and that was part of the reason why we added some of this language in the committee. The amendment we had was specifically to allow them options to not force them into a situation to fully write it if it was a roof that they were afraid of the coverage on.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Hill, you have a question?
I do.
You yield, Senator Hill.
Yes.
Senator Hill.
I'm looking at the lines 40. It says the commissioner may exempt certain areas of the state from provisions of this act in accordance with Chapter 34 of Title 83. Can you explain that?
Yeah, that's what I was mentioning about potentially the, say, the coastal area that's under the wind pool, and I'm not an expert on all of the terminology and definitions. However, some insurance companies currently don't write on the coast, and we don't want this bill to force them to have to do that.
But some people aren't in the wind pool, like, anymore. Some have been exempt from the wind pool, so I don't know how you could do it based on a geographical area of the state, because there's some are in the wind pool and some aren't on the coast, and I think Delano can probably confirm that. I know that I'm one up from the coast and I'm not in the wind pool, but I'm still considered coastal and I still have those high rates, extremely high rates. So I'm just concerned with how it says you can exempt a certain geographical area because some of those are in the wind pool and some of them are not.
Senator Hobson, question?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Question.
Do you yield Senator Hobson for a question?
Yes.
Thank you.
Senator Hobson.
Senator Michelle addressed one that you might, the negative effect maybe that you run some insurers out of the state because they don't want to do this. But
yes.
One of the things I'm trying to figure out is you're not covering the, if you take on the risk as an insurer, if it's just an old age roof, they're not going to cover that anyway, are they? There's no requirement they cover a roof just because it ages out. It's got to be hail damage or some storm damage to be covered, correct?
That's my understanding. However, apparently there has been insurance, home insurance denied because of the age of the roof. And so, and I hope I'm answering this correctly. The idea with this is to help people close on houses without having to come up with the cash or extra loan to pay for a new roof. And hopefully the insurance company, we're trying to write this so that the insurance company can put a value on the roof that is more adequate for what it is.
Is there a concern? I'm assuming there's a concern by the insurers that because it's got an old roof, that it's got some other problems inside the house. Is that right?
And that I can't answer for certain. My understanding was that they had concerns about having to, if they write a roof that's older or in disrepair and depreciated out, they don't want to insure it for a full replacement, because if a hailstorm comes through a month after the home is purchased or the insurance policy's bound, then they don't want to pay for a full price of the roof replacement when the roof wasn't top-notch value at that time.
Yeah, but I don't know. Maybe we need to spend some time looking into this. It just doesn't make sense, because if you get hail damage, whether it's 1 year old or 30 years old, if it's hail damage and it's got to be replaced because of that.
But I think though the
seems like
part is how
have
much
to
are
cover
they,
that.
But again, I think that if they're not writing insurance policies for roofs, say over 12 years old, which is the number I've been told, then if you have an older roof that's in great shape and you're not getting an insurance policy and you need one for your home mortgage, or you just want an insurance policy, that's an issue. And so if they can write it for an actual cash value or depreciated cash value, my understanding is that can make it more palatable for them to write the policy without a full replacement to it.
Is there any concern that if they're required to write insurance on homes, they don't want to write insurance, they're just going to pass it along to other customers that would have to bear, take on higher expenses in their premiums because they're looking at it collectively, they're pooling their risks?
Sure, and we're trying to mitigate that by, say, eliminating forcing them from being in certain areas of the state. And I suppose that's certainly a risk. However, my understanding is that with being able to do a more fair price for what the roof's value is, that can offset that actuarial calculation.
Last question, is this happening, do you know it's happening in a particular place? Is this happening on the coast or Hattiesburg or some part of the state, or is this all over?
So my brother had brought this. My brother brought this to my attention. I had no idea it was a problem, but since then I've heard from people from around the state that say that they are aware of the problem. Especially realtors have brought it up as an issue when they're trying to close on properties. And I'm not aware of a geographical area that's more prone to it than others.
Okay.
Now
I think Senator Harkins may have one question, but I'll let him.
Yep, and look, I want to try to get it as good as possible, so we can put a reverse repealer in, or I'm open to amendments to make it more palatable.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Polk, do you have a question?
I do, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Polk?
Yes.
Senator Polk.
Maybe.
I haven't been able to read the bill quickly, so my concern really would be the notification. I was not aware of this happening, so if my insurance agent decided not to cover my roof, I probably wouldn't know it unless I had some type of notification.
Yes.
So is there any type of required notification that an insurance company would have to give to the insured?
There is not in this bill, and what we originally took was just modeled after Florida, and that was just not in that language. And then we made some amendments recommended to us for Mississippi. But I'm happy. I would like to just put a reverse repealer in if y'all are good with that after we pass the committee sub, and continue to look at it and see in what ways we can make it better if it's worth moving forward with.
I think that'd be a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator McClendon, do you have a question?
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator McClendon.
Yes.
Senator McClendon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't see anywhere in here that it covered tile roofs or wood cedar shake roofs, because a lot of those tile roofs, you can go through Bellhaven right around the corner, and they were put on 30s and 40s.
Yes.
And they're still great roofs. Some of the, and I hate to mention names, but Certainty has a 30-year guarantee on their roofs.
Yes.
Is any of that addressed in here? It doesn't look like it.
No, it is not. And again, these are things I'm happy to work on to make it more clear or specific.
Has the Insurance Coalition weighed in on this that you know of?
Yes, they really didn't like it when I first dropped it. They still didn't like it, but a little bit less than before after we made the amendment.
Okay. But you are willing to put a reverse repealer?
Yes, if we adopt the committee sub, then I'll put a reverse repealer amendment in it, and then we can move it through that way.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Suber, have a question?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Suber, for a
Yes.
question. Senator Suber.
So I'm looking at section 3, and it discussed if a roof's over 15 years old, insurer must allow the homeowner to have a roof inspection. So are you requiring a home inspection of the roof after 15 years?
No, it's not required. The homeowner may, at their own expense, get a roof inspection if they would like to. But I will point out, this was the original language. We added paragraph 5 under section 1 in committee. And that may solve that issue anyway. We may want to take out section 3.
And the only other concern I had was your term authorized inspector. You require an authorized inspector and at the homeowner's expense to examine the roof. Well, you have the authorized inspector must be approved by the insured, so the inspector has to be approved by the insured. I mean,
and again, that came from Florida law, but yes, it would be home inspectors. I I would assume, and maybe that's a mistake, that it would be just licensed home inspectors that.
I mean, could it be any kind of licensed home inspector? I mean, I saw you had that in here.
That's my understanding. Again, we may take that part out with the addition of paragraph 5.
Because I'd like to see an independent inspector, you know, not one that's just approved by the insurance company.
Okay.
One that's approved by.
Happy to work on any of these. I mean, the idea is that if this is something that the body thinks is worth doing, I would like to get it to be a good product. So happy to work on all of these issues.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President.
Okay, I see no further questions. You move for adoption of the committee sub before the amendment?
Yes, sir.
Senator moves for adoption of the committee sub. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now for amendment.
The amendment would be to add a reverse repealer and vet out some of these issues. Any questions on the reverse repealer?
Or any questions on the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Senator?
Move passage using the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object to this procedure? Does any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Chisholm, Senator Michelle, anyone else? How about present? Anyone wish to be recorded as present? Present for Senator Hill and Senator Suber and Senator McClendon and Senator Thomas. Anyone else? Seeing no others, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill is passed. Item 82, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to item 82, call that up, ask the title be read.
Please read title.
Safer Act, Senate Bill number 2753, Safer Act and Act.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Call up the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill and ask that you allow Senator Harkins to explain the bill, explain the committee substitute.
Senator Harkins, you recognized for the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, committee substitute for Senate Bill 2753, Safer Act. I'm going to briefly go through the sections of the bill. This bill main purpose is to protect the safety and privacy of male and females. Section 2 basically is the legislative findings for this bill. Section 3 are the definitions that deal with a lot of the terms that are used throughout the Act. Changing facility means a space designated for multiple individuals to dress or undress within the same space, similar to a dressing room or locker room, changing room or shower room. Single-sex educational housing space means separate room or area located within a public building functioning as housing for student residents at an educational institution and designated for use or occupancy for only members of one sex, but excludes common areas designated for use by members of both sexes. Public building means any building, facility, space owned, operated, rented or leased to any state agency, public university, public community, or junior college, and the institutions of higher learning. Restroom means a space designated for multiple individuals that include toilets and or urinals. The term does not include a unisex restroom. Unisex changing facility and unisex restroom mean a room intended for a single occupant or a family, enclosed floor-to-ceiling walls and accessed by a locked door, a door able to be locked, and it prevents another individual from entering while the facility is in use. Section 4 deals with the privacy of restrooms, protection of restroom privacy. Any public building that maintains a restroom shall at a minimum have a restroom designated for exclusive use by females and a restroom designated for exclusive use by males and or a unisex restroom. Section 5 deals with the protection of changing room privacy, meaning any public building that maintains a changing facility at a minimum must have a changing facility designated for use by females and a changing facility designated for exclusive use by males or a unisex changing facility. Section 6 deals with protection of single-sex educational housing space privacy. A student that is required to reside in a housing at an educational institution shall have the right to be housed in a single-sex educational housing space with persons of the same sex. Section 7 deals with social fraternity or sorority single-sex housing facilities on public lands shall comply with the state law. Section 8 is permissible purposes to enter sex-designated restrooms, changing facilities, single-sex educational housing spaces. Several of these examples are to accompany a person of the opposite sex for the purpose of assisting or chaperoning a child under the age of 12, a vulnerable person, or a person with a disability. For law enforcement, fire protection, or response or other public safety purposes, for governmental purposes, including employee or contractors of governmental entities acting within the scope of their employment or contract, for the purpose of rendering emergency medical assistance, to intervene in any other emergency situation where the health or safety of a person is at risk, for custodial maintenance or inspection purposes, provided that the restroom or changing facility is not in use. If the appropriate designated restroom or changing facility is out of order and under repair, and the restroom or changing facility designated for the opposite sex contains no persons of the opposite sex, or in a single-sex educational housing space as authorized by educational institutions for moving, visiting, administrative, health, or other authorized purposes. Section 9 is the enforcement. There is no private cause of action against state agency or public university or public community college or junior college or the institutions of higher learning. Any person under the age of 18 years of age may bring an action at any time to assert a violation of this act through a parent or next of friend, and may bring the action in their own name upon reaching the age of 18. Section 10 provides the Attorney General with the enforcement and compliance of this act. Section 11 is the definition of male and female and sex. And that is an explanation of the bill. There is a reverse repealer in the bill. So that is an explanation of the bill. It's pretty, I think, kind of pretty blunt. It just basically is there to protect the privacy and safety. And that is the explanation of the bill. I'll yield for any questions.
Senator Seymour, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Seymour?
I do.
Senator Seymour.
Mr. Chairman, what good is this bill if on line 148 through 150, there's no cause of action?
A person may assert a violation of this act as a claim of defense in a judicial or administrative hearing. There's injunctive relief. They can go to the court. The Attorney General can help with compliance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. See no further questions.
Move adoption of the committee substitute.
Senator moves adoption of committee substitute. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Committee sub is adopted.
No further questions. Move adoption on the morning roll call.
Seeing no further questions, Senator suggests use morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Blunt, Senator Hickman, Senator Frazier, Senator Derek Simmons, Senator Norwood, Senator Jordan, Senator Rita Simmons, Senator Brumfield, Senator Jackson, and Senator Butler, okay, and Senator Blackman and Senator Thomas. Anyone else wish to be recorded as voting no? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting present? Seeing none, please record all others present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Bill is adopted. Now we'll go to item 83. Senator Tate, you wish to be recognized?
Ask for unanimous consent to be added as a co-author.
No objection. Please name Senator Tate. Senator McClendon, Senator Blackwell, Senator Fillingane, I have McClendon, Senator Berry, Senator Hill. Anyone else? Oh, Senator McCon, Senator Suber, Senator Sparks, Senator Robinson, Senator Barrett, Senator Rhodes, Senator Parker. Good gracious, I should have brought it up here. Senator Whaley, Senator Seymour, Senator Parks, Senator Younger. Okay.
No objection, granted.
Yeah, we've already passed it.
Yeah, but that was co-authored.
What?
That was co-authored.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, we were asking to be unanimous consent.
Thank you very much.
All right, anyone else co-author? Seeing no objections, those will be granted. Would you like to read those off? Do you have those that wish to be co-authored? Let's make sure we got everyone on there that wanted to be.
Co-authors, Tate, McClendon, Blackwell, Fillingham, Berry, Hill, McCon, Suber, Sparks, Robinson, Barrett, Rhodes, Parker, Whaley, Seymour, Parker, and Younger. I call Parker.
All right, we leave anyone off, that's all. Okay, next word.
Senator DeBar has an introduction.
Senator DeBar, do you have an introduction?
Thank you, Mr. President. Introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the South Gallery, we have three people from Wayne County, former Senator Tommy Dickerson's daughter, Katie Clay, and Tommy's two grandkids, Caroline and Andrew. If you'll stand and let the Senate welcome you and recognize you. Thank you.
Welcome back. Welcome to your Senate. Now, go to the next item, Senator England, item 83.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to that item and have the title read.
Please read title.
Senate Bill number 2575, Campaign Finance Reform.
Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. Make a usual motion.
Senator makes your usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a lengthy bill. Before I get into the explanation, I would just like to let all of my colleagues know we do have a reverse repealer in this bill, so we do expect to have further conversation on it, but I will go through this and let you know what we talked about in committee and what this bill does, but we do have a reverse repealer, so we will be discussing this further. This is a committee substitute, Mr. President, so I ask to be able to explain the committee sub.
You're recognized to explain committee substitute, sir.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, throughout this bill, I'll let you know that we remove the Mississippi Ethics Commission from everything except for issuing an opinion on campaign finance questions. This also allows the Ethics Commission to investigate when a complaint or a finance issue arises against a sitting Secretary of State. We'll get into that a little bit further when we clarify the roles and duties of the Secretary of State. This bill also requires the Attorney General to prosecute or enforce matters and complaints at the request of the Secretary of State. If the Attorney General's office declines, then the Attorney General is to authorize the Secretary of State to hire outside counsel. Also throughout, we changed many of the references to the word may to shall. The purpose of doing that is to make sure that we don't get politics involved. If somebody is violating campaign finance reform, we don't want whoever is sitting in whatever office to have the option to decline, to prosecute or to investigate further, or to fine where appropriate. Instead, we've added that to shall. So everyone is held by the same standard, and they know if they violate a campaign finance reform law, then they will be held accountable for that. Section 1, if you want to follow along with me, this just strengthens and adds new directions. You'll notice that throughout we try to clean up some gray areas in this bill. This Section 1 clearly defines who a candidate is and when a candidate can begin raising money in furtherance of their campaign. Specifically, a candidate must either qualify for office or file a statement of organization with the appropriate office, that being the Secretary of State or the Circuit Clerk or Municipal Clerk, before they begin to raise or spend money. Section 1 also clarifies that a coordinated expenditure and communications are considered contributions benefiting the candidate or the political party, and they're to be reported as expenditures. A coordinated expenditure is defined as a disbursement made in coordinating with a candidate or a political committee that promotes the success or defeat of a candidate or a political party. Coordinated expenditures are therefore limited to the same contribution limits as giving cash. So that would be $1,000 for corporations, It would be $2,500 to $5,000 depending on the judicial candidate for their limits. This is important because a corporation, if this bill passes, a corporation can no longer, if they cannot collude with a candidate to run ads above and beyond the $1,000 contribution limit that is set on corporations. Independent expenditures are not coordinated. This is clarified in Section 1. To be an independent expenditure, you cannot work with a campaign or an affiliated entity making the expenditure. Corporate contribution is now to include all corporations. In previous elections, there's been a little bit of a gray area as to whether that applies just to corporations found within the state of Mississippi or all corporations, even those outside of the state of Mississippi. This clarifies now that all corporations, whether they're in the state of Mississippi or outside of the state of Mississippi, are limited to contributions in the amount of $1,000. If anyone also the requirement of $1,000 from a corporation, if it's received, it is on the candidate now to return that money. We'll get to that a little bit later. When we were discussing this in committee, Senator Fillingane had a good amendment to make sure that we're expressly excluding sole proprietorships and singly owned LLCs from corporations. Those are not considered corporations for the purpose of this. We're also defining public communication to mean any broadcast, cable, or satellite communication, newspaper, magazine, outdoor advertising, mass mailing, text messaging, mass text messaging, or any other form of general political advertisement. This is an update to previous law. We've had updates in social media and text messaging and things like that, so we're adding that to be included in public communications. It does exclude news articles or aired interviews, along with any social media posts that are not paid for, so not boosted or promoted. If you look at Section 2, this requires all candidates and political campaigns to file statements of organization, officially organizing their committee to raise money. A candidate can be a committee of one. So you can form a committee, such as the committee to elect Jeremy England is a committee of one. It just sounds better, I think, when people think I have a committee, but it's one. I know a lot of us do that, but for the forms, it's important to clarify that. The purpose of that is simply to notify the appropriate office of who is going to be raising and spending money, for which office, under what name they're using, the election cycle they're in, and maybe more importantly, who should be contacted or who is to be contacted if an issue arises. Under Section 3, this requires the Secretary of State to maintain an online database for posting reports and what's important here is they have to be searchable by the identifiable variables on the report. So you should be able to, you're going to be required to be able to search by candidate, the office sought, itemized contributions, and expenditures, and the amount of those expenditures. Here we did have another amendment. The reason we have a committee sub, another amendment in the committee. We previously said that all candidates shall file online. That has been changed to all candidates shall not file online. There's still some discussion being had on that. Again, we've got a reverse repealer, but the concern was that there may be some individuals that aren't yet able to file online, and we didn't want to limit them or keep them from running for office. We also had concerns that if a system goes down, what would happen. But in conversations with the Secretary of State's office, I know that they're looking forward to moving forward with new software, new technology. So I don't believe that's going to be an issue. But again, the committee sub says you shall not be required to file online. Also, county circuit clerks and municipal clerks are required to send copies of county or municipal campaign reports to the Secretary of State within 10 days of receipt of that. I think eventually we hope to get where all of those individuals are filing with the Secretary of State so they can be searched. I know that some of you have talked with me about that, that we're all held to the same reporting requirement, that we can all go look and see who's raising money and who's spending it and who they're getting it from and what they're spending it on. We do hope to get to that at some point. But for now, the counties, municipalities just have to send that to the Secretary of State. Section 4 clarifies that in order to terminate your reporting obligations, the candidate committee or political committee cannot carry a cash on hand balance. So if you hold money, you have to continue filing. You cannot terminate your filing if you have money in your campaign account. For identification of contributions, the committee must obtain and report, and this is something we're all probably used to hearing, you have to have the name, address, occupation, or employer of each contribution of anyone who gives more than $200. If any of that information is lacking under Section 4, the treasurer shall obtain the missing information. If they cannot obtain the missing information, or if it's incomplete and it's not received by the next reporting deadline, then the contribution shall be returned to the contributor or deposited into the general fund. Anonymous donations are expressly prohibited, even if those are under $200, and those have to either be returned, if possible, or they go into the general fund. Also, money transfers over the internet, which is kind of a new thing, Venmo, PayPal, those type of things, that's also addressed under Section 4, and it's required that that information also be itemized, just like law does with credit cards donations currently. Each report that is filed now under this bill is filed under penalty of perjury. So we're making sure that we're getting correct filings made. Section 4 requires the Secretary of State to notify the candidate committees or the political committees by email or through their online filing system. You got to be notified when reports are due. You have to be notified when reports are late or incomplete, and you have to be notified when a complaint is filed against a candidate committee. 48-hour expenditure reports are required under Section 4. Previously, as many of us know, only contributions in excess of $200 were reportable during the last 10 days of an election. Now, expenditures in excess of $200 in the last 10 days are also to be reported. For independent expenditures, the entity making the expenditure to the report has to report to the appropriate office within 2 business days of making the expenditure or the communication or the time that the communication is publicly disseminated. For Section 6, the penalty is increased from $3,000 to $5,000 and up to 6 months in jail or 1 year, or both, for willful violations of campaign finance laws. The Attorney General here, again, I mentioned this earlier, at the request of the Secretary of State, shall file a mandamus action to compel a candidate or a political committee to file. If the Attorney General declines to represent the Secretary of State in that matter, then the Secretary of State may then retain outside counsel. Under Section 7, the grace period after filing deadlines is being shortened. Periodic and annual reports, now the fine will begin on the 5th calendar day rather than the 10th day. However, if the 5th day falls on a holiday or a weekend, it bumps to the next business day. Pre-election reports, for pre-election reports, the fines will begin on the 3rd calendar day, and those penalties are increased per day. This is a per day increase up to 10 days. For statewide offices, the penalty is $1,000 per day. State district office is $500, legislative is $250, and political committees is $1,000. Again, that's the increase in penalties for up to 10 days. Any appeal from the fine shall be made to either Hinds County, Madison, or Rankin Circuit Court, the circuit courts of Hinds, Madison, or Rankin County. Fines that are collected are going to be deposited into the state's general funds. Section 8, this enumerates the powers and the duties of the Secretary of State. If any of you guys have paid attention in the last several elections, sometimes a gray area would arise as to the duties and obligations, and we want to clarify that with this campaign finance reform bill. The Secretary of State requests receiving authority to make available within 48 hours of receipt and keep those receipts for up to 5 years. There's an inconsistency in the law, 5 versus 3, so we've got that now as 5 years. The Secretary of State is to accept and file any information voluntarily supplied that exceeds the requirements of the article. This was a concern that previously, if you wanted to file your bank account or your bank statement, you couldn't do that. Now, if you want to file that and you're meeting the other filing requirements, the Secretary of State will accept that, or is to accept that. The Secretary of State's also to publish an annual report detailing campaign finance activity and the number of the report, for instance, the number of reports filed, the amounts of the fines assessed, amounts of the fines collected, and the summary of any issues reported and investigated. Secretary of State is also required to inspect each report filed within its office, within 10 days of the filing and to look for discrepancies. If the report does not conform to the requirements of the law, the Secretary of State is to notify the candidate or the treasurer so that they can have an opportunity to correct the report. Also, the Secretary of State is to accept complaints that are filed under oath by a candidate or an authorized representative of a candidate or a political party that another candidate or committee is not in compliance with the allegations of the complaint. Furthermore, the Secretary of State is allowed to promulgate rules and regulations detailing the complaint and response process. The Secretary of State, under this section, is now able to work with the Attorney General or with an appropriate district attorney in determining the appropriateness of a criminal referral. Previously, we heard that there was some concern whether the two offices could work together because of a criminal investigation. However, this new piece of legislation specifically requires that the two offices work together during the investigation. The Secretary of State is to publish guidelines for the filing of required reports, auditing procedures, and an annual training video on how to use the system, what reports are to be filed, how they're to be filed, etc. In the event the Secretary of State is a candidate for the office and a complaint is filed against the alleged Secretary of State, then the Mississippi Ethics Commission then would become involved and have the same duties and protections under this act as provided by the Secretary of State. Section 9, there's a 48-hour report for the press that's required. This is for periodic and annual reports, and the Secretary of State is to publish that within 48 hours, within 48 hours any individuals or committees that haven't reported or who reported late. For the pre-election purposes, though this period is lessened, the Secretary of State is to publish by 7 p.m. on the day of the deadline, indicating who has not filed as of 5 p.m. and as of 7 p.m. In Section 10, we just brought forward a prohibition on contributions by foreign nations. Again, this is just a code section being brought forward while we were looking at this in case there was anything. There's no changes there in Section 10. In Section 11, this clarifies that a candidate has to have a $0 cash-on-hand balance to terminate his or her campaign. You can no longer hold funds in your campaign account or in a campaign account upon your termination of your filing as a candidate or as a committee. Now, there is an exemption here. As we all know, pre-2018 campaign funds, there's an issue with those or how we deal with those, and that's kind of been a gray area. It's not really addressed, but as of now, if this bill should proceed and should pass, the pre-2018 campaign funds are to be disposed of and disclosed of those disposition of those funds within 4 years after leaving office. So there was a lot of debate back and forth on how we were going to handle those funds. So now if you leave office today, within the next 4 years, if you have pre-2018 contributions, you have to disclose and disperse of those funds. Section 12, this creates a new section, 2315.823. This clearly states that a coordinated expenditures must be reported by the entity making the expenditure as an expenditure, and the benefiting or coordinating candidate must report the expenditure as an in-kind contribution showing that it was a benefit to the campaign or to the candidate, and this sets as a standard what is coordinated and what isn't. That's in Section 12. Section 13, again, creates a new code section and defines electioneering communication and what is an electioneering communication. This was a concern of the Attorney General that we needed to have this code section specifically referenced, defining what is electioneering in our elections code. And by the way, since I mentioned that I had that information from the Attorney General, I do want to say that in coming up with this legislation, we worked I, as chairman, worked with the lieutenant governor, worked with Secretary of State, and with the Attorney General. I just want to mention that because I'm very thankful of all the input from all three of those entities, and we really were able to sit down and kind of collect information and pick the good parts of each of their campaign finance plans or finance reform plans. Section 14, this creates another new section that states that financing of the dissemination, distribution, or republications is to be considered an in-kind donation. Section 15 is another new code section that clarifies that all candidates must disclose loan agreements in the term of the loan, just like judicial candidates are required to do. Under Section 16, the candidate or treasurer of the committee is required to keep detailed accounts current within 5 business days. Accounts may be inspected under reasonable circumstances by any authorized representative of the Secretary of State and enforced by a court, and these must be kept and preserved for 4 years, consistent with the time to allow for an investigation. Under Section 17, we move corporate contribution limits and enforcements from the criminal code into the election code. Again, that's where, since the Secretary of State has the duties that they have, we move those into the election code. We did keep the $1,000 corporation limit. Again, all corporations, whether they're Mississippi corporations or outside the state, are limited to $1,000 contributions. Section 17 also places a penalty on the receiving candidate or the political party as opposed to the corporation. That's a difference here, so I want to point that out, that the receiving candidate can be fined for up to 10 days for receiving more than $1,000 from the corporation. The entity that received the contribution is assessed a fine if the contribution is in excess of $1,000 and it's not returned within 5 business days to the corporation that made the donation. The candidate shall not expend any of the contributions in excess of $1,000 that are received in a violation. If there is a violation of this, there shall be a prosecution, and the candidate or officer shall be guilty of a misdemeanor and fined up to $5,000 or in prison for 6 months. Section 18 repeals the corporate contribution limits and penalties from the criminal code, as I just mentioned, since they have been moved to the election code. Again, Section 19, kind of redundant here, but we're just making sure that all Sections 15 through 17 are to be codified in the elections code, these new sections. And finally, Section 20 is your reverse repealer, which I say that because I'm expecting questions. I'm expecting some very good questions. I do invite each of you to get with me on this bill because it's a moving work in progress, but it's definitely a very needed piece of legislation here in Mississippi that we can update and clarify any gray areas that may exist in the law currently. We did, I don't remember mentioning this, anybody that is filing a report, you have to, if the candidate or / chairman of whatever committee is being formed, or the treasurer is not a Mississippi resident, they have to designate someone from the state of Mississippi for the service of process so that we don't have any instances where if there's a complaint filed, we cannot get in touch with the candidate. That's an explanation of the committee sub.
Thank you. Senator Michelle. For what purpose?
Question, please.
Yes, I will
yield for
yield.
question. Senator Michelle, you're recognized for a question.
Senator, you addressed municipal fundraising, and I believe you said that it has to be reported to the city clerk, and then the city clerk must send that to the Secretary of State's office within 10 days. Why that middleman there? Why not report directly to the Secretary of State's office where it can be put online?
Yeah, Senator Michelle, we did talk about that, and I think it's a very good idea that you have and that you mentioned there, and I do know that the hope is eventually to get there, but right now, with where we are in this, we didn't want to bog down the system. We wanted to keep in place the fact that these municipal and county candidates report to the entities that they report to now, but we did clarify that information does have to be turned over to the Secretary of State within 10 days because that was not clear. That is not clear in current law, so we do at least want that to be reported. So you will have, the Secretary of State will have that information available. It's just not online at this time under this bill.
Right now, how does one get an alderman or a supervisor or a mayoral campaign finance report? How do you get that right now?
Senator Michelle, and I believe you and I have talked about this, and you informed me that you would right now, under current law, you need to go to your clerk's office, your city clerk's office, your municipal clerk, maybe your circuit clerk's office for those local entities, and request that information. And I understand that sometimes it may be a difficult process to get that, whether it's turned over or not, but this does clarify that those reports now do have to go to your Secretary of State's office. So presumably in the future, the Secretary of State would be able to provide that to you if you requested them from his office.
All right, and you mentioned fines. I think you said $250 for legislative race, and I think you said $1,000 for a statewide. What about for municipal or county? What's the fine structure for that?
So we did not, I'm not sure if that's even addressed in current law, but I will check on that and get it to you, the fines relating to municipal and more local races. Again, I don't know if our code even currently addresses that or if those are set on a more local level for now.
All right, you used the term on monies in a campaign account that were raised before 2018. You used the term disclose and dispose. What does that mean, please?
So within 4 years of leaving office, those funds have to be spent. You can't continue to hold those into an account, and you have to disclose where those funds were spent. You know, if you keep the money, you disclose that you're just keeping the money. If you donate it to a PAC or you donate it to an appropriate charity under current law, you just have to disclose where that money goes within 4 years after leaving office.
Okay, so let's say we have someone who's in office at the young age of 40 years old right now, and they have some of that money, and they have some difficulties back home, or they have kids to rear, and they want to retire and go back and take care of their business, and they want to run in 5 years from now. They got to spend all that money. They cannot sit on that money and choose to use it to run for office in 4 years?
That's correct. Now you could, I'm sorry, I say that's correct. If you form another committee and you move that money over into another committee, then it can be held in a campaign account, but it can't be kept in that pre-2018 account any longer.
Why would you have to open up a whole new account just to hold the money when it's already sitting in an account?
Supervisor, I believe the intent is to eventually move us out of this situation where we have pre-2018 money sitting in these accounts and get to where we get onto a filing system where we don't have that bifurcated reporting one or the other. So if you leave office and you think you may want to run for office again in 5 or 6 years, if you open another account, now you would have to file again because you can't terminate under this new law. You can't terminate your reporting requirements unless that money is drawn down. You have a $0 balance. But if you move that into another account to be used for the purpose of either running as a candidate or supporting other candidates or having a committee to support an issue, if there's money in that account, you will have to file going forward. It just won't show up as a pre-2018 filing.
Okay, for post-2018 accounts, you said you cannot hold funds upon termination.
That's right.
So that situation of where somebody's plenty young to where they want to run for office later in life, they've got to go spend all that money or declare it personally and pay taxes on it rather than keeping an account to run for office later?
So if you move it into an account to run for office later, you're just going to be held. You're going to be held to the requirements of campaign finance laws. So you would just have to report each year whether you raised money or spent any money during that time frame. So your reporting requirements would still be there. You don't have to draw the money down. The money can stay there, but it's going to be in a new account per this campaign finance reform. So what you won't have is a pre-2018 account any longer.
I'm referring to money that's not pre-2018. A campaign account that you might have right now. You said when you described the bill that you cannot hold funds upon termination.
That's right. If you have a campaign account that you have money that was raised for the purpose of either promoting yourself as a candidate or an issue, if there's money in that account, you're still required to continue with the reporting requirements. You cannot terminate your reporting requirements unless and until you have a $0 balance in that account. So if you have an account that was used, or maybe I should say better, if money was raised to fund that account for the purpose of promoting a candidate or an issue, you cannot suspend your requirement to continue filing per the law unless you have a $0 balance. So as long as there's money that was raised for the purpose of this, again, to promote a candidate or promote an issue or to defeat an issue, you have to continue reporting.
All right, for a legislator, let's say, who is young enough to run for office 10, 12, 15 years from now and has a post-2018 fund, what would be the proper procedure to take if you think you might want to run for a different office in the future to where you didn't have to give that money away, where you could use it for a campaign purpose?
So the proper focus, the proper procedure would be when each of your required filings to meet those. If you didn't raise any money during that period or expend any money during that period, you would just file a report that shows, you know, what your cash was on hand at the beginning and that it's the same at the end, but you have filed, again, now under penalty of perjury, that you did not raise or expend any funds during that time period, and you're just going to have to keep filing until that money is either gone or until you run for office and expend it. And if you end up raising more money, you have to report that. Same if you expend any money. But if you're not doing either of those actions, it's going to be an easy filing because you're just going to show cash on hand before and cash on hand after, but you're going to have to continue filing as an organized candidate.
Senator, I want to do something about dark money coming to campaigns and where it's not, but we have a real good reporting system now where we're reporting on time. There's a fines system. I think the municipal elections and the county elections could use some extra teeth in theirs. And I like your idea about reporting to the Secretary of State's office, but I think you're doing a lot of things to the rest of the campaign finance law that's not a problem because there's full disclosure right now.
Senator Michelle, I appreciate your comments there, and I certainly would like to hear from you more, and I'll certainly be glad to go over this bill and hear any improvements or redactions that you would like to see made to the bill. I'll certainly listen to you on that. I'm very willing to work with any of my colleagues on that.
One moment, please.
Mr. President, if I still had the floor, since I still have the floor, I would just like to let the members know that when we finish our committee hearing on this, I handed out a copy of this bill, asked my committee members to mark it up and work with me. I'm very willing to work with everybody else in this body to do the same thing. I understand this is a large piece of legislation, but it's a very important piece of legislation that I think we can make some very good improvements here. So if we can pass this bill today, you have my word that we will work on this. Again, it has a reverse repealer. We will see this bill again. So I just ask that you work with me. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Question.
Are you here for a question, Senator?
I do, yes.
Senator England, you know how much this job pays?
This job? I do.
Not a whole lot.
That's right.
You know how many times we had to file campaign finance?
We do have to file
a lot,
regularly. That's
especially in an election year.
Mm-hmm. And I would say
do you think that the average, well, I would say I'm average, but I'm afraid that I would have to hire somebody to do campaign finance under these rules, and I just don't think I can afford to.
Senator, here I'll tell you that the main, and again, let me reiterate that I will work with you on any of this, but I will say that transparency in campaign finance reform is extremely important. I can tell you that I've heard from a lot of people that want to know who's donating to our campaigns.
Well, we have to disclose. Do we not have to disclose that now? Who's donating to our campaigns?
We do, but there's also an issue of when that information is provided, whether it's legible, whether it's searchable. We can definitely make a more transparent process out of this, which is what I would like to do, and I hope all of us would like to do for our constituents back at home.
Are ours not searchable right now on the Secretary of State's website?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
You can go look. I'm sorry. You can go look for that on your, you can go pull up Senator Angela Hill's filings, and if you filed a handwritten report and it's not legible, in my opinion, that's not being transparent. We can do a better job at that,
Well,
and that's what we're trying to do here.
Why couldn't we just say, type the report or something like that, other than, I mean, we worked hard on campaign finance quite a number of years ago, and we designated what it could be spent on and what it couldn't be spent on. So I guess my question is, if the problem is legibility, isn't there a simpler way to say if you can't read it on the Secretary of State's website?
Well, I will tell you that all three offices that I met with and talked with wanted to make sure we got an updated system for online filing. And even after we took this out of committee that you had to file online, there was some discussion that, maybe we should have left that in there. And again, that's why we have a reverse repealer, so that we can make sure that we've got a good bill. And when it comes to transparency, I don't think that we're really asking a lot to make sure that we're filing transparent. But if you want to get with me on this bill and recommend that we type up a report or whatever we need to do to make them as transparent and as searchable as possible, I'm certainly willing to do that, Senator
I just
Hill.
think if it's not searchable, that's Secretary of State's problem, not ours, because we send it to them and they stamp it.
And
Would
this
you
bill
not
does-
agree
this
that
bill-
if it's not searchable, it's not our fault?
This bill does require the Secretary of State to provide a system, an online system that is searchable. So it is putting it on the Secretary of State's office to do that. And I've talked to the Secretary of State's office, and they are wanting to do
Everybody
that.
in the campaign seemed to be able to find my campaign finance reports and post them online. So tell me how they're not searchable.
Senator Hill, I'm certainly glad that you do that. And maybe the concern would be if you had an opponent that filed some documents that weren't searchable or that weren't legible. And that is also what we're trying to address here. This isn't for this change, this reform is not necessarily for the rule followers, which I would say that I would bet all of us are. It's for those that are not following the rules and that are not abiding by campaign finance. What happens then?
Well, then
That's what is the gray area.
why are we including the people that are already doing it right and changing that, rather than the people that aren't, that you can't search, like the cities and the counties? I file bills over and over and over to require local candidates campaign filings to be searchable and free, so you don't have to do a Public Records Act. I don't know that this corrects that, does it?
It requires that it be sent to the Secretary of State's office, but it does not require that it be searchable online.
Exactly. So I just don't get the point.
Well, Senator Hill, if you want us to look at that and do that, this provides a vehicle for us to do that, and I will work with you to see that we get that discussed, whether it be in conference or whatever. So if we don't have this, and I agree that that's a very valid concern of yours, and it's a concern that's shared by many of your colleagues in here, many of our colleagues in here, and I will look at that. And if you want to see us do that, let's pass this bill and move it forward and put it in there.
I don't understand, because ours are searchable, okay? And you're saying they're not searchable. But the counties and cities aren't searchable, but the bill doesn't say that they have to be searchable. So I don't understand what we're doing. I just don't understand.
The bill does say it has to be searchable.
Well, you just told me that they have to go to the Secretary of State's website for the
maybe,
local.
And look, I forget that searchable can mean many different things. If you want to search Angela Hill and you file under Angela Burks Hill, and I search Angela Hill right now, that's going to cause an issue. So what we want to do is have an updated searchable database. So if I wanted to search a corporation, a named corporation, and find out who donated to what candidates from this corporation, that's the kind of system we're requiring here. We're not requiring just a search for Angela Hill and that pulls up whatever you filed. This is a more detailed, searchable online filing system that we're
Well, I think the Secretary
requiring.
of State's office could already do that, but thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Hill.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Polk. For what purpose, sir?
Question.
Were you here for a question, Senator?
I will.
Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to preface what I'm about to question, and that is, I don't see in the bill, and it may be here, one of the most egregious things we do in our elections, and that is we have no law that prohibits any elected official from using taxpayer money to put out broadcast, social media, newspaper, other advertising, the year that they are running for office. Now, they thank their team for doing it, but at the end of the ad, it has the official's name and office. Does your bill in any way address getting that to stop? Because I introduced a bill several years ago that almost unanimously passed this body and died in the House because there was an elected official that did their best to defeat it and did. What are we doing about that?
In the current bill's form, nothing. But would be glad to sit with you, Senator Polk, and figure out what we can do to address that concern during our efforts here at Campaign Finance Reform with this piece of legislation. So I will certainly be glad to talk with you about that particular issue and make sure that we address it in this legislation.
I think that we should be a lot more worried about using taxpayer dollars to elect officials than corporate dollars. Wouldn't you agree?
I would say yes and no. I certainly think that we need to be very concerned about candidates and campaigns and legislators using taxpayer dollars, but I also think that our constituents are entitled to know who is donating to our campaigns and where that money is coming from and where it's being spent. Because, for instance, if you had an office like Attorney General that had a bunch of money coming in from outside of state, and it was the issue happened to be, criminal justice reform, and you may not agree with that, and you want to find out who donated to that Attorney General and what their, who is propping up that candidate and allowing them to run their ads that they're running and where they're spending their money. I think that's something that's also important for us to know, is where that money is coming from and how it's being spent.
And I agree, corporate finance is important to know, but I'm a lot more worried about robbing taxpayers of Mississippi to finance campaigns.
I'm certainly worried about that as well, and I think we have some legislation that's been on the calendar this go-around that shows that we are being very good stewards of taxpayer money, and so we're certainly not limiting ourselves to this one piece of legislation this year. We're also looking at our taxpayer dollars, but this particular bill just deals with campaign finance reform. Thank you, Senator Polk.
Okay, Senator Fillingane.
Question, Mr. President.
Are you for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator Fillingane.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your work on this. I know you put a lot of time and hours into all the intricacies. One question that came up in the committee, and I'm just curious if it's evolved since then, was the idea of once the Secretary of State finds something that's questionable or needs to be investigated further, they go to this Attorney General, as I appreciate it, and then what's the hierarchy after that? So the Attorney General gets the first shot at it, and then if she decides not to prosecute, then what happens?
If that office decides not to prosecute, then that office shall allow the Secretary of State's office to have another prosecutor bring that forward. And you mentioned, has there been any further work on that? And the answer is yes. That language, I have reached out to the Attorney General's office specifically on that. I've talked with the Lieutenant Governor's office as well, because I do agree that that's a concern that we have now with this bill. We want to make sure that we are still allowing prosecutors the discretion when necessary, that we're allowing them to investigate properly. Again, I think that the whole reason that this was even brought up and the reason that this work is being put into it is because of the gray area of who shall do what and when it comes to violations of campaign finance reform. So if whether we've overcomplicated it here or not complicated it enough, it's a discussion that we can continue to have, and I invite everyone to continue to have with me on this very important issue to get that particular point resolved satisfactorily.
But as it stands right now, so let's just play this out. Someone has a question about my campaign finance reports. The Secretary of State carries it to the Attorney General's office. If she says, nah, I'm not going to prosecute that, I don't feel like there's anything to prosecute, the Secretary of State can then go to the District Attorney's office and say, hey, I want you to look into this, I want you to prosecute it. And then as my understanding is that the DA under the current wording says, nah, there's nothing to prosecute there, then they can go out and hire a special prosecutor, a special counsel. So it's like you're almost forum shopping for the right prosecutor who's willing to bring forward the charge. Whereas I think in most criminal situations, if you have a DA or you have an investigator who looks into something and says, there's just no there there, you know, I have looked into it, there's nothing to prosecute, shouldn't it just stop there versus just saying, oh, well, I don't like that outcome, I want to go over here and get a different outcome? That's my concern about that particular part of the bill.
Yeah, Senator Finnegan, I think that you asked for a hierarchy. In my reading of the bill, I'm not sure where it goes after the district, if a district attorney refuses to prosecute it. The issue, obviously, is if we have complaints and they're given to an office, say the Attorney General's office, and nothing comes of that, when there's been a violation of campaign finance reform, what do we do? What are we doing? There's no. If there is no prosecution, what is the point of campaign finance laws and rules? So that's the intent of that portion of the bill. And I know that we have a lot of attorneys that have worked on this and that will continue to work on it, including the Attorney General's office. So I want to make sure we get that right. And I certainly don't want us to end up with a piece of legislation that deals with forum shopping by any means. But we definitely want violations when there are violations to be prosecuted.
And I agree with you 100%. Someone should look into the allegations. I guess my concern is once that someone does look into the allegations and finds that there's nothing worth pursuing, at that point, it should end and not just say, oh, well, you didn't get the outcome you wanted. You should come over here or over there until you find someone willing to bring something forward.
Well, let me make clear, maybe that I didn't make this clear. When the violations or the investigation that is presumably found violations is turned over to the Attorney General's office, the Attorney General just has to say, look, we're gonna take this case or we're not. They don't have to say we're not going to prosecute it for A, B, or C. The Attorney General might not have the capabilities to prosecute or want to prosecute, or the staff to prosecute so many others. We just want to make sure that these are not just laying on a desk somewhere and sitting there. So that's the intent of that part of the bill. It's not to take authority away from anybody. It's to make sure that if a prosecutor needs to look at a violation, that it's getting looked at. Because obviously we're dealing with campaign finance. It's obviously a very political issue, and that's the intent of the bill, that we're not letting politics end the prosecutions and the violations. Because, all of us as we sit here, whoever's in this office now versus whoever has been in that office really shouldn't be important, and I know it's not important for us, but I just want to keep that in mind, that we're making sure that we don't let politics get in the way of us enforcing our laws.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Finnegan. I love getting a lot of questions from the back of the room. I feel like a Baptist preacher up here because I know we tend to sit in the back of Baptist churches. All right. I'm happy to answer any other questions, and I'm certainly happy, again, I've said this a lot, but I just want you all to know I do appreciate the questions, and I do appreciate all of the input, and I hope to have the opportunity to work with you all going forward on this, at least from my time here. Where this bill goes from here, we will certainly find out, but I certainly would like the opportunity to move this forward because I do think this is very important to our constituents and to the people of Mississippi that we make sure we've got the best campaign finance laws that we have and that we're enforcing them.
Senator Hobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to ask if Senator England will allow me. I've got a motion that I would like to bring forward at the appropriate time. I think you would need to adopt a committee substitute, but this motion would be to offer a strike all, essentially, that just brings forward code sections. It doesn't do anything else. So it brings forward code sections on campaign finance, but it doesn't add anything new to the language. So that would be what I would propose to do at the appropriate time.
Senator England?
I welcome the amendment, and I'd actually be happy to read the amendment to all of the members out here if they would like me to.
Motion is on the committee sub. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. You should have a strike all that's on the screen. And as I said, all it does is bring forward code sections on campaign finance. It does not change the current language. I'll yield for questions if there are any.
Questions on the bill?
And it does have a reverse repeat on it, too.
Senator Michelle?
For a question, please.
Please, you,
I will
Senator.
yield, yes.
Senator Hobson, would the code sections that you're bringing forward now allow everything that Senator England has in his bill to be brought back forward?
It would. And it'd be our current code sections on campaign finance.
Would it include all the municipal and county elections as well?
It should. I told them to put everything in it that was in there.
Can you verify that that's in there, please?
Council, I just got it off the press, but I don't have my glasses. But how you got dirty glasses? Should be every section that was in the previous bill, but with no changes. I'm going to ask council, I can't find it quickly, but I'm going to ask council, does this include the municipal sections? You know if it includes the municipal election sections? It's got every code section that Senator England had in his bill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Michelle. Any other questions? Any other questions? Senator Wiggins, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
You yield for a question, Senator?
I yield. Yes, sir.
Senator, you're recognized for a question on the amendment.
Senator, I appreciate what you're doing here with this amendment. Do we have any indication from the House, and I'm not asking for an agreement, but is there any indication from the House that they're going to even consider campaign finance?
I don't know. I'm not on that committee, and I don't know if Senator England.
Well, I would direct it to the chairman then, if that's where we are.
Sure.
Sorry, Senator Wiggins, will you repeat the question?
Is there any indication from the House that they will entertain campaign finance seriously? And to add to my question, if we vote on this and it goes over there and dies, why are we doing this?
Well, and look, I don't.
So my question is there any indication from the House that they'll seriously consider this?
Yes, I have had conversations with my counterpart in the House when we discussed election matters. When we both were named chairman, Representative Sanford, I met with him. He had some priorities of his own. I let him know that some of our priorities on our end of the hall, as chairman, was going to include campaign finance reform, and he said, okay, handle that on your end of the hall. There's no companion bill, but they are expecting it, and I have been told that it will be considered over there.
Okay,
I'm not sure if in a bicameral legislature like we have, obviously there's no guarantee that when we send a bill over to the other end of the hall, they're going to pass it, and I don't know if that's ever stopped us from sending anything over there, and it certainly hasn't stopped the House from sending anything our way. But it's yes, to answer your question, I think your primary question, yes, I've had conversations with my House counterpart. He knows that, or he is expecting a campaign finance reform piece of legislation to come their way to consider.
But
thank you, Senator.
Has that been since it came out of committee and the discussion occurred in the committee?
No, I haven't talked with him since we finished our committee. We all had our committee assignments. I know he's been busy with some campaign and elections materials over on his end of the hall, and I have been busy with him on my end of the hall. I'm happy to meet with him and talk with him about this this bill with, especially with the amendment with the code sections coming forward and a reverse repealer, to meet with him on it. We do have a great relationship. I hope that all of us have good relationships with our House counterparts, and I hope they're as good as the one I have with our House counterpart on elections.
And so to Senator Michelle's question, if we move forward on this amendment, is everything that was described in the bill on the table when it gets amended with the code sections?
If we bring the code sections forward, I would say that campaign finance reform is on the table. So we will look at campaign finance reform.
Including what has been discussed here today?
Yes, the discussions we've had here today that deal with campaign finance reform, yes, I would like to hear from everybody on it. I'm not sure if you wanted me to say that anything that I've discussed here today in the bill in its form in the committee substitute, that I'm going to scratch all of that and not bring it up anymore, because I do think there are some parts of that bill that need work, but there are certainly some parts of the bill in the committee substitute. And look, I understand it's 62 pages. I don't expect everyone to have read it, but I don't want to scratch everything right now or agree that nothing in this campaign or in the committee substitute is going to come back up again. It's going to be discussion under the code sections.
I understand. I'll conclude with this question. So I too have concerns that a number of the senators have mentioned about how difficult this appears to be. And while having had experience on the federal level, it is what we have in terms of reporting is very simple in the sense that people can understand it. It can be handled. On the federal level, it is absolutely terrible. And to Senator Hill's point, you actually have to invest $100,000 to actually employ a treasurer and even just a finance person so that you don't get in trouble, and then that still happens. So I think, are you committed, should we do this, to keeping, let's just call it a relatively easily understandable and simple program that not only we can do it, but anybody in Mississippi can simply look at and say, this is what we're going to follow, and not get into the federal type stuff that's absolutely crazy?
Senator, I've not run a federal race, so
I
I'll take the
understand,
word
but it's
for
about
it.
the simplicity and the understanding and the common sense about it.
Yes, no, and look, I don't want to ask a question to answer your question, but the question would be, are our campaign finance laws perfect as they sit now? And I would say the answer is no, quite obviously not, after some of the issues that we've seen with the gray areas. So what I do like about this amendment from Senator Hobson is that we're bringing code sections forward so that we can improve our campaign finance laws in ways that we deem necessary. If we improve them a little bit, we've done a good job. If we don't want to work on it to the extent that this bill does, then let's bring our code sections forward and see how we can improve this and maybe make transparency better, and at least get some of these gray areas cleared up where we don't know who has which obligations to accept complaints, to file complaints, etc.
Fair enough, but you've heard the saying around here is the unintended consequences that we have to look out for.
I have heard that, yes.
Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Seeing no other questions, Senator?
Motion is adoption of the amendment, strike all amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. All right.
Mr. President, with the amendment, I believe that we are ready to move for adoption of this amended piece of legislation that's been billed by this committee sub by use. Oh, I thought we'd adopted the committee sub. Have we adopted? Yes, this is for final passage, Mr. President, by use of the morning roll call.
Any objection to the procedure? Mr. Carter's voting no. Present. Well, hold on. No is Michelle. No is Carter. Hill. McClendon. Simmons and Norwood. Seymour and Simmons. McMahon, Turner Ford. Who else? Jordan, Hickman, Brumfield, Jackson, Butler, Thomas, Chisholm. Anyone else? Anyone else? Horn, DeBar. Anyone else? Anyone else? Thank you. Senator Bryan, just 1 second, we'll get the numbers. Thank you. With 19 noes, the bill passes. Senator Bryan, pass and retain. Senator Younger, pass and retain. Senate, we go to 86. Senator Wiggins. Senator Wiggins, pass and retain 86 and 87. Senator Bryan, pass and retain 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95. Senator Barr. Senator Barr. We're on 96.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask that we pass 96, retain its place on the calendar, jump to 97, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title. 96 retains its place on the calendar. 97, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2681, Certified Academic Language Therapists, allow to help instruct students with dyslexia in schools.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that that we adopt the committee sub and that you recognize Senator Delano to explain the bill.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute, Senator.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This deals with our dyslexia programs that we have throughout the state. The intent of this bill is to open the opportunities for dyslexia programs for language therapists to people that are qualified as nationally recognized by the different associations, different universities across the country. Right now in the state of Mississippi, we have a dramatic shortage of dyslexia therapists in our school systems and in our public areas, and this bill is intending to try to help with provide some relief in those matters. I will tell you that all of this changes definitions and definitions only. Doesn't change any requirements that MDE must follow or anything like that. But it does add a definition for an AA license that is a certificate used or issued by the Department of Education to hold a master's degree. It also defines a qualified instructor of certified academic language therapist as a professional certified through a nationally recognized Orton-Gilliam instructional-based program, dyslexia programs, and academic language for therapy organizations. And they must have these following things. They must be experienced in the Orton-Gilliam-based dyslexia therapy that includes remediation for students in smaller than 6 groups. And I'm going to use this Orton-Gillingham standard throughout this explanation. And let me just tell you that is an evidence-based program that is nationally adopted, and it is internationally recognized as the go-to bar for any type of language therapist. And that is also what is currently being taught in all of our universities in our state right now. So this will also require that an instructor would have over 1,400 hours of clinical therapy, require a minimum of 2 curriculum therapy cycles, and training in 2 dyslexia therapy programs. Assist in training educators based on this Ortho-Gillingham based dyslexia program as a qualified instructor through CALT, and they have to have a master's degree or higher. Anyone that is in this language or dyslexia therapist has to have not only a master's degree, but also an additional 2 to 3 years above the top or over the top of that through either 200 hours of coursework and 700 hours of clinical work, and in a reading science competency examination administered by a nationally recognized organization. Again, this is intended to not restrict or discriminate against those that have master's programs in dyslexia therapy, and it will allow for additional competition in our state to fill the need that we have at our community, or at our schools and our public level. This bill also includes language that it requires the state to accept reciprocating license from other states, whether that be from an education program or through a department similar to the Department of Health. The state of Texas uses the Department of Health for certifications versus the Department of Education. So we want to make sure that we reciprocate in those for people who come into our state that have these same minimum standards that are required. And it opens up the new pathways for opportunities here in Mississippi. That's an explanation, a quick explanation of the bill, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President, and I will yield for questions.
Thank you very much, Senator. Senator Jordan, for what purpose, sir?
I have a question, Mr.
You're
President.
for a question, Senator Delano.
Absolutely.
Senator Jordan, you're recognized.
Senator Delaney, those persons who teach these dyslexia students, what should be their major? Should it be science majors, or should it just be teachers with a master's degree?
You're speaking about a therapist, a dyslexia therapist?
Yes.
So they have to have a training in a department-approved Orton Gillingham-based dyslexia therapy training program, and attend an AA license, or attain an AA license in dyslexia therapy, or they can hold or currently participating in a master's degree program and having completed the Orton Gillingham-based dyslexia training program, or they can hold a standard license or admin's license and a master's degree, having completed the Orton Gillingham-based dyslexia training program, or hold a national certification for Orton Gillingham-based dyslexia therapy, a master's degree or higher, and a current membership in a nationally certified organization for Orton Gillingham-based dyslexic therapy.
Yes. So most likely they would. All of this involves a science background.
Absolutely, evidence-based science background.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Other questions, please? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready on your motion.
Move to adopt the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Now, if there are no further questions, move for the adoption. Final passage through use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Record is voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Barr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 98, retain its place on the calendar, call up 99, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, reads the title on 9998, returns its place on the calendar.
Senate Bill number 2693, failing schools and districts of transformation, revise certain provisions related thereto.
Make the usual motions.
The usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move to adopt the committee sub and recognize Senator Hobson to explain.
Senator
the bill.
Hobson is recognized to explain the committee's substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill is designed to close the Achievement School District and move the two schools that are still in that Achievement School District to District of Transformation. And it does a couple other things that I'll explain in a minute. But right now, the two schools that we've had in that district are under one umbrella, essentially, and neither one of them have done really well. They've been in the Achievement School District for several years now and aren't seeming to grow or get much better. So the idea is to transfer them into Districts of Transformation, where they have their own superintendents that would each would have their own superintendent to help them get better. This also allows, under the current statute, if you've got 2 consecutive years of F, this also would allow that if you're F and D, any combination thereof, for 4 years, you would go into the District of Transformation. But I think the other unique feature about this bill that I really like a lot is we're going to allow, after 3 years, if you're a C district of 3 years, or if the State Department thinks that you're ready to kind of take back over on your own, it will allow a local school board to be set up thereafter. And you'd still have the superintendent that the state assigns, but local school board could have a superintendent that they would hire as essentially a deputy superintendent that could study under and learn under that superintendent. And then after those 2 years, you take the reins off totally and the district's on its own. I think one of the problems we've had in the past with conservatorships and takeovers of school districts is that you hand it off to somebody as soon as it's over, and they don't have the training, they don't have the knowledge, and you're hoping to educate a new school board over that 2-year period, so you don't bring in a bunch of new school board members and they just start cold. So that's what this bill will do, and I'll be happy to yield to questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready.
Adoption of the committee substitute.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're on the bill, sir.
Now move passage of the bill by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of the morning roll call. Does anyone object to the procedure? Or is voting no? Present. Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call up item 100. Have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2691, open enrollment while school district transferee board accepts a guarantee for active duty military children.
Make the usual motions.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is that we recommit Senate Bill 2691.
Motion to recommit. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. Senator Bryan, 101. Pass and retain. Senator Delano, 102.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item number 102 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2649, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2649, Department of Environmental Quality, provide additional powers to Executive Director.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Please proceed, Senator.
I'd like to move to adopt the committee sub in lieu of the original bill and be recognized to explain.
Just 1 second, Senator.
Yep.
Do we have a committee substitute? Committee sub.
Senator,
No,
we don't have a committee substitute, sir.
Oh, well, give me the thumb. Then I apologize, Mr. President. I'd like to be recognized to explain the bill.
You are recognized to explain the bill, Senator.
This is a bill that deals with DEQ, and it helps with the permitting issues that are that they've had in the past. We're trying to alleviate some backlog through appropriations and helping provide some SEC adjustments as well. But what this bill is intended to do is to provide another tool for the agency to help alleviate some of the backlog that it has. What it does specifically, it says that MDEQ may enter into contracts with a person or public or private corporation or entity to assist with the review, evaluation, processing of permits and/or certification applications. Any person or entity requesting additional assistance for review, evaluation, or processing of an application for permit or certifications must agree to pay all additional costs associated with the review, evaluation, or processing, this means that the applicant may choose an option where they would pay the direct cost for the department to have someone review these plans. They do not. The department would be the one who determines who would actually be the reviewer. The applicant would not know who that is, and the cost, like I said, would be passed on. The direct cost would be passed on to the applicant. The reason why this would be important is, number one, we do this already for most of the major MDA programs, these large economic development projects that come forward. And what we're trying to do, again, is to alleviate a little bit of the backlog and give the applicant some reasonable expectation for when the review will actually take place. That's an explanation of the bill. I'll yield for any questions. And if there are no questions, I'll move for final adoption by the use of the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none. Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Carter's voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Thank you, Senator Delano. Senator England.
You got one more in? I'm gonna go sit down. Mr. President, on the next item, I'd like to ask that we skip the item and have it moved to the heel of the calendar.
Thank you, Senator England. Moves to the bottom of the calendar. Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the bill I think we've all been waiting on today, the last one. I'd like to go to item 104, Senate Bill 2916, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2916, lobbying, require lobbyists with a material financial interest in an issue or bill to register with legislative officers.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Parker.
I move we adopt the committee sub and recognize Senator Thompson to explain the bill.
Senator Thompson, you're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2916 brings forward the lobbyist code sections, or the lobbying code sections, and specifically the bill is meant to require lobbyists who have an ownership interest in a business that stands to benefit from legislative action to disclose that ownership interest to the leadership on both sides, in both chambers, and to the chairman of the committees to which that legislative action has been assigned. To briefly run through the bill, the definitions section in section 1 on lines 196 and 204 provide or set forth the definitions of material financial interest and pecuniary benefit as used elsewhere in the bill. Those definitions come from the definitions for the ethics code sections for public officials, basically the same ethics provisions and definitions that apply to us. The section 2, 3, 4, and 5 of the bill incorporate the language requiring the disclosure of that ownership or pecuniary interest. And you can see it start at the beginning, starting there on line 266. Any lobbyist who has a material financial interest in any corporation, company, LLC, partnership, or other business that may receive a pecuniary benefit from any legislative action by the Mississippi Legislature shall make a written disclosure to the Lieutenant Governor, Speaker, and the Chairman of the committee to which the legislation is assigned. That same language is set forth for the lobbyist registration statement, expenditure reports, and client reports. That's a brief explanation of the bill, and I'm happy to entertain any questions.
Senator Horn, for what purpose, sir? Just 1 second, Senator Horn. We'll cut your mic on. Man, can you cut Senator Horn's mic?
Question?
There you go. Okay, Senator, were you for a question?
Of course.
Senator Horn.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Thompson. Senator, I thought that it was already existing law that a lobbyist was not allowed to lobby for a matter in which he or she had a pecuniary interest, and that was already on the books.
That's not the current law under this lobbyist code section.
So is it just usual and customary? Because I've seen this issue come up before in previous years and was always told that lobbyists cannot lobby for an issue or a matter in which they have a pecuniary interest.
This is not just not being, this is, that language is not in the lobbying code, is not in the lobbying code section. I'm not sure where that came from. What this is not saying they can't lobby for a business that they own. This is simply saying they have to disclose that ownership interest to the legislature.
I just recall that there was an issue that popped up in the House about 20 years ago in which it was revealed that a lobbyist had a pecuniary interest, and all heck broke loose as a result of that. And so I thought that there was already a prohibition in state statute,
No,
but
sir.
there is not.
That's correct.
All right. Now, what if the lobbyist is not lobbying him or herself for a matter in which they have a pecuniary interest, but someone else happens to be doing it? Are they still prohibited from taking any actions if they do not let the leadership know about it and register with the leadership?
If I follow your hypothesis, a registered lobbyist has an ownership interest in Acme, and another lobbyist is lobbying for Acme. Is that?
Well, he's lobbying for a measure that Acme may get some financial benefit on down the road.
I don't know that this bill, that this disclosure would require the lobbyist who's actually lobbying for legislative action that would benefit Acme would have to disclose the other lobbyist's ownership interest in Acme. I don't think that would be how it works.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Other questions? Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You for a question, Senator?
Of course.
I see that you say that it has to be disclosed to the leadership and to the committee chairs, but if a bill is brought forth to the committee and to the floor, don't you think that the legislators also ought to know?
I don't disagree with that, and the registration statement and the disclosure statements would require the lobbyist to make that disclosure on the Secretary of State's website. I would think that it would be prudent for the chairman or Madam Chair to have that disclosure and as they're evaluating.
Because the bill only says the committee chairs and the lieutenant governor and speaker, I guess, is what it says. But my concern is, how is it going to filter down to us if the bill makes it through the committee process and to the floor?
The only, I guess not the only, we would either learn from the chairman or from the lieutenant governor, but also at the very last section of the bill there, the registration statement that requires that disclosure of that pecuniary interest would be registered with the Secretary of State. So I suppose we could find out that way.
So we'd have to continuously look on a Secretary of State's website to see, rather than the information just being shared with us.
Under this current draft, that would be correct.
Under the current draft. So, does this have a reverse pillar in it?
No, ma'am.
I just feel like if it has to be disclosed to the chairman and the leadership, it ought to be disclosed to the rest of us if we're going to vote on an issue. Now, if you kill it and we're not going to vote on it, then I don't care if I know. But if we're going to vote on something, I feel like we ought to have a commitment from the chairman or whomever knows that we also know before we vote on it that they have a pecuniary or financial interest. So I don't really want to make an amendment, but, you know, if we could just get an agreement that will be brought into it, I'm fine with that.
And I wouldn't have a problem with working with if this
And
bill.
I think, you know, any chairman ought to let us know if we're going to pursue a bill that a lobbyist has this type of interest. And I feel like that's where y'all are headed so that you'll know. But I feel like we ought to have the right to know as well without having to go check on the Secretary of State's website. That's why we passed that bill on rules and regulations that agencies pass, because many times that goes to Secretary of State. We don't know it. It gets approved, and then our constituents are having a problem, and then they come blast us, and we didn't even know that they were passing that rule. So this is kind of along the same lines. So thank you for taking my question.
Yes, sir.
Seeing no other questions, we're ready, sir.
Motion is for final passage on the morning
We've got
roll
to
call.
adopt a committee substitute.
First adopt the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're ready, Senator.
Motion, if there are no other questions, motion would be final passage on the morning roll call.
Final passage on the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Those voting no. Present. Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Hill, I think you're exactly right on full disclosure, at least from the Lieutenant Governor's side. So we're at the end of the calendar here. We're going to reconsider 2 or 3 of these quickly. I would encourage anyone that has a bill that they want to bring up tomorrow, as you know, is deadline day. I'm going to ask all of you before we do announcements, if you have anything else you want to bring up, we need to bring it up. So we'll start with Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules. Immediate consideration of item 3 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2849.
Motion to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator. We're on item 3.
I'd like to go to that item and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2849, ATVs and UTVs require titling and exempt from ad valorem tax when held by retailers on consignment or floor plan basis.
Make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to adopt the committee sub and recognize Senator Barrett to explain the bill.
Senator Barrett, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a bill which would require the titling of ATVs and UTVs. As most of you know, ATVs and UTVs are no longer $3,000 or $4,000. In my district, I have 3 different ATV, UTV dealerships, one being a Polaris dealership, one being a Can-Am dealership, one being a Honda dealership. Importantly, I am a border county or close to it, and because we don't have the necessary of titling, individuals can drive over to the state of Louisiana in my district, or if you live in North Mississippi, they can drive to Tennessee, or if you live in East Mississippi, they can drive to Alabama and purchase a ATV or UTV and not have to pay Mississippi sales tax because there is not a titling law in the state of Mississippi. The financial institutions, when they are called upon the state to ask if they need a title, they are told no. So that is the first part of this bill. Titling ATVs and UTVs would be a benefit not only to our constituents, but also to the tax base. Number 2, line 900 of the bill, you can turn to that. It says, any all-terrain vehicle as defined in section 6321.5 when held by a retailer on consignment or floor plan basis shall be excluded from their ad valorem taxes. That is line 900. Ultimately, as the law currently reads, automobile dealers, mobile home dealers, they are not required to pay ad valorem taxes on their floor plan because they are not their vehicles. Similarly, this bill would apply that same law to ATVs and UTVs. Again, I have a specific example in my district wherein a UTV was sold for $58,000. That is as expensive as the automobile that I drive right now. So I think twofold, it's important that we title these. They're expensive now. Like I say, they're no longer $3,000. And number 2, I think we're putting a burden on our businesses by paying these ad valorem taxes. Mr. President, that is a brief explanation of the committee sub, and I yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none?
Mr. President, if there are no questions, I would ask that we adopt the committee sub and it be passed by the morning roll call.
Committee substitutes and I vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're ready for your motion, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that the committee sub be, or excuse me, Senate Bill 2849 be passed on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? The court is voting no. Hill, no. Anyone else? Anyone? Chisholm, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Bill passes by use of the morning roll call, 2 negative votes. We'll go to anyone. Senator Suber.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules, go back to item 32, Senate Bill 2275.
One moment, please. 32, which is 2275. Motion is suspended the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, we're on 32.
I'd ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2275, MDOT, authorizes transfer and conveyance of certain real property to the Board of Supervisors of Greene County.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I'd ask to explain the bill.
You're recognized to explain the bill.
This bill involves a piece of property in Greene County. The Department of Transportation relocated a section of Highway 63, and we're asking for the Department of Transportation to transfer the property to Greene County. And I do have an amendment at the proper time.
Questions on the transfer? Seeing none, we're ready for your amendment, sir.
The amendment's just kind of some clarifying language after discussing with the Department of Transportation, making sure the county's paying fair market value for the property and any expenses on the property involving the survey be paid by the Board of Supervisors of Greene County. We're also putting a reverse repealer in the bill just to make sure there's no issues with all the language with Department of Transportation in Greene County.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the amendment?
If no questions, I'd move for adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, we're on the bill.
If there's no further discussion, I'd move for passage by the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. No objective procedure. Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask the rules to be suspended to go back to item number 29 on today's calendar.
One moment. Motion is to go back to 29, Senate. Suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator.
Mr. President, I go to item number 29 on today's calendar, item 2697. Ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2697, property exemption, property used exclusively and directly for certain purposes belonging to the foundation using it.
I make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2697 addresses a measure previously passed in the 2022 legislative session that allows our universities, our junior and community colleges foundations to receive an ad valorem exemption on property donated to or acquired by those colleges. The Mississippi Association of Supervisors was notified that there was an attempt to utilize this law to acquire major revenue generating properties such as hotels, which could result in thousands of dollars off the tax rolls for those municipalities and counties. The intent of the exemption was to utilize the foundation's acquisitions and receive donations for education and outreach purposes only. In the bill, it amends that section at lines 42 through 44 to just clarify that these exemptions should be just for those purposes, directly for educational and outreach purposes, and not for leased or otherwise used to generate revenue for these foundations. That's an explanation of the bill. I yield to any questions, Mr. President.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for use of the morning roll call for final passage.
The Senator suggests use of the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to that procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Boyd.
Mr. President, I ask that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 8, SB 2408, on the motion to reconsider calendar.
Item 8, suspend the rule to go to item 8, Senate Bill 2408. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator.
I'd like to reconsider the vote for which SB 2408 passed for the purposes of an amendment and ask Senator Delano to come handle the bill.
Motion is to reconsider the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're back.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Chair, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is the bill that deals with 988, which is the suicide hotline. The bill that we passed, as I explained it and as it's written in the bill, we decided that there need to be a little bit more clarity that, number one, that the badges that are to be worn at IHL may be the ones that they wear at all times. They don't have to wear them. We're not trying to tell the universities that they have to wear badges at all times. They have different types of ID. One that they use that you normally see like on a belt clip or a ring of keys. And they have another one that they use or that's included in their wallet or something else. This is intended to be something that they may wear at all times and something that would be easy to access. The other thing that we wanted to do on both the IHL and the Department of Public Safety is to make sure that any IDs that it's perfectly clear that they're for new or renewed IDs. We do not want the universities or DPS to have to issue all of their new. So that is an explanation amendment that's on the board right now, Mr. President, and I'll yield for any questions. If there are no questions.
Seeing no questions, Senator. Ready for a motion, sir?
To adopt the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please.
Now use final passage for the use of the morning roll call.
You want to object to that procedure? Of course, voting no.
Thank you.
Present. Bill passes by use. Motion passes by use of the morning roll call. Anyone else? Senator England.
Mr. President, I ask for us to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of Senate Bill number 2576.
103, Senate. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator England, we're on 103, Bill 2576. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2576, voter ID allows Secretary of State to promulgate rules regarding.
Make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. Be asked to explain the committee substitute.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a kind of a housekeeping bill here. We have a issue that has arisen. Secretary of State's office brought it to us. Our law currently says that an ID must be current and valid. The word current is causing some issues because, as we all know, if you've worked at polls, you're allowed to use a photo ID, and even if it's been issued within the last 10 years, you can use it. So the issue is with the word current. We have some distinction being made on whether a current ID is if your driver's license has expired, is that a current ID? So the purpose of this is to change that so we make sure that folks are showing up with good IDs and are able to vote, even if the ID is not a driver's license that they are able to drive under. It's a current valid ID for purposes of voting. That's an explanation of what we're doing. What I do have is a committee sub that we need to adopt, and then I have an amendment to that. So at this point in time, I ask that we adopt the committee sub and then move on to my amendment.
Motion is to adopt the committee substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator, on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to amend. Do we have the amendment?
Just 1 second, Senator. Thank you, sir. There you go. We have it up now.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll look at your screen, if you look in front of you, you'll see the asterisks. What we've done is we've taken out the word current, where it deals with IDs. It just says valid. And then at the bottom, the second page of the amendment, we insert the rules that come directly from the Secretary of State that says current. Quote, current means the document has no expiration date or has an issuance date not more than 10 years prior to the date the document is presented. So this takes care of an issue, and it's going to avoid us from having any legal issues, and it's going to make sure that Mississippians can vote as intended with a photo ID. That's an explanation of the amendment.
Thank you, Senator. Questions on the amendment? Senator Turner Ford. For what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You here for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator Turner Ford, you recognize.
Thank you, Senator. How long has this been the law for the state of Mississippi?
It's been quite a while. It's been. I'm not sure why this just came up, if that's what your question is, but I know this has been working. But it is an issue that arose, and I think that we could clarify the language a little bit better. I can find out how long it's been a law for you, but I don't have that in front of me. 10 years.
10 years?
Yes, ma'am.
And so I understand that you're attempting to clarify or have this law comply with what has been taking place in the Secretary of State's office?
That's correct. So the Secretary of State has administrative rules that say that a current ID means any document that has no expiration date and has an issuance date not more than 10 years prior to the date of the document is presented. I know you and I have had discussions on this, and originally the bill as submitted to the committee was just going to allow the Secretary of State to have the administrative authority to define what is current and valid. And as you and I discussed before, if that does go before a court, you know, whether that is actually current and valid, whether the Secretary of State's office wants to define it one way or the other, we are the legislature and we have a legislative fix here, and that's what we're doing.
So what are we fixing?
We're fixing, under the current law, it says current and valid ID. If you show up to vote and you show an ID, say you show a driver's license, and someone wants to argue that you have not shown a current and valid driver's license because it expired the day before, and that person turns you away to vote and then wants to sue and say, no, the law says current and valid, we don't want that happening. We've been very clear since the Secretary of State's office, since this law came into place, that you could use an ID that has been issued within 10 years.
So is there a discrepancy with what is actually stated in the code section that if you have an expired driver's license, you're not supposed to be able to vote?
No, I'm not aware of anywhere that it says that.
Current and valid is current statutory language.
That's current statutory language, and since there is confusion as to what is meant by that, that's what this bill is fixing.
Why is that confusing?
Well, the terms current and valid are obviously terms of art that can be used in different ways. When it comes to voting, to have a current and valid ID for the purpose of voting, as it has been understood and as it has been listed in the definitions portion under the Secretary of State's administrative rules, is any ID that's been issued within the last 10 years. However, current and valid, as it is understood for whether or not you can drive on our roads in Mississippi, is obviously a different definition. If your license is expired, if your driver's license is expired and you're driving, then no, that is not a current and valid. So we are clarifying for the purpose of voting what a current and what a valid ID is for the purpose of voting.
So if John Smith wanted to vote on August the 7th and his driver's license expired on July the 31st of that year, that would not have been a current and valid driver's license. Is that correct?
I don't know that that's correct, but I think the argument could be made.
Well, it's not an argument. We're dealing with the plain and unambiguous language of a statute.
We are making the language plain and unambiguous.
I don't have a question about if something is current.
I can tell you.
Who has that question?
Senator Turner Ford, one of the best things I did since being elected in 2020 is I went down and served as a poll worker. And we don't have enough people that do that. But in order to do that, I sat through training, and I was told, per the rules of what is a valid photo ID, and I was told, listen, you are not looking, number one, you're not even looking at the address. You're looking for a photo identification of a valid government-issued ID. If that driver's license if that driver's license is expired, it does not matter as long as it was issued within the last 10 years and the person that hands you that ID It identifies the person, and that is their photo. That is the purpose of photo identification in order to vote in Mississippi. We're clarifying that because we do not want people being turned away should there be any ambiguity in that. But as a poll worker, I can tell you that all across Mississippi, those that sit and do that, and I appreciate every one of them because it's a very thankless job, they take those IDs and they look at it. They're not saying you can't go out and drive on your roads. They're saying, okay, this is a government-issued ID that's been issued within the last 10 years. That's your name, that's your picture, here's your ballot.
So what about the person that reads the law, who knows what the law is, and they don't even bother to go to the polls because they understand what the words mean?
Well, if that has happened, we're certainly clearing that up now.
Don't you think it has happened?
I do not know whether it's happened or not.
I request permission to speak against the bill.
Happy to take any other questions.
Senator Simmons, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator?
I do.
Senator Simmons is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. What about the address on the actual ID? Would this bill affect or speak to that when you go into the polling location and say the person may have moved, but the address on the ID is not the address that's actually in the poll book?
The address, again, when I worked as a poll worker and someone walks up, you ask them for their name, whether you know them or not. You ask them for their name, and then you ask them for their address. And then you ask them for their date of birth. Because sometimes you have people living in the same address by the same name, and you want to understand you've got the voter. The purpose of the photo ID is not to prove that that person lives at the address. It's to show that the individual that is there requesting a ballot and has given you the information is the person they say they are. That's the purpose of the photo ID. So the address does not matter for purposes of voting. The address that's on that ID. Now, it counts what you give your poll worker, but that's under our current law, you do not have to have an ID that has your address on it. You just have to have a government-issued photo ID.
When we considered as voters the voter ID initiative in 2011 and it passed on the November ballot, at what point did we pass regulations in the Secretary of State office that speak to current and valid ID?
I would have to get that information for you. I'm not sure.
Okay. And the language that's being deleted on line 12 and 13 is current? Are we deleting current?
Yes, that is the word current. Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, and just one more time, Senator England, tell me exactly what the problem is and how what we are proposing solves the problem.
Because a valid ID is an ID that's been issued. It's a government issue ID. And what it constitutes as a government issue ID is enumerated, but current is causing issues because if an ID is expired, the concern is that an argument can be made, and in fact the argument has been made that any ID that is expired is not a current ID, and they don't want to accept it. So that's what we're looking at.
And when you say don't want to accept, who doesn't want to accept?
I'm sorry?
When you say don't want to accept, who doesn't want to accept it?
Poll workers or a circuit clerk is following that's looking at the law as it's written and is dealing with voters as they show up at the polling place.
All right, last question. Is current defined in this code section?
No, we're deleting current.
Is valid defined in this code section?
I don't believe so, no.
So are we creating more of a problem? I don't know.
There is no issue with current. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Council has just handed me a copy of the amendment, which I left at my desk. Under line 33 on the amendment, it says, for purposes of this section, valid shall mean an official government document that establishes the voter's identity and has no expiration date or has an issuance date not more than 10 years prior to the date the document is presented. And it's on page 2. I know there we are, right there, 33 through 36. That is part of this amendment, so we are clearing that up. Thank you for bringing that up to my attention.
So based off
Senator
the language
Simmons.
in lines 33 through 36, if this was adopted and became law, if I had a driver's license that was 9 years expired, I still will be able to vote in the November election?
Yes, as long as it has an issuance date that's not more than 10 years prior. So it's the issuance date. You're not looking at the expiration date. If it's been issued within 10 years.
But that dispute will happen at the polling location, like whether it's current, whether it's valid. If we take out the language of current and we just replace it with valid and we define it as indicated here in lines 33 through 36, the dispute is going to be between the poll worker and the voter trying to vote.
You said the dispute?
I mean, the issue of whether or not I have a valid ID.
Well, no, we're clearly defining what a valid ID is.
We are.
Right.
But I'm saying for voters that's going to the polls.
We have poll workers that are trained to what is accepted as an ID. That training is based on the laws that we pass in here and based on any administrative rules that deal with elections that have already been afforded to the Secretary of State's office. That is where they are directed on what to do. Now, I will say, if a dispute arises between a poll worker and someone with an ID as to whether that ID is valid, they still have the option to go fill out and sign an affidavit ballot and then go to their clerk's office or to the Elections Commission's office and discuss their ID at that time. So there are fail-safes in there because, again, we're not trying to prevent people from voting here. As a matter of fact, in clarifying this language, we're making sure that the language of current and valid is not used against someone that's trying to present a photo ID to vote.
Thank you, Chairman England. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Simmons.
Senator Hill, for what purpose? Okay. Senator McClendon, for what purpose?
Question,
You
please.
here for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator McClendon?
So it can be expired and you can vote. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm sorry?
Your ID can be expired and you can vote.
As long as it's been issued within the previous 10 years. And that's been the case since this voting is going on. We're just clarifying it here. I appreciate your question.
Why does the TSA not let you get on an airplane with an expired ID?
We can certainly talk about that with TSA at a later time.
Why would it not be the same regulations?
Well, because when you're showing up to vote, you're not getting on an airplane. You're voting.
I know, but you're current. Why can't we require a current ID just like to get on an airplane? You're considered almost a terrorist if you don't have an ID to get on an airplane, but yet we're going to allow this to vote?
Because we're talking about voting, we're not talking about flying on an airplane.
Why would we not?
Because we don't require people to vote on airplanes, Senator McClendon. I don't know what.
Why would we
what's
not
question.
require a valid ID that's current, not expired?
Because when someone shows up to vote and they have a photo ID, which is required under law to be able to vote in the state of Mississippi, because we respect our elections and we respect the integrity of our elections, we want to make sure that the person that shows up to vote is the person that is casting a ballot. I don't know what TSA does. That's not what we're talking about here. I don't know what, again, we're not saying you can't vote if you can't get on an airplane, or you can't vote if you can't drive on our highways. We're saying you want to vote, you're registered to vote, you're saying you are who you say you are. This photo ID that is valid and has been issued within the last 10 years is an ID that shows that you are who you say you are, and you're able to vote.
Again, why would we not require it to be current, not expired?
Senator McClendon, I can explain the bill to you, but I just can't really understand it for you, and I'm sorry. I'm trying.
Why wouldn't a person have a current ID?
That's a good question.
Okay, Senator Barnett. Okay, she's good now. Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your work on this bill. As you know, this bill came through your committee and then came through AET as well, and so I got to review it and talk to you about the provisions before it came up. And a couple of things that I just want to be just clear about as the discussion has gone on here. We have instituted a voter ID law in Mississippi that has been perhaps one of the models, if not the model, in the United States of America. Would you agree with me?
I would agree. And I appreciate your work on this with your committee as well also. Thank you.
And would you also agree that during this process of voter ID, the then Secretary of State, who worked on this very hard, tried to find any and every method of voter identification that we could think of, so that when someone reported to the polls that they could do what we expect voter ID to do, which is to identify themselves and not to delineate whether or not they can drive or whatever other qualifier you might have for a different type of license, correct?
That's absolutely right. I believe there were 10 or 12 IDs that when I learned as a poll worker what we could look at and accept, yes, we weren't just accepting driver's licenses.
Right, and shortly after the bill passed, I believe the Secretary of State's office promulgated some rules and regulations that allowed a issuance date of 10 years or so to be a valid ID as far as a driver's license. Would you agree with me on that?
I would agree. In the spirit of the law, that's what happened, yes.
And you did also mention that the bill itself passed about 10 years ago, and because we've now moved into that 10-year period, some degree of question or ambiguity is starting to kind of come up around the rules and regulations.
Yes.
And what this bill is intended to do is to just basically put in statute the ability of the Secretary of State to promulgate accurate rules and regulations to ensure that people who show up to vote and present valid ID are able to do as they are wishing to do at the polls.
That's right. Yes, absolutely. And there was a legislative fix to the issue that was brought up, and so that's why we had it. The bill filed. The bill was filed. Has come through our committees, and that's what the intent is.
And I do agree that you and I have the same opinion on it, and I appreciate your work.
Thank you very much, Senator
Thank you,
Parker.
Senator Williams. For what purpose?
Question, Mr.
You
President.
here for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator Williams.
Thank you again for your work on this, Senator England. Thank you, Mr. President. Would you suppose a week ago right now, there's a good chance that there's probably several thousand Mississippians with driver's license driving around that had expired driver's license?
I would have to check with DPS, but I imagine there are at least a handful.
Well, I know that's happened to me. Oops, it's been expired 2 months. And didn't we have a vote last Tuesday?
Yes.
I think there's a good chance a lot of those were voters that they showed up to vote, just weren't aware that they were expired, and to be turned away. I think as Senator Jordan's referred, that's one of the sacred things we've got, is the right to vote. We've got to prove they're a valid Mississippi citizen, which I think we're doing. And the 10-year setback, obviously, if we haven't got it by then, we've probably got other issues. But I think to speak to the question of concerns here, they're voters that probably unknowingly have expired driver's license. So I think that's enough in and of itself to look at this bill.
Yes, I think so. And anytime I've had an expired license, because somebody told me I wasn't looking at it, but I knew it was issued within the last 10 years when I go to vote.
And the poll workers probably trying to do their job. The word current means not expired, so, this kind of takes a precipitous off of them.
That's correct. And I will say, too, that when one of my jobs as poll workers before the election day, we were there very early in the morning, and we were posting up all kinds of flyers that said what constitutes a valid ID and what you need to be able to go in to vote. It's also published on the website. We just want to make sure that the word current, that what is being required here is clear in our law, because an issue has arisen as to whether it's as clear as we thought it was.
Thank you, Senator England.
Thank you, Senator Williams.
Okay, Senator Robinson.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Were you here for a question, Senator?
I sure do, yes.
Senator Robinson's recognized for a question.
If I was a voter in your precinct, would you have a book with my name in it?
I would either have a book or I would have a book,
Print
and
out?
sometimes it's an electronic roll book, but it's a book with your name in it and your address, yes.
So when I walked up to you and I said, my name is Robin Robinson, you would look at your book or electronic and say, yes?
That's right. And Senator Robinson, even though I know you and I consider you a friend, and you walked up to me, I would require you to show me a valid photo ID before you could vote, just like I do everyone that shows up at the table to vote.
So, Mr. Chairman, you would find my name in the book,
That's correct.
and then you would ask me for a picture,
I sure would.
and then I would show you my picture.
You would show me a valid photo ID, and I'll tell you that the way the photo IDs are now, we were even trained on the mobile wallets that have a photo ID for people who carry those, and we were trained to how to look at what constitutes an ID on that. It's a movable ID. It's a really neat piece of technology. But yes, I would ask for a valid photo ID.
So as a voter, you have my name, and you want to make sure that I am the person's name that's showing up in the book on the electronic data. So that's why I show you the picture.
That's absolutely correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Robinson.
Senator Seymour? Last question, I think here. Senator Seymour.
Question, Mr. President.
Yes, were you here for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator Seymour is recognized.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Is it not true that valid and current is the current statute on the books?
It says current and valid right now.
So what you're implying is that we have not been following the statute, the law of the land?
That is not what I'm implying. No, what I'm implying is that there is a potential issue that has been arisen, and instead of allowing that issue to proceed to a court to decide whether there's any ambiguities in our language, we're here as the legislature right now. We're in legislative session, and we have a bill right here to make sure that we clear that up.
Well, as far as current and valid, could you not conceive that somebody 8 years back had a problem with the law, lost their ability to own a license that would restrict them from actually voting, but this would, by going back 10 years, they could get a basically invalid license and vote?
In order to vote in Mississippi, you have to be a valid elector. You have to be registered to vote. You have to have followed all the rules that allow you to be an elector in Mississippi. So if you show up, the ID is not the most important part. It's a part of the process, but you also have to be a valid elector in the state of Mississippi. And I'm not sure if I understood your question correctly, but if the person that's showing up and is showing an ID that might be 8 years old, but they lost their suffrage rights previously, the ID is not the most important part. It's going to be whether they're a valid elector.
Thank you.
Thank you. Move to adopt the amendment.
Motion is to adopt the amendment. I'm sorry, Senator Turner Ford, you want to speak on the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'll be brief. I'm in favor of everyone who wants to vote to have that opportunity. The problem that I have with what we're proposing today are individuals who have read the plain letter of the law for the past 5, 6, 7, 8 years, knowing that they don't have a current and valid Mississippi driver's license, and decided not to even approach the polls. But then what I learned last week during committee is there have been regulations that have been followed that the general public may or may not know anything about. If we're going to pass a law, if we're going to tout it as being the model for other states to follow, we should follow it. And I don't understand where the latitude came from to adopt a regulation and implement it that does not coincide with what is stated in 23-15-563. I will vote for it, but I do not like the manner in which this has been presented. Thank you.
Speak on the amendment, Senator England.
Yes, I just asked for the members of the Senate to vote in favor of the amendment. I do appreciate Senator Turner Ford, as always, with her comments, but I ask that we adopt the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator, on the bill.
I move for final passage by use of morning roll call.
This morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Cards voting no. Present. No. Horn. Turner Ford. Turner Ford is present. Norwood? Present. Voting no. Senator Thomas? No. Senator Frazier? No. Senator Simmons? No. No. Senator Brumfield is no. Senator Jordan is no. Okay. Senator Butler is no. Senator Blunt is no. Senator Simmons is no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Present? Jackson, present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Thank you. The bill passes. All right. Senator Fillingham, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item number 12, Senate Bill number 2441.
Item 12, Senate 2441. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Fillingham. Item 12, Mr. Clerk.
Call it up and have the title read, please.
Senate Bill number 2441, alternative nicotine products, prohibit distribution or sale of certain products.
No. All right. This amendment, is it on?
What's your motion? Reconsider that?
Yeah, the motion is that we do reconsider the vote for the consideration of a clarifying amendment.
Motion is to reconsider. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the bill dealing with the alternative nicotine products, and essentially the language that you see on the amendment is very, very similar to what we had in the previous version, but the difference is on line 10, 11, and 12, where it says it is not unlawful to sell any electronic cigarette that has a pre-market tobacco product application filed by a manufacturer that remains under review by the FDA. So the previous bill just says if it was not approved by the FDA, you can't sell it. But then we found out that there is a process whereby if you are going through the process of getting FDA approval, you haven't been rejected, it's still being considered. We didn't want to say that those folks would not be able to sell because it's very likely they're going to get approved. Now, if they get rejected, then obviously they'd fall under the ban. But for some products that are currently in the process, we didn't feel like it was fair to ban those products. So that's the only difference really between the previous version and this version. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Question on the bill. Seeing none, Senator, ready?
No question. I move adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
I move that we adopt the bill by use of the morning roll call, Mr.
Use of
President.
the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Barrett, no. Tate, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Present? Present? Seeing no present. Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Two no votes. Noted. Okay. Senator McMahon, for what purpose?
I'd like to motion to hold on a motion to reconsider Senate Bill number 2715, number 74, today's calendar. And I would like to ask for unanimous consent to be added to item 82 on today's calendar, Senate Bill number 2753.
Got that, Madam Clerk? Okay, Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold on a motion to reconsider item number 67, Senate Bill 2886. And also, I ask for unanimous consent to be added as a co-author on number 21 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2579, number 45 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2695, and number 73, Senate Bill 2682.
So no objection is granted. Motion to reconsider to the chairman. Senator Delano,
Request.
please proceed.
Mr. President, I'd like for myself and Senator Carter to be added as co-authors on item number 26, today's calendar, Senate Bill 2647, and it looks like we just picked up another guy from Jackson County, the junior gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Bryce Wiggins.
Seeing no objection, granted. Senator Wiggins. Senator Barnett,
Adjourning member, Mr. President.
please proceed.
Yes, when the Senate adjourns today, I would like for us to adjourn in memory of Miss Ellen Jones, who passed away over the weekend. Miss Ellen Jones.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Williams.
I'd like to request to be added as a unanimous consent to be added as co-author of item number 15, Senate Bill 2311, item number 82, Senate Bill 2753, and item number 29, Senate Bill 2697.
Seeing no objection, it's granted. Senator Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. President. By unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as co-author of item number 61, Senate Bill 2740.
61, Madam Clerk. Seeing no objection is granted. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to be added as co-author on item number 26, Senate Bill 2647 on today's calendar.
2647, Madam Clerk. Seeing no objection is granted. Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as co-author on item number 15, Senate Bill 2311.
2311, Madam Clerk. Seeing no objection, granted. Senator Simmons.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to be added as a co-author to item number 15 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2311.
2311, Madam Clerk. Senator Blackman. Seeing no objection is granted. Senator Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to be added as a co-author to items 53, Senate Bill 2535, and item 59, Senate Bill 2417.
2417. Senator McClendon.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. By unanimous consent, I'd like to be added to as co-author on number 61, Senate Bill 2740. Also number 82, Senate Bill 2753.
Okay, I'm sorry, Senator. Could you repeat those? We stepped away just a second.
Senate Bill number 82, Senate Bill 2753, and number 61, Senate Bill 2740.
Seeing no objection is granted. Senator Butler.
President, I would like to be added with unanimous consent to Senate Bill number 15, Senate number 15 on the calendar, and 2311 with unanimous consent.
Action granted. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold item 29, Senate Bill 2697 on a motion to reconsider.
To the chairman, number 29. One moment, please. Okay. Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to be added as a co-author for Senate Bill 2695, item number 45, and Senate Bill 2311, item number 15. Thank you.
2311, Madam Clerk. Senator Branning.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request unanimous consent to be added as a co-author to number 15 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2311. Then I'd like to hold number 37, Senate Bill 2240 on a motion to reconsider, please. Thank you.
To the chairman. Which bill was the motion to reconsider, madam?
37.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as a co-author on number 15 on today's calendar, 2311. Also on number 46, Senate Bill 2180, and number 59, Senate Bill 2417.
2417. Senator Boyd.
Mr. President, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to be added as a co-author of Senate Bill 2311, number 15 on today's calendar.
2311, 15, Madam Clerk. Senator Brumfield.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I'd like to be considered
adding as a co-author item number 71, Senate Bill number 2735.
No objection is granted. Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold item number 15, Senate Bill 2311, on a motion to reconsider.
15 is 2311, motion to reconsider to the chairman. Senator Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr. President. As unanimous consent, I would like to be removed as co-author on Senate Bill 2519.
Which number is that, madam?
It's not today's bill, it's the bill before.
2319. One moment, please.
2519.
I'm sorry, 2519. One moment, please. What was 2519? Okay, any objection? Seeing no objection is granted. Pardon me? All right, Senator, seeing no objection is granted. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Three announcements. One is the appropriations function is this evening still on. Also, we will have for subcommittee chairs, they'd be here 15 minutes before we gavel in the morning in my office, room 214, and then the full appropriations committee will meet Monday at 3 o'clock.
Monday at 3 o'clock, 15 minutes before we start in the morning. Chairman, that's Senator Hobson. Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to remind the junior pages and their senators that pictures will be made in the morning here in the chamber at 8:45, and that's the Lieutenant Governor, Senators DeBar, England, McCon, and Parks.
Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I'd like to be added to item number 15 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2311.
2311, Madam Clerk. Okay, any other announcements? Any other announcements? If you listen closely to the starting time for tomorrow, it is deadline day, and we intend to start and complete our work tomorrow as much as possible. Today you disposed of 49 different bills, leaving approximately the same number on the calendar. So with that, Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate be adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.